Alright, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We are starting a new base in Fitness Atlantic this morning. I'll give you the definition picking up on page Zayit. Actually, I just sent it out on the chat this morning. So page Kufman Zayin Fitness Atlantic Sit Samin Aleph. So the Rebbe writes as follows. He says, let's begin in the video. We have to see this quite a beautiful. Nekar שבכל סביבה של המצווה. Happiness solution to the evil Shava Adam Hamakaba. So remember again. Sorry. I'm sorry. Good. We'll say go 50 pages back. Which Kufman Hay. Which Kufman Hay sit Sana. I'm sorry. We're picking up bottom of page Kufman Hay with the Uriah Hasidus sit Sana. Bottom left hand column of the Uriah Hasidus. Hamavua La'el. שאין האיש מנוקה מעווניו, אין המים בולטים as Ishto HaSoda. Once again, we spoke about before this concept, the Rebbe alluded to it at the end of Oslo and Tess. Quoting the Gemara Masech HaSoda, the Gemara explains that Halacha L'Maisa, in the case of Soda, when he's suspected of adultery, the Soda, the waters of the Soda, only check the woman if the husband himself is free of sin. If as the husband himself is an immoral individual, then halacha l'maisa, the mason of the water do not check the wife. So in order for the husband to play the piety card and go ahead and subject his wife to this particular process, he must be free of this sin. B'nei she'az ein ha'ish zocher la'ashbachas Hashem u'b'shira shalei kasha b'isur zeh b'ishmol tam nosach. The Rebbe says there's an additional reason for this dynamic. What the Rebbe is going to do is take this dynamic of silka and really expand it into something very powerful. He says, "Mitzad mashem mudam al ha'adam zar milot miligrom sar v'zivasa." A person has to be very careful before causing pain to someone else. Regarding something that I myself am guilty of. She's by. Now we're going to define what means this forever. This episode going to discuss the idea of causing someone else pain or discomfort regarding a particular infraction or misdeed, and I myself am guilty of this very misdeed. Now, what does this mean? So it goes on. Something exciting is true. Shirish. V'na'aseh l'chol adam al yidei his book ayidei adam acher hamiyasu mitzvot. So it will say, at times, when someone points out to me something I've done wrong, it's very painful. And for all of us, as much as, of course, it's good for someone to come in and do something wrong, because that's the way you grow, and that's the way you progress as people. It's difficult when someone tells you, when someone points out to you that you're doing something wrong, or you're behaving in an inappropriate way. Being in Midaito, Bikavana Tila, Rasa Adam Lutzaro. So, being in Shalom Midaito, Shalom Bikavana Sierra Adamau. Elara, Shebikrama delay, Shebikroch Gramaso, Biderach Mamela, Nigram Sarla Adam Acher, Shalobi Kavanaso Litzona. We'll say, so sometimes when people cause us pain, they cause us pain in one of these. Now, to be clear, the pain that the Rebbe is referring to over here is the pain that comes about if someone points out something wrong that you've done. If someone highlights something wrong that you've done. So sometimes when a person causes me pain as a result of that, it's intentional. In other words, they want to cause me pain. And the way they're causing me pain is by pointing out something that I'm doing wrong. And other times it's unintentional. Now, unintentional could be one of two ways. Unintentional literally means a person says something to me, yes, pointing out something wrong I've done, but they don't intend to cause me pain. Right? Their intention is really just, sometimes it can be actually positive, to point out something I've done wrong in an effort to hopefully allow me to become better, Or sometimes it's just the person says something. A lot of times people say things and they don't necessarily think about the impact of what it is that they're saying. וכמו כן הדברים אמורים אפילו כשנגרם הצער מתוך כוונה לשם שמיים. This is the third one. So possibility one is a person says something with the intention to hurt me. So they point out something I've done wrong, and their only intention in doing that is to cause me pain. Possibility two is a person just says stuff. Sometimes in life people just say stuff and they have no particular kavana. You're just making a statement. The statement just happens to be about something that I've done wrong. And possibility number three is where a person points out something I've done wrong, but their intention is actually to help me. Their intention is actually to benefit me. In other words, their intention is to point it out in order to there's a mitzvah of there is a mitzvah of review. And what's the mitzvah of review? If you see a fellow doing something wrong, you do want to point it out. But what's the point of that review? Review is such a strong word. What's the point of that? The point of it is because I love my fellow Jew. I love that person. And so I want them to be able to engage in course correcting activity. That was the logic. Ukigon, Shahaya Mokiho, Umatif, Musr, Amaisa Hare, the Ayudim Star Shomeatokofa. So what's the bottom line, right? So rather again, right, we have two scenarios now. We call them Reuben. Reuben is coming and pointing out something I've done wrong. So there are three possible motivations, right? Motivation one, he wants to hurt me. Motivation two is harsh. He doesn't really have any motivation. Sometimes people just talk. It's unfortunate. Sometimes people just talk for the sake of talking. And possibly agrees is he actually cares about me and loves me and is pointing out what I've done wrong because he's hoping that if he points it out, that'll fuel me in my effort to do better. Now, interestingly enough, whatever the motivation, the result is the same. What's often the result? I'm hurt. Right? So again, and honestly, I think it's nice in the whole spirit. I think it's the many of us every day. Right? So again, the bottom line result of it is I'm hurt. Whether the motivation was negative, the motivation was positive, or the motivation was courage, at the end of the day, no one really likes over doing something wrong, and often it's just a hurtful experience. Look at your right. In Kolsa, Hapsar Shemigram Muzulaso Ayado, Umuchan Ilios Haritzua Margus, Haritzua Hamiuedes Lahachnis Mashmaos Umisor, Liaser Lo Rigrom Hapsar Alabo. So now the subject switches gears. And he says, be very careful when you hurt someone by telling them something they've done wrong. Because in your efforts to point out to someone else what they have done wrong, just understand that the divine microscope shifts back to you. If you being the person who's pointing out the wrongdoing to the other. So okay, let's see. So if I'm going to tell Ruben, you're really deficient in this area, or you've really done something wrong. Whether my intention again is to be hurtful, whether my intention is to be harmful, or whether my intention is to be courage. The subject says the moment you go ahead and point out the wrongdoing in someone else is the moment that the divine microscope shifts back to you, to the Mochiach, to the rebuker. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, okay, if you're on such a level to go ahead and cause someone else pain, whether again, purposeful, helpful, unintentional, let's have a look at your life. Let's have a look at your life. He says, because at the end of the day, I go to Ruvain. I say, Ruvain, you know what, Ruvain? I'm really disappointed to see how much Lashon Hara you speak. It's terrible. I don't know, you go out and you speak Lashon Hara to anybody and everyone who will listen. It's terribly disappointing. Now, okay, so there's a mitzvah, okay. That's the difference on the Sefer. But the Kadosh Baruch Hu is fantastic. Now Reuben is going to be a bit sad. Reuben is going to be a little bit broken, a little bit crushed, because no one likes being told that they're doing something wrong. So whether my intention was purposeful, whether my intention ultimately was hurtful, or whether it was haru, at the end the Kadosh Baruch Hu says, okay, now I've caused him to Reuben through my rebuke. Let's have a look at you. Let's have a look at you. Let's see again, you're giving Musar Lashon Hara. Let's see ultimately again how it is that you are doing in that particular area. You go, Kazani says, Harikan Sparzeh, next I'm sorry, actually I skipped the brackets, I'm on to the bracket now. The Im Avar Ikama Usavira Shashini Ne'enash Biglalo Allah. And what Baruch Hu literally looks at is, have I ever transgressed the Avera for which I am giving someone else listen? Which will say, this is a very, very profound idea. What the subject is essentially highlighting is so that before you review and tell other people how to get their house in order, make sure your personal home is in order. Because it was like, now again, there is a, I'm sorry. So you see, which by the way is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But the subject is saying, like, think about a world in which everyone stops looking to point out the faults in the other, and instead use all of that koach inward. That's again. Now, what I want to point out is something very important. Is obviously there is a mitzvah d'oraisa of hocheach tocheach and samisecha. There is a mitzvah like that, right? There is a mitzvah. Again, I never like the word rebuke because rebuke sounds like you're yelling at someone, right? But the mitzvah of hocheach tocheach and samisecha means when I see someone doing something wrong, I do have to point it out, right? And again, to be clear, if I see my children doing something wrong, I absolutely have to point it out. So there is, and by the way, I would even say in the realm of sometimes this is a hard part of parenting. Sometimes you do have to go ahead and mochiach your child, even if the area in which you are rebuking your child is an area in which you are highly imperfect in. Because again, remember, the whole point of hochacha, and this is, we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me. That's what every single parent wants. The Gemara says that there is a natural kina, a natural jealousy that exists between people, with certain exceptions. And one of the exceptions is one's child. I am not jealous if my child becomes more successful than me. In fact, again, whatever the greater success for a parent is if your child eclipses you. That's the greatest success. So again, there may be times where even if I'm deficient in a particular area, at the end of the day, I still have to give that rebuke. But at the end, he says that on a day-to-day level, before I go ahead and mochiach someone else about something, the first question I have to ask myself is, am I really working on all cylinders in that particular area? Am I really holding my own in that particular area? Because otherwise, what ends up happening is the rebuke that I deliver to another becomes the very opening for divine judgment of me in that particular area as well. I'm just going to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in there some of the brackets of the Zek Kidam Habush and the Shkoya. All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. We are starting a new base in the past topic this morning. I really feel that you can pick it up on page 4. Sorry, actually, I just sent it out on the chat this morning. So page Kufman Zayin and Tzidkas Atzadik Sif Samech Aleph. So the Rebbe takes his comments. He says, let's begin in the video. He goes quite beautiful. He says, Me'achar Shebekol Kol Lasa Shalha Mitzvah. The happiness Kiddush Shabalibo Shala Adam HaMakayim. So remember again. Sorry. That's an Augustus India Travers. Best, you were there with me. Best, you were there with me. Sorry, I'm sorry. Good. What's that? Go 2 pages back. Page Kufman Hay. Sif Samech. I'm sorry. So we're picking up bottom of page Kufman Hay in the area of Chassidus Sif Samech. Bottom left hand column of the area of Chassidus. שאין האיש מנוקה מהעבריות, אין המים בולטים as Ishta HaSefer. Those Henry again, we spoke about before this concept, the Rebbe alluded to at the end of this class. According to Gemara Masechet Sotah, the Gemara explains that Halacha L'Maisa, in the case of Sotah, and it's suspected of adultery, the Mace Sotah, the orders of the Sotah, only check the women if the husband himself is free of sin. If the husband himself is an immoral individual, then Halacha L'Maisa, the Mace Sotah, the waters do not check the wife. So in order for the husband to play the piety card and go ahead and subject his wife to this particular process, he must be free of this sin. מפני שאז אין האיש זוכה להשגחת השם ובשנייה שלא ייכשל בעשר זה. Being both Hamnosa. The Rebbe says there's an additional reason for his dynamic. And what the Rebbe is going to do is keep this dynamic of Sukha and really expand it into something very powerful. He says, Insad Hashem al ha'adam Zahir Niviglam Sar Yizivasa. A person has to be very careful before causing pain to someone else. The double shoe that regarding something that I myself am guilty of. Now we're going to define this damage. Exactly going to discuss the idea of causing something else pain or discomfort regarding a particular infraction or misdeed, then I myself am guilty of this very misdeed. Now what is this? So it goes on. Coming inside of Yisur, Sheyesh, V'nasa l'chol Adam al Yedei, which is Kufman Dov, al Yedei Adam Acher HaMiyasa Mitzareh. Zero said, at times, when someone points out to something that's done wrong, it's very painful. It's all of us. Or as much as, of course, it's good for someone to come in from doing something wrong, because that's the reason wrong. And that's the reason to address those people. It's difficult when someone tells you, and someone points out to you that you're doing something wrong, or you're behaving in an inappropriate way. Being in the Daito is the Kavana Tila, Vasa Adam Ulasaro. So, being Shalom Midaito, the Shalom the Kavana Sierra Adamahu. Allah, Shebikot Delay. Shebikot Ramasu, the Derek Namila, Tigran Sarah Adam, the Shalom the Kavana Sierra. So, sometimes, and when people cause us pain, they cause us pain in one of these. Now, to be clear, the pain that the Rebbe is referring to over here is the pain that comes about when someone points out something wrong that you've done, or someone highlights something wrong that you've done. So sometimes, when a person causes me pain as a result of that, it's intentional. In other words, they want to cause me pain, and the way they're causing me pain is like pointing out something that I'm doing wrong. And other times, it's unintentional. Now, unintentional could be in one of two ways. Unintentional literally means a person says something to me, yes, pointing out something wrong I've done, but they don't intend to cause me pain, right? Their intention is really just, sometimes it can be actually positive, to point out something I've done wrong in an effort to hopefully allow me to become better. Or sometimes it's just the person says something. A lot of times people say things and they don't necessarily think about the impact of what it is that they're saying. וכמו הדבורים אמורים אפילו כשנגרם הצער מתוך כוונה לשם שמיים. This is the third one. So possibility one is a person says something with the intention to hurt me. So they point out something I've done wrong, and their only intention in doing that is to cause me pain. Possibility two is a person just says stuff. Sometimes in life people just say stuff, and they have no particular kavana. They're just making a statement. A statement just happens to be about something that I've done wrong. And possibility number three is where a person points out something I've done wrong, but their intention is actually to help me. Their intention is actually to benefit me. In other words, their intention is to point it out in order, because there's a mitzvah of is a mitzvah of review. What's the mitzvah of review? If you see a fellow Jew doing something wrong, you should want to point it out. But what's the point of that review? Review is such a strong word. What's the point of that? The point of it is because I love my fellow Jew. I love that person, and so I want them to be able to engage in course correcting activity. That was the logic. Ukigon shahaya mokiho imatif l'musr amaisa haro va'agidin mitztaer shomeachativ hatochacha. So what's the bottom line? Right. So rather again, right, we have three scenarios now. We call them moving. Just coming and pointing out something I've done wrong. So there are three possible motivations, right? Motivation one, he wants to hurt me. Motivation two is, alright, he doesn't really have any motivation. Sometimes people just talk. It's unfortunate. Sometimes people just talk for the sake of talking. And possibility number three, he actually cares about me and loves me and is pointing out what I've done wrong, because he's hoping that if he points it out, that'll fuel me in my effort to do better. Now, interestingly enough, whatever the motivation, the result is the same. What's often the result? I'm hurt. Right? So again, and honestly, I think it's nice to feel that happens to many of us every day. Right? So again, the bottom line result of it is I'm hurt. Whether the motivation was negative, the motivation was positive, or the motivation was horrid, at the end of the day, no one really likes being told you're doing something wrong, and often it's just a hurtful experience. Look what he writes. In closing, הצער שנגרם לזולתו על ידו, הוא מוכן להיות הרצוע מרגיס. הרצוע המיועדת להכניס מאוס ומוסר, ליאסר לו לגרום הצער עליו. See how it suddenly switches gears. And he says, be very careful when you hurt someone by telling them something they've done wrong. Because in your effort to point out to someone else what they have done wrong, just understand that the divine microscope shifts back to you. If you being the person who's pointing out the wrong doing to the other. So okay, let's listen. So I'm going to tell Ruben, you're really deficient in this area, or you've really done something wrong. Whether my intention again is to be hurtful, whether my intention is to be harmful, or whether my intention is to be parried. The subject says the moment you go ahead and you point out the wrongdoing of someone else is the moment that the divine microscope shifts back to you. to the Mokia, to the rebuker. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, okay, if you're on such a level to go ahead and cause someone else pain, whether again, purposeful, helpful, unintentional, let's have a look at their life. Let's have a look at their life. He says, because at the end of the day, I go over to Ruvain. I say, Ruvain, you know what, Ruvain? I'm really disappointed to see how much Lashon Hara you speak. It's terrible. I don't know if go around and speak Lashon Hara to anybody and everyone who will listen. It's terribly disappointing. Now, okay, so there's an Itzal Ochech and Te'echus HaMisecha. But if it's part of this fantastic, now Ruvain is going to be a bit sad. Ruvain is going to be a little bit sabrachin, a little bit crushed, because no one likes being told that they're doing something wrong. So whether my intention was purposeful, whether my intention ultimately was purposeful, or whether it was accidental, at the end, that comes off because, okay, now I've caused pain to Ruvain. Through my rebuke, let's have a look at you. Let's have a look at you. Let's see again. And you're giving words about Lashon Hara. Let's see ultimately again how it is that you are doing in that particular area. He goes on, he says, Harikan Sarjeh, next I'm sorry, skip the brackets, I'm up to the brackets now. In other Ikama Usadira, Shashini Ne'enash Biglalo Araha. And what I can literally looks at is, have I ever transgressed the Avera for which I am giving someone else listen? Which will say that this is a very, very profound idea. What the subject is essentially highlighting is the soul that before you rebuke and tell other people how to get their house in order, make sure your personal home is in order. As I will say, now again, there is a, I'm sorry. Oh, so you see, which by the way, is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. What the subject is saying, like, think about a world in which everyone stops looking to point out the fault in the other, and instead use all of that koach inward. That's again. Now, what I want to point out is something very important. Is you see, there is a mitzvah d'oraisa of hokeach v'samisecha. There is a mitzvah. Right? There is a mitzvah. Again, I never like the word rebuke. Rebuke sounds like you're yelling at someone, right? But the mitzvah of hokeach v'samisecha means when I see someone doing something wrong, I do have to point it out, right? And again, to be clear, if I see my children doing something wrong, I absolutely have to point it out. So there is, and by the way, I would even say in the realm of, sometimes this is a hard part of parenting. Sometimes you do have to go ahead and react to your child, even if the area in which you are rebuking your child is an area in which you are highly imperfect in. Because again, remember, the whole point of hokacha, and this is, we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me. That's what every single parent says. The Gemara says that there is a natural kina, a natural jealousy that exists between people, with certain exceptions. And one of the exceptions is one's child. I am not jealous if my child becomes more successful than me. In fact, again, the greater success for a parent is if your child eclipses you. That's the greatest success. So again, so there may be times where even if I'm deficient in a particular area, at the end of the day, I still have to give that rebuke. But at the end, he said, on a day-to-day level, before I go ahead and mokia someone else about something, the first question I have to ask myself is, Lamaisa, am I really working on all cylinders in that particular area? Am I really holding my own in that particular area? Because otherwise, what ends up happening is the rebuke that I delivered to it. Another becomes the very opening for divine judgment of me in that particular area as well. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in the next term with the brackets of the Zeg. Gam Habusha Meretz Hashem tomorrow. Shkoya.
That's exactly what I did. I didn't really have a minute. That's somewhere. And I know you only have some minute. You might be going somewhere. If there's something you're going to I'm trying to know. It's like, no, on a journey. Yeah. That's like, it's a journey. I feel like we needed to shoot. That is a setup. I feel like, like that could be a long setup. Like that could be a long setup. And then the punchline about coffee. There's a lot of fun. About coffee. Right now, I just love fucking going on. You lead into something. You know, the thing is, you lead into something. They fucking goes to the dam in the fucking dance.
All right, then we'll say good morning.
So it's like, so it's leading. Yeah, I just started tying together two BCLA jokes. Which isn't a sentence. Maybe you don't need to tie to BCLA. Which isn't a sentence. Maybe you don't need to tie to
So you actually left that on the area Hasidus on the right. We're not we're gonna skip this piece. He just comes around the raya says like this is the stuff is so tough. But instead I want to use our moments that we have together this morning, focusing on the left hand paragraph. So page 59. The left hand paragraph. We have Rabbi Rothschild. And you see the 200 Gorla Elf. Here again, what the Tzaddik introduced us to was this idea. First of all, the person is simultaneous between Tzaddik and in Russia. But again, using the definitions that we established in the last. That sickness and vicious is not an absolute state, but rather again, in fact, your health, the coexistence state, that in any given moment in life I invoke a sense and so with a Russia reflective of my spiritual standing in different areas of life. Rabbi Rothschild says, and that's why he says, again, remember that even if I commit an Avera B'Shogeg, even if I commit an Avera accidentally, there's still going to be this liability for that now. Because any Avera that I commit is reflective of something which is in a state that this repairs inside of me. So because it is that because it is that predominant level, therefore there is liability and there is responsibility for that, as opposed to thinking that because it's an act. So then, therefore, by definition, there is no responsibility. Now, even when there's a shogeg, at the end of the day that highlights that something is misfiring inside of it. Now let's pick up the left-hand paragraph. The Yom of Yorla El. According to what we say, I'm showing that Hatan is Yom She'ila Adam. You לדעת ולחפש היה גם מהי הדברים העשירים שאיננו מכיר לגמרי, והם עדיין לא מכירים לגמרי. Those things gotta be powerful. That became my discussion. The incredible power of sin. And not the power of sin in a negative way, but as you know, saying the power of sin in a positive way. You'll say, what does that mean? So it's simply that when I make mistakes in life, when I commit averos, I understand which things are still in a state of discipline. In other words, let's say it's kind of like the same way that when a person becomes physically ill, at times physical illness can be a form of racha. Why? Because if I would not exhibit the signs of illness, I would not know what was wrong with me. Right? Without becoming sick, I would never know what's going on. Something so complex. Symbolizes the occurrence internally, and had my body not presented with physical symptoms, I would have never known that. I would have never known to fix the problem. So David says it's the same thing in witness. When I commit an avera, what I am ultimately showing myself is that something is in a state of disrepair. I will say, in general, we all know that something inside of us, from a wisdom perspective, is in a state of disrepair. I don't know what. I don't know. We all know we're not perfect. We all hope we all know. We all know that we need work. Like we all know that there's things that has to be done. But sometimes the shaila is in what area? What should I be focused on? And then a person commits an avera, and it doesn't sound like a strange statement, but the root of an avera is that, now I know my weakness. I know my weakness. I know where the problem is. The avera and the highlights the chink in the armor, right? He goes ahead and he highlights what my weakness was. So now I know what it is that I have to work on. He goes on and says, in remind this but also it's not something that remember often when I commit an avera, this exercise. The avera is usually never just about the avera. Right? We're good people and we want to do the right thing. So when I commit an avera, usually what that does is it highlights some other dynamic that's occurring as well. Like maybe it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe it's addiction, or whatever it might be. And avera opens my eyes without the internal processes which are occurring. He goes on and says, therefore again, and once I become a bit more self-aware as a result of the commission of the avera, I can begin to address some of the things that are wrong. He goes on, if they should call me Shalom, Ahabumus, Taivashalayas, so Shama'ahim also self. This is an example of this. Load, right? So those committed two repeated acts of incest. Now, how does that happen? How does that happen? You want to say he got drunk? A lot of people get drunk all the time, and they do stupid things. That's a far cry from incest. It's a far cry from incest. Again, what's interesting to note is now when we speak about drunkenness, there's shitlus and there's shitluso shalot. You can get drunk and you can get lot drunk, right? So lot drunk is what Chazal terms for like when you're so drunk that you don't know things right and wrong. I will say the truth is, those of us who have enjoyed a l'chaim, and maybe at times too many l'chaim, maybe on Purim or some other times, we'll say there are certain things where no matter how drunk you are, it would not be thought on a normal person to do certain things. It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. So the topic says, how does it happen that a person becomes drunk, true, but then comes to engage in an act that is so off the charts in its wrongness, right? In its wrongness, in its offensiveness, to the point that I will say to be clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic, part of the basic Noahide code of morality. How does that happen? So Tzaddik says that's what happened because inside Lot had issues with morality in general, right? In fact, again, the Farshim bring down. So that's one of the reasons he wanted to move to stone was because of the lax moral code. So the topic says when you are struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unhealthy things. So when Lot commits this sin, the world now knows what Lot's inner weakness truly is. And his weakness ultimately was this pursuit of arias, this pursuit of immorality. The Tzaddik just used as an example that a sin is not just a sin, but an avera is a manifestation of what's broken on the inside. Which I will say again, I just want to point out, according to Tzaddik, again, this is why an avera is a gift. And that sounds strange, but an avera could be a gift. Because just like it's only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me, so the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an avera, not that you're encouraging it, or when I commit an avera, I know what's wrong inside of me. I know guilty. I know what needs to be repaired. Lot commits these acts of incest, it becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his law. By the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in Lot up until this point in time? Nothing. Right? I just want to be clear. Like Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he could have been nixed, that he could have unfortunately committed these heinous acts. Nothing. But the Tzaddik understands that the Lamaisa speaks an internal state of disrepair. He ends, "V'lo rak she'ino tzaddik l'gabi dabazeh, lo yinishma min ha'shabot, ela gam yishma kama tzaddik sholim mizgamli lo adam min ha'shamayim b'mekrivan, v'kach nisam shalak yishlemus halolu u'v'tovas nashlo, כדי לעבור לו על ידי כך שיושל בתשובתו ויסתרק על עושה דבר." The here was a wait. Tzaddik ends. Isn't very interesting. Therefore, sometimes I will sometimes there is no notion over will choreograph and orchestrate certain circumstances which will not lead me to sin in order to get me to wake up to inner reality. So sometimes I commit averos, ultimately again because those averos are representative of a state of human dysfunction, and sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam causes me to sin, that puts me in difficult circumstances, or creates impossible situations, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu, this is going to sound a little bit strange, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to make this mistake. Don't misunderstand. I don't have free choice. I always have free choice. HaKadosh Baruch Hu creates these circumstances because he wants me to experience the failure. Why does he want me to experience the failure? Because through the failure, I will discover what my true uniqueness is. Without the failure, I would never know. Without the misstep, I would never become aware. Without the faith, I would never truly look inside and try to figure out what is it that's inspiring. So we'll say that the end of the oath, and again in this one oath, I told you, I think it's incredibly transformative. So in one oath of Tzaddik teaches us that in any given moment in life, I'm both that Russia, which is such a life affirming, but it's such a life affirming precept that nothing in life is absolute. We're not absolute. I'm both a tzaddik and I'm both a Russia, which is good and it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad because I'm also a Russia, but it's also good because I'm not a total Russia. And Baruch Hashem, I have elements of simplest inside of me. Ultimately says of tzaddik, a person only commits an avera in an area for which he has this something on the avera is the manifestation of something which is which is the gift of the avera. The avera tells me exactly what I have to work on. To the point where sometimes the Rebbe himself will choreograph circumstances which will enable me to sin in order that I am able to see what is in a state of dysfunction, and so I know what it is that I need to repent. Okay, so we stop over here. We have to pick up near the Shema Monday.
The laugh's not going to be on that line because it's so good you're getting that line because it's so good that you start giving then you start to replace just the word retard for him. Replace just the word retard. Yeah. Right. What I would recommend doing is Steve retards or something like that. Yeah. And I get out of the habit of telling rooms to get over it. No, I mean, no, that's just it's a better word. I think that's more offensive than a retard, I think. No, that was a joke. Yeah, I mean, which is,
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin.
Well, and he was like,
this morning, we could be that's what I think is incredibly novel and really life-altering idea. That being a tzaddik, that being a Rasha is not an absolute state of being one way or the other. Rather, again, a person can simultaneously be a tzaddik and be a Rasha. I can be a tzaddik. And I remember again, the Rebbe's definition. Simple is very interesting as well. That I'm a tzaddik vis-a-vis certain averos for which I not only not have more, but also have no type. If a person essentially has no essentially no connection to an avera, one can be considered to be tzaddik in that particular area. So again, the good news is, although we may transgress, and that's not the human, but although we may transgress certain averas, at the end of the day, most of us don't have averas for which we have no desire for, and for which we have not, and which we have not transgressed in any meaningful ways. Therefore, coming from others, that's the area in which I am excited, versus the areas in which I actively transgress, or even the areas in which a person has a desire. In those areas, I cannot consider excited. Also, so incredibly enough, in any given moment in life, I'm simultaneously excited and in Russia, all at the same time, all at the same time, in the same personality. Whatever goes. So he says, I'm thinking about which men, the left-hand paragraph in the Oya Hasidos, right in the middle of the paragraph. The Hainu, actually about 2, 4, 6, 8 10 lines up on the bottom on the left-hand column on page 51. So to which the Rebbe says, in the Inyam Zamucha, she kasher again the Izad. From here you see that if a person stumbles, יש תקרא סימן זהב. וככה עבירו שאינו נקי לגמרי מן העבירה. That if I end up transgressing an Aveda, now listen to these words. It says, if I transgress an Aveda, that's a simon, that's a sign, and the proof that I am not totally clean from that Aveda. I will say now, what is this? This is incredible. So we'll say, let's imagine the following situation. A person transgresses an Aveda. Whatever the idea might be. So what does that say about the individual? So very often a person can look at is, mistakes happen, and at the end of the day, it's a mistake. Is that Aveda a part of who I am, a reflection of where I'm holding? No, not necessarily at all. Just sometimes in life, mistakes occur. So it says, when a person commits an Aveda, even if it's accidental, that shows that there's an element of that Aveda embedded inside. And what proof to this? And this is incredible. He says, in the top, Hashut, okay, Shemuksha Da'aveda, Belidas, Biktikra Bikora Bikkinui. Okay. Therefore, I will say, what happens? What does the Torah call an accidental sinner? Achote. I will say, what's the name of a carbon that you can think for the accidental commission of an Avera? Achatos. So this is what does that show you? What does that show you? And we see also that a person requires atonement even for an Avera committed accidentally. Commotion of Zinu, Shechayiv lo carbon, Shechayiv lo Hadid. Listen, this is such an incredibly profound idea. Why is this thing like this from a shopping perspective? Why does the Torah hold me liable for accidents? For accidental commission of an Avera? Just to give me a very like contemporary example of this. A person flicks a light switch on Shabbos, right? Which again I think happens to everyone at some point. It happens to most of us. At any given point. We'll say if there was a thing kind of does, what would be the halach of the accidentally switch the light? It's gonna help us. So what's the shit with that? It's an accident. Accidents happen. Or fill in the blank for any process that a person may have. Why is there liability for a process? Why is there liability for a shuk? Okay. So public coverage because showgate is part of who and what. When I commit an idea of the showgate, what that shows is that there's something deficient inside it. There's something deficient inside it. I was like, it's the same way. It's the same way. He goes on. Look at his example. He says, so let's say, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone who kills someone else for choking. This is a very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben's climbing up a ladder, he falls off the ladder, he falls on top of Shimon, he kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Yeah. It's the for an accident. For Seriously. Reuben does, he never met Shimon before in his life. He doesn't feel any level of activity towards Shimon at all. At all. And then he falls up the ladder, falls on Shimon. Shimon dies. What's Reuben's halacha? Galus. I will say, we know what Galus means, right? You know Galus. We'll see when we get to the second Malchus. Galus. Your miklat, your family goes with you. And how long are you there for? Oh, it depends on when level. You hope to pray that the Kohen Gadol is of advanced age and is in ailing health, because it's only the Kohen Gadol's death that ultimately sets you free. So this individual's entire life upended. Why? Because of a mistake. Why is a mistake treated so severely? Which the subject says, because mistakes are representative of some disinterest disconnect. If I commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound state of disrepair. If a mistake could occur, I will say, and this is my sin the whole year. Or because this comes up very often. I say something to someone. And then I realized afterwards, you know what? It was really inappropriate. It was just really inappropriate thing to say. It was hurtful. Whatever it might be, it was just really the wrong thing to say. I said to myself, like, where did it come from? And then I was like, if I'm a self-aware enough person, I realized there's something wrong with me. There's a deficiency. There's a disconnect. There's something that's misfiring that would allow me to act. Maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some need that's. But again, it's so incredibly important. Halacha, the Rabbi Rothschild holds us accountable for mistakes, because even though the mistake is not intentional, if I could commit to this mistake, it's reflective of some dynamic that is broken inside of me. Mistakes don't occur in a vacuum. I will say, by the way, it's the same thing going back to the Shabbos thing. They like to put in the shit up. Shabbos is the easiest example of this. I will say, what happens if I realize that I put the switch on Shabbos? There's something wrong with my Shabbos awareness. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, so it looks like there are other forms. Meaning, clearly, when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness. Right? No one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk because I thought this was my bed. Right? No one has actually have an absolute work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, it means there's a lapse in your awareness. So that's what something says. Also, this is such an incredible yisod. So therefore, even when I commit an avera b'shugeg, even when I commit an avera accidentally, what something says that shows that there's some dynamic that's broken inside of me. So the Rebbe goes on. He says, I'll have some before. So he says, about this, and he said, Rebbe said, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up against Hashem with this last piece tomorrow. But also, he said, just want to point out the topic he's doing. So there's two layers so far. So layer number one is up until I know personally, up until I learned post Lunchas in the Tzaddik, I've always assumed that either you are a Tzaddik or a Rasha. Like there's no product, there's no in between. The tzaddik says that's unequivocally untrue. That he explains most of us are always a tzaddik and always a rasha. Right? I'm a tzaddik in the areas in which I am not sinning and in which I have no desire to sin. And I'm quote unquote a rasha, although again we're going to mitigate that term a little bit. I'm a rasha in those areas in which I'm actively transgressing or desire to transgress. That's level one, which I want to say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I'm still have at least the quasi-status of a tzaddik. Lesson number two that tzaddik is teaching us now is responsibility for shogeg. Why is it that the Torah Kedosha holds us responsible for actions? Because when accidents happen, they are reflective of some internal states of disrepair. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be ever vigilant about what that says about where I'm actually holding the right. Let's stop over here for today. We'll pick up the next session with that last piece for the conclusion of the All right, people say good morning. Let us begin. We are going to immerse Hashem complete Osman Zion. This morning session. Remember again, yesterday we began the very profound last piece of this oath. David HaMelech telling us that Ke'ilech B'Geis HaNobes Lo Ira Roti Yato Imadi. So the tzaddik is introducing us to the idea that the gates HaNobes is actually a reference to Gehenna. Incredibly dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. And David HaMelech is saying, even though I'm going to go to Gehenna, I'm not scared to you are with me. To which the tzaddik said, David HaMelech, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, David, even if you've done things wrong, David HaMelech ultimately again is the paradigmatic example of the clock of the power of Shiva. Furthermore, maybe you're concerned, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. It's not the way that you speak, it's not the way that you think, it's not the way that you approach your life. Which the tzaddik said, the Gehenna, which David HaMelech refers to, is the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Admas Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment of this. David HaMelech says, Gam Ke'ilech B'Geis HaNobes. I have experienced my Gehenna in Israel as speaking like this. The Gemara says that David HaMelech, when we're walking through this, we always ask him, we were told him, David HaMelech suffered from this conquering, from hearing the abuse from his enemies, both internal and external, for many years. And he would love to think that his measures, they would say to him, David, what is the punishment for adultery? punish for adultery. So David HaMelech would say, the truth is, the punishment is Nisa, but if he does tshuva, he has Olam Haba. But Amadayish as Havero Berabim, but one who embarrasses his friend in public, Ein Lo Chelik Olam Haba, has no portion of it. And this is David HaMelech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the base measures. Forget about the external enemies that he faced. He said, I walk in Gehenna each and every day. This is the nature of my life. And I will say what the Tzaddik began to speak about yesterday a little bit was again which Kuf Lamites. Look at the bottom right of the Orech Hasidus. He says, we began, I believe, to speak about this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the tzaddik has been extolling the power of Busha and the power of Admas Nefesh and the power of inner turmoil. He's been extolling these things because it is a representative of a person's status of tshuva. But at the end of the day, says the tzaddik, there's another part of this, which is the possibility that as a result of the depression, of people's sadness, one doesn't have the shino in their life. Because as the tzaddik said, left hand column, page 12, has Shara'ina Shina Shara Elamito Simcha. The Az Mahmas Sarga. So this is really this incredible, almost profound dialectic. That on one hand, the Agmas Nefesh, the Busha, the sadness that is the result of sin, is so powerful and cathartic because it represents tshuva. That emotional reaction to sin tells me this is not part of me. This is not who I am. I am not a chokeh. I am a good person in some and does bad things, but I'm not a bad person. The hara. Look how I feel in the aftermath of doing something negative. That's the profundity here. Yet the tzaddik says on the same hand, sadness is the very emotion which drives away the Ribono Shel Olam. A person needs simcha in order to go ahead and forge a relationship with Hashem. So David HaMelech says something amazing. God left the gates on us. Even though I walk in Gehenna in this world, I experience profound sadness in this world as a result of the averos that I've committed. Lo irara. If you look in Rav Tzaddik, he says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, left-hand paragraph, is there a Hasidus. The Amar Davar HaMelech, Gan Ke'ilah B'Geis HaMaves. Haynu Ba'as Us Al Kafa'ai Lo irara. The Atar Imadu. Davar HaMelech says, Ribono Shel Olam. Somehow, now, the tzaddik gets into different or more specific ideas as to what Ra represents. I don't think it's central for our being right now. But the tzaddik is saying over here something so profound. David Malach is saying is, even though I experience the busha, the admas nefesh, the visceral emotions of faith in this world, nevertheless, lo ira, I am not worried about the spiritual downfall. Why? Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, somehow I found a way to be in balance between agmas nefesh and sadness of sin, yet the need to go ahead and maintain a positive simcha disposition in life. What's happening over here? This I think, is perhaps one of the most profound, I think it's one of the most profound things I've ever learned in my life. The tzaddik is saying life, successful spiritual living requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the agmas. Yes, and the sadness and the profound embarrassment, the busha over what I've done wrong. The danger with that is you could lose yourself in it. You could lose yourself in it, right? I could become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done, that I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that abyss of sadness. So that's why the other side of the coin is, yes, I have agmas nefesh, I have busha, I have charasa, I have all of these things that I faith, but I also possess optimism, hope, resolve for the future. I can do better. I can be better. I can live better. These are these two sides of the coin. The busha, charata, agmas nefesh, hope, optimism, promise for the future. And that sense of tzaddik is what David HaMelech is saying in this kapitel of so in this one phrase, Gan ke'ilech begates novas. I live in the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna, which is often the aftermath of Chet, where I recognize that I messed up so badly. Didn't need to be this way. This is not who I am. The busha, the agmas nefesh, the charata, the lo yirah. Lo yirah says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. Why? Because I know, and also listen to what Tzaddik says, I know that despite everything terrible that I've done, you leave me. You don't leave me. You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me? Because you believe in me. Because you believe in me. First of all, you believe in me because you see the good that I possess. And if you believe in me, that gives me the power to believe in myself. So therefore, again, as much as I have to live with the busha, with the agmas nefesh, with the charata, because that's necessary and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to hate, that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in it. I won't lose myself in it. Because you don't forsake me. You don't leave me. You believe in me. Ultimately, that gives me the clock to believe in this. Okay, so we'll stop over there for today. We're just going to pick up an tomorrow.
especially the like I love that fishing. I think you could probably sell that magician joke from the top. Try it a little bit harder. I mean, I think it would be right more like my dad was sort of like whatever in your own words, he was still the fact that he was a good magician. Like he was such a good magician that he was actually needed to sell such a good magician that he actually needed to sell this. My philosophy is not good. My philosophy is not just like joke. You know what I'm saying? It's just like my dad was a magician, such a great magician. Like that's the joke. Like when people ask me if I had never seen that I had never seen that where you not gonna tell that joke. Like that was an awesome minute. Like you got to see that was an awesome minute.
Alright, so good morning. And that's begins to be starting this morning. This has a post name test. On the WhatsApp chat, and we can see the questions we have ahead of us today. So let's begin. It's on page 6. Mem, post name test. So for that, I can follow along in the video. See this right column. ואחד, שטוב לאדם להסמרמר ולהצטער בחוליבו על חטאו. So whoever wrote, I skipped over, well, I'm sorry, let's skip over. So after a person, yeah, good. ואחד שטוב לאדם להסמרמר ולהצטער בחוליבו על חטאו. After it's important for a person to establish what's in science, we spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go after 120, but in fact, again, Gehenna can be experienced in Olam Hazeh when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes I've made in life. So after we've spoken about this concept, also we talk about this idea that this Gehenna in Olam Hazeh actually has a profound cathartic impact as well. I love Ladas, which is a very profound idea.
Hi guys, how exciting! Another fun.
After a person does tshuva for a particular adira, sheshav alav b'tshuva, seeing ba'alchacha she'eno naki l'chalutin me'chezeh. So it's like, Rabbi says something very interesting, which you're going to have to kind of ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. It says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, "Simin ba'alchacha she'ino naki lechalutin me'chezeh." That's demonstrative that I'm not cleansed. In other words, that I still struggle with this particular faith. Okay, so as I said, first glance, the statement seems a little obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling with that area. So see what he uses in just a moment. Share bidvar avera. B'davar ba'avera. Sha'adam naki minenu legamri. Yes, when it comes to a certain area or a particular area, that a person is totally lucky, that a person is totally cleansed from, the aim of Shona in the group, idea. Yishincha nafshus, yishincha la'avirahi. As a Muslim, it's actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular avera in which I have no struggle, if there's a particular avera in which I am totally clean and pure, he says, I'm sorry, I have no desire for this particular avera. Hari nikra nechshav adam zeh b'shamayim l'tzadik l'inyan osat davar va'osa avera. Listen, this is such a beautiful idea. You'll see how the Rebbe develops this. If there's a particular avera that I don't stumble, a particular avera that I don't transgress, and a particular avera for which I have no desire, I am called tzaddik in that area. So these are the two parts of the tzaddik of life, of my personal life. They're the areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the Kiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say I commit an avera, and I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status now? What's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik to this. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik because the tzaddik says the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avari, and it's going to be a tzaddik. Or if I've done tshuva, I am about tshuva. Because the Rebbe says not a tzaddik. That term tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and I have no desire for certain things which I have not transgressed those particular averas. Now let's say it goes on. And you're going to see why this is a very exciting definition. He goes on, he says, already said good. The Inyan says, the Choshi Tzadik L'Tzadik Rak L'Davar Echad Bilvad Gan in Legabi Sharnian. So just to understand something. So what's the beautiful resulting of Sabbath's understanding? What's the beautiful reality that he creates for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say Shem, because that's a bit not too strong. But in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a sec. The Torah says, "L'sita l'cha ashera." Don't plant an ashera tree to worship it. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. Fantastic. I'm a tzaddik in the union of ashera. I will say the truth is that you can find the whole list of this. Right? Think about this going on even in the areas of immorality, morality, where there are so many types. There's certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the topic says it also, what this means is in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik and I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And the tzaddik says, this idea, the inyan zeh, l'hichoshev, the tzaddik, rak l'davar echad bilvad, Gam in Lagabi Sharon Yom Nefsha Kirasha. And this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha. Derek Shekasav Harashba the Kedusha of Benida. Quotes over here. It's very interesting Gemara in the second Shemida. Quotes over here. And it goes, actually, we're gonna stop over here for today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to start that on time where it says. So, but just point out, Reverend Susan says dramatic new idea that a person can simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha in the same time. But these are new definitions. A tzaddik, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to, tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averas. So to certain averas, I'm a tzaddik. To certain averas, I'm a rasha. Certain averas, I'm a tzaddik. No type of it, no desire for it, no shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress, act the state of transgression, I may have to be a rasha. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. What's also interesting about this according to this approach of the Rebbe, Rabbi said that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. How good a person in recovery is, he's never what? If you see the people in recovery, don't have to know. People don't usually say, I'm recovered. I'm recovered. They say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible sort of, it's so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is, this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The tzaddik says it's the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Let's say, if you think about this in life, it's not usually the shout that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away, and Kanan cuts right? New struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally very often are the very things we've been struggling with since our youth. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So therefore, besides that tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, you never really become tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shaykhus to this particular thing. I become about shura. And that's okay. We'll say that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. All right, so we'll stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece of life altering. Listen to the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. We're going to be continuing tomorrow. That's what they say. It's higher in sex spot wearing underwear. Yeah, I have underwear. Is it patriotic? Definitely. Can we see it? See my patriotic underwear? You got stage again. How Brian has this kind of how Brian pulls this shit off. I've been having so fast, dude. Yeah. All right, so we'll say zero to creep. Well done. Amazing, they fit everyone. One size fits all. America.
Bush because I love pussy. Oh yeah. Bush? Yeah, like a woman.
Let us see here continuing our session this morning in Osman class.
Can you show us? Oh my god. Brian. Alright, let's get this thing started. Now on. Now that everybody has red, white, and blue balls.
Let's get class on Saturday, so we don't do it again.
You son of a bitch. A bunch of people signed up. You guys know what goes on.
The Rebbe began with this concept yesterday. It's a little bit of a definition. That the definition of a tzaddik is one who does not go ahead and experience in a particular area of life versus the quote, I guess, the lack of a better term used here is Russia, but it's not really what that is referring to. There's the tzaddik and the non-tzaddik. So the tzaddik is one who never experiences the completion of a particular area. But an area in which I struggle, and an area certainly in which I fall and I have failed, so one could not refer to himself and think of himself as a tzaddik in that particular area. But the Rebbe says for someone who's that's why in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple others. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So the Rebbe now gives an example of this. He says, picking up on the Kufman in the Uriah Hasidus, the right-hand side, right-hand side, the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines from the bottom. The Indian is that the Bashi tzaddik rakli davar echad bilvad, im gam legabi shara inyan nefshat Russia. And this idea that I can be considered a tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a Russia, the Kidaksha Kasa Parashma Bidusha Bidida. So see, bring an interesting example of this. So make you understand what does the Gemara say? Le'iyah mash anu chazal al ha-gimalim rochvei gimalim shekudam rishad. The Gemara says, camel drivers. All camel drivers are rishad. What does that mean? Mifnei she'ovin al tisurei chutza'az zara levatana. Because we'll see what's the issue with the camel drivers. Camel drivers, right? If you look in footnote from above, so he says the here, the Gemara Lochvei Gemara Masur Lecha B'Truma, Tanya Red Kain Hamyafi, Lochvei Gemalim Kulam Nisham. The Gemara Masur says those who camel riders are always shy. Why? Rashi Lochvei Gemalim is a ram is coming the Basra Hagamal Umotziam Zara. So Rashi seems to understand over here. The nature of riding a camel is that ultimately, again, the feet are rubbed against the camel, and it leads to constant, emission of zera, emission of semen. So because of that, they end up wasting an incredible amount of zera. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, because of that, all those donkey drivers are shy. Okay. Now listen, now watch this. The Gemara goes on. He says, Maksha Rashba. The Rashba raises a kasha. What's the Rashba's kasha? Shalachora Tibre had Gemara lo social no Mashal so Kedushin. But there's another Gemara Masech is Kedushin. And what is the Gemara? Your left hand column B'Yarei Chasidus. He said the Mishnah. Shahagimalin Ruban Ksherim. Also listen to this. Gemara Masech Kedushin says that the Gemarim, the camel drivers, the majority of them are ksherim, righteous people. Why? Hainu, sheposhim l'midbalos l'makum v'gudei chayis l'listim v'yireim l'nafsha and in the shadim v'bam l'makum. Those is this. So Rashi said, why is that? Because regular camel drivers have to travel. They have to travel to the desert, right? And in the desert, they are pretty much dependent on the Ribbon Shalom. In the desert, they are exposed to all of the elements. In the desert, they have to deal with all of this uncertainty. So, interestingly enough, uncertainty is something which often brings a person closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because I realize at the end of the day, in Lanu Amri Shayim Ela Alavinu Shel Hashemayim, I can depend on no one except for the eternal Shalom. So let's say, see these two contrasting Gemaras. On one hand, the Gemara in Sefer Smicha says, camel drivers, they're always shy. Why? Because as they need to their professional riding on the camel all day, so they experience the tzas, the sound of Akala. Wait, let's see. Remember, second condition, no bunch of other camel drivers, that is a full chazra. Why? They're not meaning, they're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Because there's no peace in the Pakistan. So when you're traveling in vast deserts, right, and you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here, and you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the Ribbon Shalom you are, that engenders a certain level of fruitfulness, a certain piety. So as the Ashba, so the Ashba says, so what's going on over here? How do you reconcile these two Gemaras? Are the camel drivers Rishayim or are they Ksherim? What dies at Ashba? Rashba says it's so profound. Shadvar in and Sosim Delo Zekav. Rashba says it's not a contradiction. Sha'emet Si, Gilagabe Inan Zeh, Shalashvasa Zera, Nefshavim Rofe Hagimalim Lirishayim. In reality, says the Rashba, when it comes to Ashvasa Zera, wasting of seed, so the Gamal and Rishayim, they commit this avera. However, the Gemara says, "Ulam bechol legabe inet zeh shemishabrim libam lamakom inechshavim la'anashim shiri." So the Rashba says it's a very simple answer. They are Rishoim in one area and Tzadikim in another area. So they're Rishoim with this issue of Akala. But they're tzaddikim because they have incredible amunah. They have incredible belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They supplicate. They petition God with a broken heart and incredible intensity. Nay, shehagzoras tzaddik or Russia, eina behefrich koleles es kol plake hamitzvos. So let's say what Rashba introduces to us is being a tzaddik or a Russia is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a Russia? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a Russia. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a Russia in other areas. That was what the last person introducing to us and the Patel really building out, I think, is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a Rasha, is not an absolute state. It's not either I'm one or the other. Because everyone said the truth. It is almost no one fits into that, or at least regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or Rasha? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas. There are areas that I'm doing great things, and then there are areas that are really profoundly failing. So what does that mean? That's my status. Who am I? Who's Tzaddik really developing upon this Rashba? Is that at the end of the day, the Rofei Gimalim can be Rishoim and can be Ksherim in the same breath. How can you say that? Rishoim in this area, shaped in this area, and it's not a contradiction. It's a dialect. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that simultaneously find expression inside of me, inside of my persona, my personality. I will say this is not a life affirming idea, because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like if I'm going to be a rough, Rasha in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What is my good matter for if I know that I'm a Rasha in areas A, B, and C? What is that? See what Rothschild says? That's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this dialectic. Everyone lives with his balance. But yes, I could simultaneously be a tzaddik in certain areas in life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm a Rasha. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up now again. At least we see where a tzaddik gets this. The concept finds its expression in the spirit in the Sefer Nida of the Nida and Kedushin and the Keres of the Rashba, and the Nirtishin will develop it more in the days to come.
It's important. First guy to do comedy from space. But yeah, that's primarily just to protect my material, and then just also to have some shit from HJ, show that I had something established. So that's what you saw me already, but no one is stealing your material. I like that you couldn't help but mouth it as it was playing. You had this thing all out. Not just like you went Britney Spears.
Alright, Jefferson, good morning. Let us begin. We are starting.
You do that 42 minutes again, exactly like that. Is that what you're saying? Oh, we just
This morning, our new host, Steven Stitchasa.
I really think when it comes to choosing the right job, it's very much all right, Jake. What a first impression you have on us. The first team I've ever seen drop an album before starting.
Something like that, so on the WhatsApp. That's not a really beautiful piece we have ahead of us. Today. So let's begin. It's on page Mem Osman. So the Rebbe writes as follows. Let's follow along in the people. Yeah, singles right hand column. The Achad. Shekov la'adam. Lehismarmer u'le'tztarer b'cholibo al chapa'al. So the Rebbe wrote, I skipped over. Well, I'm sorry, I skipped over. So after a person. Yeah, good. The Achad Shekov la'adam lehismarmer u'le'tztarer b'cholibo al chapa'al. After it's important for a person to establish what's memory again. When you're Zion, we spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go after 120, but in fact, again, Gehenna could be experienced in Olam Hazeh when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes I've made in life. So after we've spoken about this concept, listen, we spoke about this idea that this Gehenna in Olam Hazeh actually has a profound cathartic impact as well. I love Ladas, this is a very profound idea. After a person does tshuva for a particular avera, they will say, that video says something very interesting. You're gonna have to kind of ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. It says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, Simin gal bacha she'ino not lechalutin me'feitzah. That's demonstrative that I'm not cleansed. In other words, that I still struggle with this particular faith. Okay, so as I said, first glance, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. We'll see what he means in just a moment. Share, bidvar avera, b'davar va'avera, sha'adam neki when it comes to a certain area or a particular avera, that a person is totally neki, that a person is totally cleansed from, ואין לו שום נגיעה, משיכה נפשס, ושום טבע לעבירה הזאת. And that's actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular avera in which I have no struggle, if there's a particular avera in which I am totally clean and pure, says, "V'shum taiva la'avera." I'm sorry, "V'shum taiva la'avera," and I have no desire for this particular avera. Hari nikra b'nefsha adam zeba shamayim l'tzadik l'inyan osa davar va'osa avera. Listen, this is such a beautiful idea. You'll see how the Rebbe develops this. If there's a particular avera that I don't stumble in, a particular avera that I don't transgress, and a particular avera for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. So these are the two parts of the tzaddik of life, of my personal life. They're the areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the Kiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say, looking at it, and I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status now? What's my status? First, what's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik in the tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik because the tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avari, or if I've done tshuva, I am a bal tshuva. Not a tzaddik. That term tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go out and I have no desire, no inclination, and I have not transgressed those particular areas. That was it. He goes on. You're going to see why this is a very exciting definition. He goes on, he says, already said good. The Inyan Zeh, the Choshi Tzadik, the Tzadik, not the Davar Echad Bilbal, Gan in Legabi Sharnya. Listen, so just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of Tzadik? So what's the beautiful reality that it creates for us? Think about this. There are tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say shy, because that's much too strong. But in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "Lo sita lecha asheira." Don't plant an asheira tree to worship it. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. But that's the I'm a tzaddik in the Indian of asheira. Right? And listen, the truth is, the amazing part is we can go through a whole list of this. Right? Think about this for a moment. Even in the areas of immorality, where there are so many titles. There are certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the topic says, what this means is, in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And Rav Tzaddik says, this idea, the inyan zeh, lehichoshev, l'tzadik, rak l'davar echad bilvad, gam im v'gabi sharon yom nefsha kirasha, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha. Quotes over here was in very interesting Gemara in the second Gemara. Quotes over here, and I'm going to ask you, we're gonna stop over here today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to start that on 10 minutes. But also, just point out, Rebbe says dramatic new idea that a person can simultaneously be a tzaddik and a rasha in the same time. But these are two definitions. A tzaddik, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to, tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averas. So to certain averas, I'm a tzaddik. To certain averas, I'm a rasha. Certain averas, I'm a tzaddik. No type of thing, no desire for it, no shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik. Other areas I transgress, active state of transgression, I mean, but again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. But also, it's also interesting about this. It's like you have to stop. According to this approach of the other, I will say that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery, it's an amazing thing. The cloud level a person in recovery is, he's never what? If you see the people in recovery, people don't usually say, I'm recovering. I'm recovered. Instead, they say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible sort of, it's so profound because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is, this is my reality. This is something I will contend with this the rest of my life, is my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The Tzaddik says it's the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Also, if you think about this in life, it's not usually the chance that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away. And Panim Kadoshos, Baolakan, new struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally very often are the very things we've been struggling with since our youth. All the same stuff. All the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same. So therefore says that tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, you never really become a tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shaykhus to this particular faith. I become about tshuva. But that's okay. We'll say that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. So all I have to do is go ahead and string along, or string together a prolonged amount But sobriety, that's like God. I don't know, so stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering. This is the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. And it's just speaking to me. Wow, that's it.
There's no way they have their own life goals and shit.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let's see. So just spend a few moments this morning, really just a few moments. We have a long gap ahead of us, and there's a lot to do, but the trees and flat partner, I want to just spend a few moments this morning focusing a little bit on the incredible nature of the Kedusha of the day in a bit of a different perspective. There's often our association with the Kedusha, the sanctity of Lag BaOmer, is roots in really one of two events. Either the Shulchan Aruch itself mentions that Lag BaOmer is the day of the cessation of the death of Rabbi Akiva's students, or that the day itself is Rashi had determined by Yochai. Now, and again, whether it's the anniversary of the date of Rashbi coming out of the cave after being hiring from the Romans for 13 years, or it's the date of the anniversary of the outside of Rashbi, either or both. And also, of course, pointing out the incredible connection between Rabbi Akiva and Rashbi. Right, remember again, after Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students died, the Gemara says in Sefer Kivanos that Rabbi Akiva went and found or established top 5 new students. And amongst those students was a young man named Rabbi Shimon, who's very shown by Yochai. So amazingly enough, Rabbi Akiva and Rashbi, those two personalities are very much linked in the establishment of this day. But the truth is, there's an element of Lag BaOmer, the definition, meaning both Rabbi Akiva and Rashbi were talking about end of Second Temple era, like end of Vayishim. But the truth is, in Hasidus it's understood that the power of Lag BaOmer preceded these individuals and these events. You see with Rabbi Akiva and Rashbi, Lag BaOmer goes on to take on a brand new dimension of meaning. The power of the day is embedded in the day already from the beginning of time. So if you take a look on, I put it out on the WhatsApp chat yesterday. This is from a beautiful paper called Mesilos Ba'ar HaChasidus. And he writes over here, he has a section about Lag BaOmer, and he quotes on the page that I sent you, I underlined it. He writes over here, well, we can take a look, Baspaklarius Rabbasim Ba'ar HaChasidus, Zuchusim Yagin Aleinu, Amimotzim Or Chadash B'Mechudash B'Mehusa Sheyom Lag BaOmer, Beberu B'Tavcha, Kedushas Va'otzim B'Hirason, כשלדבריהם מסבר כי ביום הזה משכיל להסנוצץ זמן של מתנתורתנו הבא עלינו לטובה. So beautifully, so let's see. בכל חסר וקדושת רבי. Since we had Rabbi Yitzchak, and I believe Yitzchak says something incredibly beautiful. He says, הבחינה הזאת של יציאת מצרים מאירה עד ל"ג בעומר. The Rebbe posits that Svira itself, right, this week's parsha, we start with Nachami Macharas HaShabbos, Sheva Shabbos Yeshimos. We have an obligation to count 7 weeks, 49 days between Yitzhak Mitzrayim and Shavuos. So the Rebbe says, simply says that counting is divided into two parts. The first part, he says, for the first 33 days, or up until the 33rd day, the essence of Sphira is rooted in Yitzias Mitzrayim. It's almost as if the afterglow of Yitzias Mitzrayim. Right? That's, we left Egypt, we experienced an incredible salvation, and up until the 33rd day, the focus of the days, the kedusha of the days, emanates from Yitzias Mitzrayim. And Milag Ba'omer, Masvir Ha'ara Shaman Sinai, Shita Barasato. The Yitzchak posits that there's a switch that occurs at Lag Ba'omer. And what's the switch? The switch is that from the 33rd day of the Omer and on, the focus is no longer Yitzias Mitzrayim, but the focus is Kabbalah Sator. The focus is Shavuos. And it's not just what the focus is, it's not just what the focus is, it's where the kedusha of the days themselves emanates. Up until Lag Ba'omer, the kedusha of the Sphira emanates from Yitzias Mitzrayim. From Lag Ba'omer and on, the kedusha of the Sphira is pulled from Shavuos. He goes on, he says, this is so beautiful. The Miramis ha'inyan the pasuk, the Yaakov kara lo gal eid. See, he goes to the pasuk, I think gracious, goes to the pasuk in Parshas Vayishlach, and the Parshas Vayishlach. Like, remember again, this is when Yaakov Avinu parts ways from Lavan. And remember again, Yaakov, he steals away from Lavan, he sneaks away in the middle of the night. Lavan catches up with him, and they make a treaty. Right after a little bit of anxiety at first, or a little bit of tension, they make a treaty. And the treaty essentially is they set up a line of demarcation. And both parties agree, no one crosses the line. Yaakov is going to go inside Israel, you don't come back to Aram Naharaim. Lavan agrees not to come into Canaan, and they draw a line. And the Torah says, the Yaakov, and what do? They piled the split, they made a pile of stones in order to go ahead and demarcate the area. So the pasuk says, the Yaakov Karolo Galid, Yaakov called it Galid, down literally the pile. A is testimony, so the Rebbe says something so beautiful. When the Gal, right, also David HaMelech writes, open my eyes and I will see. Gal is Lag. When Gal comes, when Lag comes, the Lag Ba'omer comes, Shuvumarumas HaLag Ba'omer, as Maskirin Laha'ir Bechinos Ha'ara Kabbalah. So we'll say the moment that Gal comes, is the moment that you begin to feel the energy of Kabbalah Sator. That you begin to feel ultimately again the energy of Shavuos. That you begin to feel the energy of what's going to happen in just a few days from now. Milas ad, see that's here something very beautiful. He says the word ad goes to the pasuk from the Cheskel, Umilashon ade adayim, which again the Gemara directions to refer to Kabbalah. So it literally means ade adayim is blossoming into women. It's the metaphor referring to proudly still as a maturing young woman. Shalom is al-Hashirah. So we'll say just an incredibly beautiful and overwhelming idea is this notion that the Sira itself is divided up into these two parts. And up until Lag Ba'omer, the Kedusha, in terms of the inspiration of the days, is Noveas, stems from what was. And then for the rest of the Sira, the inspiration stems from what will be. And isn't that the incredible dialectic of life? And life is this combination of things. We are inspired from our past, and ultimately we gain strength from our past, and we gain inspiration from our future. We'll do one more little piece. He says, cultivated people by the or Kabbalah Hasira, Shonisohim Chamishim Yom, Kiddush Nizdachi, Atzmin B'nei Hasira, Kiddush Niskala Hasagas HaTorah B'Chag HaShavuos, Tzarech HaAdam L'Tachim Ma'aseh B'nei Hasira, Ad Lag Ba'omer, Shehu Shavua Chamishi Shebasira, Shuhod Shabahod, Umikanda Ilak Masculine is no safe on Kadashis. Don't say same idea of the Ma'arva Hashem supporting the basic same idea that the Yitzchak framing it a little bit differently in the more esoteric concept of hold and hold Shabahod. They always say, I think it's a profound idea because what it tells you is the power. There are days that possess an incredible amount of kedusha. The way they just embedded in the world is that they possess kedusha. What happens is as time evolves, additional layers of kedusha are added to the day. So Rabbi Akiva adds an element of holiness to Lag BaOmer. Rashbi adds an element of holiness to Lag BaOmer. But here we have Rabbi Yitzchak and the Ma'arv Hashem is saying from the beginning, from the time that we first started to count the Sefira, this day was significant because what this day represented, they will say, really, if we drill down to it, what it's saying is as follows. I'm not going to start with that. What it's saying is as follows: is that in life, if you build on your parents, you have the ability to journey towards a magnificent future. In other words, in the ideal world, maybe we should have learned this at the beginning of Sfira. In the ideal world, the first 33 days of Sfira are Yitzias Mitzrayim. The avoda is for me to leave my Mitzrayim. Because we all have our Mitzrayim. Like we all have our Mitzrayim, our narrow straits. We all have the things in life which hold us back, which confine us, which limit us. The goal of the first 33 days is to leave your Mitzrayim. And then if you leave your Mitzrayim in 33 days, you need to spend the rest of the Sfira journeying ultimately to your Har Sinai. Because the paradigm for growth in life is first deal with the things which are holding you back, first deal with the trials, first deal with the difficulties, deal with the Mitzrayim. And then America saying you get to your Har Sinai. That's the power of these days of Rabbi Yitzchak. So when you transition, I've worked on my past, I've left my Mitzrayim, I've changed who I am, and now I'm ready to go on to my path. Alright, so we'll stop over here. Yes, Hashem, we'll have the opportunity to more like BaOmer. So if we have a little bit of time at the end of the show, I'll share with you some more. But highly unlikely that I'm going to have more time at the end of the day. Such a seal aside, I've also put on the sheet a beautiful piece by the Belzer Rebbe, which you'll take a look on. You'll take a look at it as well. Really incredibly beautiful. All right.
Just let it grow. I called my buddy. I'm like, I'm quitting this tonight. I gotta do stuff like this. So, my fiance's so uptight. Also, it's fucking like, I'm like, look, we're engaging. I'm going to the sex stage. She's like, absolutely. Who's gonna play this? Thank you guys. Oh, jeez. What happened from last time you were on stage? With my fiance? Yeah. I don't want to say you. No, you gotta tell us. Did she hear it? She didn't hear it. No. Did somebody tell me? No, no one said anything. Did some things change in your life? Did you reflect on it? Oh, I did a lot of reflecting. Yeah. What happened? So what happened the last time he was here, about 2 weeks ago, we had him, I mean, he really doesn't, as you can tell by the a different minute than 2 weeks ago that he talked about, he really is unhappy. He's engaged, he's not married yet, and he's been engaged for a year, and he's still putting it off for another year, and he's so unhappy, but he's not jumping out of this thing. I mean, a serial bitch, like that's the person that. Yeah, no, I felt genuine hate. Yeah, no, it's not. I play it up for the performance. I mean, there is some stuff about her. There is marriage that like I told you, I don't know. I feel like his wife is in a cooking class complaining about his comedy.
Alright, so let's say good morning, let us begin. So we are picking up, or we are continuing with Osman Zion. We left off yesterday in the footnote 69, where we were focusing on the concept of the power of Risha. We saw the Gemara Masechet Brachos that said that when a person suffers from anxiety, and a person is both in love. When a person is embarrassed about the adults he has committed, that Risha, that embarrassment, ultimately creates a sense of Nehida. It creates forgiveness. So trying to figure out exactly what the nature of that dynamic is. Why is it that Risha has the power to affect this level of Shiva? So we're picking up again in footnote Kuf Mem Vav, and we're picking up now in the second paragraph of that footnote, the right hand side, we're going to see this Olam. The Maral, the Sivat Shiva, Rabbi Rothschild said, Lama Habusha Mesaber Ulo Kulo Operation. Why is it that Busha, why is it that embarrassment has the ability to go ahead and atone for one's sin? So again, I committed Avera, I'm embarrassed about the fact that I committed that Avera, and then somehow because of that Busha, that Busha affects Shiva, that Busha affects power. So why is that? He says, about brothers and Muslims being in Abisha. So the Maharal explains this is a fundamental understanding, a fundamental concept within the reality of what it means to be embarrassed and Abisha. The Jewish brothers ask, Kasher Adam is Bayit Shminachit. When a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an Avera I committed, Mola, Shumasarik Atzmo, Umatik Atzmo Menachit Adam. That shows that embarrassment shows that I'm removing myself and distancing myself from that sin in totality. Shekabusha Shinimisbayish Midava, Machik Atzmo. Whenever I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, I remove myself, I distance myself from that sin. You'll say it's just simply an incredibly profound idea. When I'm embarrassed about something, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done this. I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed with this. I don't want to be associated with this. So I distance myself from it. Looking at Oz HaPanim, Shemus Atzim B'Chei. This is different from someone who has Oz HaPanim, that someone has a bit of arrogance. And ultimately, again, he strengthens himself. He's Atzim B'Chei. He's part of the sin. The Kasher is Atzim B'Chei. Ein Hasar B'Chei. Hazek Kasher Achit is Atzim B'Chei. Aval HaMevayish Menachit. Moresh She'ein Ha'Chit is Atzim B'Chei. When you're proud of something, that thing becomes a part of you. You want to self-identify with that thing. When you're embarrassed about something, I actually don't want to self-identify with that particular action. In fact, all I want is the place of distance between myself and that action. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want the connection to it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want to be identified with it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely want to put the distance between myself and that action. This is about It's not part of me. The Adirabba, Tik Atzmo Menachit, Kimosha Hayushol Mitzvayis, Loratzel Ahaske and Sachritin Ve'at Yishabrachim, Mochilin Lo Achit, Me'achas Meyuchak Menachit. Therefore, again, the Maharal explains on a very simple level. If there is embarrassment, when I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, he says two words. One more, two is absent. It doesn't become part of the essence of who I am. That's number one. And by definition, I distance myself from that thing, which means I don't want to be associated with this action. I don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this state. This does not represent who and what I am. Says the Maharal, that's Shiva. That's Shiva. So at the end of the day, what is the fundamental cornerstone of Shiva? It's the repudiation of the sin. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want this to be associated with this. It's a fundamental creation, and then distancing oneself from that particular action. That's tshuva. Therefore, says the Maharal, that's why the Gemara says, if you're embarrassed about the faith, it means you don't want to be associated with it. It means that you feel that this does not reflect who I really am, which by definition means I don't want to keep doing this. I want to change this cycle of things. That's true. ועוד יש לחרדס מדרגת המספרית שיש לו מידס הפשיטס למשלנו מושס פנים לגן עדן כי הבושה הוא פשיטס על האדם הפך העז פנים. So it's actually very interesting. There's another piece that's been out, which is embarrassment. Embarrassment is the opposite of arrogance. See, we think that busha and azus panim, right? Azus panim. So many of us, so we may be familiar with this word. We might have been called it when we were little. Also, this is a good parental term of review, azus panim. And so the idea here is busha and azus panim are opposites. And so if azus panim means a certain arrogance and bravery, busha is the opposite of that. It's interesting. We often think that the opposite of arrogance is humility, right? Humility. But the truth is, we're all can understand how arrogance manifests itself. So how does humility manifest itself? Right? So how does humility? So it's interesting. Now it says humility manifests itself in embarrassment. In embarrassment, when I am embarrassed and I feel embarrassed about the avedas that I committed, that in and of itself is a manifestation of one's inner humility. Because again, I'm humbled. I can't believe I did this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be associated with this. This is not who I am. This is not who I want to be. Says the Maharal, that's humility. That's the opposite of Azaz Panim. Yavusha is shifus ala adam pafek ha'az Panim. You defines it as that. Yavusha is shifus. It's the simplicity of it. So listen, arrogance is incredibly complex. Right? Why is arrogance complex? Because arrogance requires a person to think themselves up on multiple levels, ultimately constructing false realities in order to inflate one's ego. Humility is easy. I mean, humility is not easy. It's not easy to achieve. It's a struggle. It's not easy to achieve. But once you achieve it's a cheapness. Humility is a simplicity. It's a simplicity. Humility doesn't mean that I'm down on myself. Humility means I recognize what I am, but I also recognize what I'm not. It's a cheapness. So therefore, again, as is telling the opposite of that, he's going to say this cheapness, this humility, this simplicity, which is manifest in the Dusha. When they talk more for a low, Kashiyik, Ishlamidas, Hapshitus, so Mishpashik, therefore, when does kapara occur? Kapara occurs when I possess this measure of cheapness. When I possess this simplicity. When I possess this condition. And if Mekach, Mokolero, Kasha Yish, Lomidas, Hapshitos, Seven Pasha, Minerachi. We'll say it's such a perfect. Again, there's no confusion over here, but it is such an incredible idea about the power of Dusha, and the power of being embarrassed, and the power of allowing ourselves to feel that embarrassment. No one ever likes to feel embarrassed. Of course not. And often we mask those feelings in a variety of ways, and run from those feelings in a variety of ways. But what I was saying is, feeling embarrassed about my averas is incredibly profound and cathartic state. And in fact, this is going to sound strange, there's a certain happiness that accompanies that embarrassment. Because if I feel the embarrassment, that means that the faith is not really part of it. Isn't that incredible? See, the problem is sin, and I don't feel embarrassed. That's where the challenge begins. Because if I don't feel embarrassed, that means that I'm totally okay with self-identifying with this particular behavior. But where there is a element of embarrassment, that's kind of a bracha. That's almost like the reflex.
But just as a quick recap, now let's study for a large language model. Basically, all the traditions that you've been hearing, what do I
going to build myself into the person I truly desire to become? And that's how the Gemara says those feelings of busha, by definition, are the process of tshuva. So those feelings of busha, by definition, are the actual repudiation of the Avera. And I quote one more piece over here, which I think is also incredibly profound. Which is in Yisirah Tisharim, Tshuva, nothing lechotim of the chesed gadol. So here the Ramchal writes as follows. He says that tshuva in and of itself is an incredible process. Tomorrow we learn this together. The 2 times, the 2 cycles, we did Yisirah Tisharim, and we need Sahara to do Yisirah Tisharim first. I think it's an incredible opportunity, but I can't have it in there. So anyway, the Ramchal writes as follows. He says that tshuva is a chesed. But also, what does this mean? The Ramchal explains very beautifully that the way the world should work is you commit an avera, you get an onesh. That's the way it should work. There's a chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does. Actually, it's a twofold chesed. Chesed number 1 is that God does not punish us instantaneously. That's chesed number 1, even though that's the way the world should work. You commit an avera, you get an onesh. Chesed number 1 is that there's delayed punishment. Chesed number 2 is there's a concept called tshuva, and with tshuva you can obviate the punishment, and with tshuva you can turn your life around. With tshuva you can do anything. He goes on, Shetachshav Akiras Halason, Akiras Halason. The Hainu, listen to this phrase. Literally it means when you uproot your will, it's as if you are able to uproot the action. Now what does this mean? The Hainu, Shetachshav Nakir Eskashal. Umodaber, Umisboin al Ra'asa, Vishavu Mischarit ala Karate Gimura, Meikharate Karatas Hanedemach. So as the Ramchal explains, this is kind of just taking the concept of tshuva even a little bit further. So which is this idea that when a person experiences halakha, Simo said, you know this, right? Let me take you back just a little bit more. The Gemara says that when a person, certain types of tshuva have the ability to go ahead and negate the punishment associated with a particular thing, right? For example, you could take the tshuva and you could transform your averos into shkavos, the intentional actions into unintentional actions. And then there's even a higher form of tshuva, where a person can take his averos and turn them into zechuyos, right? He's turning them into mitzvos. What Ramchal is focusing on over here is the ability of tshuva to go ahead and uproot the faith altogether. I will say, if I think about this for just a moment, it doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of tshuva in its ability to negate punishment. Right? So I can make an avera. That avera, every avera, let's say every sin, every avera, big or small, comes with an onus, comes with a punishment. So let's tell me again, tshuva comes along, and I can do the process, and I can negate the punishment. I can hear that. There's what's the word that we see that whatever, forgiveness. Right? Just not very common with people. Clemency, right? Thank you. Clemency, right? So I did the crime, I should get the punishment, I did tshuva this clemency. The notion that tshuva is powerful enough to actually uproot the act, to make it like the act never even happened. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's even like another level. But the notion that tshuva is powerful enough to retroactively uproot an act like it never occurred. How is that dynamic? So we'll have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day on tshuva on this piece of the we'll pick up with this piece of the Siyasam tomorrow, and then we'll link it back in Meditation tomorrow shir back to it. So yeah.
In that case, when you're rapping, they can't understand what you're rapping. Hold the mic card. Otherwise, you're not going to
history.
Also,
That's
Canadians are
really
fucking disgusting. And there have been homeless people that have touched that mic. I don't want to touch it. It's disgusting. And there's people that just literally touch that. Oh, God, no. Jesus. Mozilla, you were putting that on your chode earlier, right? Oh, my God, right? Oh, whatever. Maybe start by licking a mic. I got a good response. No, seriously, don't do that anymore. People have to talk on that. The filthy people I've seen perform. I guarantee he would have pulled his stick out after you said that one thing and stopped him after seeing him just lick the mic twice. Yeah, you definitely don't ever want to do that again. It's like everybody talks and everybody spits when they talk. It's just whether we can see it or not in the lights, but it's constant spit. And the last person they used that the spit catch. Yeah, the last person they used it was the King Kong show, so that was probably in somebody's ass. Yeah. It's a disturbing, you gotta judge my situation. I'm guessing that everyone eats ass. It's other things that I'm concerned about that could be on. You eat ass. There you go. Yeah. Okay, Everett, you are slightly crazy. Everett, thank you so much. No Twitter? No Twitter, huh? MySpace? You can find him at Tom on MySpace. Yeah, where do we find the rap music then? We got Josh, Alcohol Slavi, mate. Oh my God, Everett just knocked over their table. It was Lady and Jerry, nothing to worry about. Is everybody okay over there? Awesome. Fantastic. One more time for Everett Vader, everybody. Vader! He just started comedy today. I can't tell you that reminded me so much of what, like, exactly when I first started. I had so many jokes that had nothing to do with me. I had jokes with being an alcoholic. I don't even drink. I just anything I thought of that made sense joke structure-wise, I would just tell it. So that period of time is so interesting. We first started.
Sorry to miss a good
I used to be
morning. Sorry again for the delay.
really bad at crowd work because I would overthink it. Just communicating with
Alright, fellas, so good morning. So we are continuing the Meretz Hashem in Os Nun Zayin. So we started this Os last week a little bit, and the Meretz Hashem, and let's just pick up quick review from the beginning. So Tzaddik introduced us to this concept, this incredible regarding the power of Busha, the power of embarrassment. The embarrassment that one suffers from one's let's actually pick up just from the beginning of the Oath.
How you living, big dog? How you living, big dog?
Again, we'll be able to get a bit more context. We only spent one day on this so far. So the Rebbe is looking at the beginning of from the very Hasidos on page Lamed Zayin. The Rebbe writes,
There you go, big man. There you go, big man.
So we're used to speaking about the
I see we have Riser in here. Riser, can you hear me?
See, we have Riser in here. Riser.
What the fuck it is? How you living, big man?
My favorite goddamn lawn, giant-sized lawn gnome. Again,
Thank you, big
what's
man.
going on?
It's like it's going out of style. Let's do, big man.
Every action has a reaction. Man, I just
Out of style. Let's do, big man.
It says I'm just wanted to give you the courtesy of informing you. I'm watching a documentary. It's fascinating on the BC salmon decline, and it's crazy. It involves like the government suppressing all this information. It's very interesting. If you want to watch it, I'll stream it. I'll just finish it.
Yeah, I'll watch it, and then we'll watch O.J. Simpson afterward.
So the Rebbe now points out something additional. He explains that
Can you hear me?
when a person goes ahead
You can't
and
hear me.
suffers agmas nefesh,
Can you hear?
all right,
Can you hear me?
right now he's using the term agmas nefesh. Agmas nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil.
Yes.
When a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, Rebbe says that is also a form of suffering. It is also a form of suffering. But not only is it a form of suffering, That agmas nefesh that a person experiences as a result of his avera is also a form of tshuva, is also a form of repentance. I'm going to explain what that means. We'll explain how that works in just a moment.
Riser. Yeah, I'd love to watch it. And then we'll watch O.J. Simpson afterwards.
Sure, yeah. What time did you even sleep?
No, I haven't. So it'll be better that we watch it early, and then I'll be able to get my hours back.
Seems to be the cause for his mechila, for his forgiveness. That's when no, I have. Just I mentioned before. The Rebbe just kind of interchanged.
Are you ready?
Right in the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of agmas nefesh.
Sorry, your mic's super choppy.
And now the Rebbe replaced that with the word.
Are you ready?
Embarrassment.
Right,
when a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his averus. So again, I was putting the word second.
What did you say? Your mic.
I know it's
choppy.
I know it is. Just a moment. I'm going to restart my computer.
Of busha, the power of embarrassment.
Are you ready?
Atonement for one's sins.
Ready for what? The documentary?
Just one moment. I'm going to restart my computer, and then it should be better.
Saval onesh gehenom be'etzem habusha sheyesh b'makmas asiyas ha'averai. Because through the embarrassment, it's kilu that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. Isn't this incredible? That the power of embarrassment is such.
Right, was like good like a while, and now the last few times it's so
that it's kilu I was already in Gehenna. That's
just. And then it should be better.
Anyone who's ever suffered embarrassment.
I couldn't hear you over the top, but you're down to watch the documentary, so
no, yes, absolutely. The pain of embarrassment. I mean, none of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment can be quite intense and overwhelming. So, mostly, let's talk about this for just a moment, because this idea of the representation of Busha has this twofold aspect to it. Number one, Busha itself is a chiluk.
I can hear you.
Right? When the Gemara sees Busha, Gemara says that a person who doesn't have Avera and then is embarrassed by that Avera, Mochalalo, is forgiven. So somehow the Busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for Shuvah.
So I don't see streaming on X.
Yeah, so
I changed my account. That Busha almost counts as Gehenna. Now the truth is, those concepts.
If you ever want to find them, just type Rabbi.
According to himself, if you ever want to find is it that Busha has
the X spaces, and it's on like two nondescript accounts.
Because Busha itself is the Gehenna.
So I'm on like two nondescript accounts. So I'm actually live streaming on two of them of doing live video X spaces of doing live video X spaces, and then I decided, you know what, I'm going to expand. I'm going to expand to do it at once. So I got two different accounts and started doing that. One of them started doing that for whatever reason. And then one of them got suspended. And so then I archived the other one. For whatever reason, I didn't do anything different. Archived the other one. And then created two new accounts.
Wait, 2X thought they suspended?
No, that bitch is still going. Punitive. That's fun. So the idea over here is that somehow Busha is Gehenna.
And, you know, it's a game that I have to play with them basically. So I stream on two of them simultaneously. Then if any one of them ever gets suspended, then I archive the other one, and then I set up two new accounts. So that way the data gets preserved.
That we're going to see consistently. Nice. And then we're going to see a piece from
And
suspension.
if you're like, why'd you get suspended, dude?
So
I do the same thing that I always do.
I literally have
And it's like I literally have two simultaneous.
I literally have two simultaneous streams going. So it's not like one is bad and the other is good. It's bad and the other is good. If I was doing something bad, it should
I
have
was
been
doing
on
something
something
bad,
bad.
it should ban on
Which
most
tells
of
me
their
their
system
system sucks.
tells me their system sucks.
I don't see that streaming video. At least currently.
And says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Here it says it exclusively because the busha ola lo tshuva. Busha counts as tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the chait, that embarrassment in and of itself is the tshuva. So what says, what's the pshat? B'meiri shabusha sha'adam ispayish hamashachata hu yisod hacharata v'acharata hu yisod hatshuva. This is incredible because
No, you can't hear.
So now it goes to the Meiri.
Okay, so go into one of them and see. I know it's going to be choppy just for a second. I'm going to be choppy just for a second. I'm going to be choppy just for a second.
I'm going to be choppy just for a second.
Is the tshuva. Says the Meiri. Why is busha tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the tshuva? So the Meiri says because the busha is the equivalent of charata, is the equivalent of remorse. And charata, the charata Meiri, is the yesod, is the basis, is the foundation stone of tshuva. Rabbi said this interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri, then we're going to have to back it out a little bit, then we're going to have to stop. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri positing this idea of remorse is the yesod of tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. We'll say if a person is not remorseful, then what?
I know, but I can't use that.
Then the truth is,
I know, but I can't use that.
If you really,
I think so.
You really recognize that you didn't have it. So let's be honest. Sometimes I can make it happen. You know? And the truth is, there are two reactions I have. That was incredible. That was what? It was geschmack. It was such a great idea. Sir, do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said what we call more like intellectual children. It's intellectual, and you see this a lot of times.
Yeah.
Okay.
When people make profound changes in their life, so the way they react to the is,
I'm going to check this thing.
It's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a
video
that's there. There's almost like intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a harata. The Meiri says that the true litmus test of tshuva is harata. Because if I'm remorseful about something, if I regret something, regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this. Because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I am, what I want to be. I would have never done.
I appreciate it. Well, it does say
I would have never done this. If I could go back,
sometimes if there's like a minor cutout,
that's harata.
It stops
to have
the video.
remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that's the sort of tshuva.
Do you remember Marcus Len?
Yeah. Harata, at least the Meiri posits.
I have no idea. I haven't heard from that guy in like forever, but
and if I regret it,
apparently
would be that if I could take it back,
Marcus Len,
if
I just saw this now, but more light. True. Apparently, is like his future wife or whatever, since he like proposed or whatever.
There's one more piece that we're gonna see. Actually, two more pieces.
We're gonna see this Marcus, who I saw at one point was trying to Riz,
and then
no way.
We'll talk to her like these crypto events,
into the Celtics idea of the power
and like whatever. And then, but I think she she wasn't too interested in him.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Now more light is currently wiping her.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah, good for him.
I just saw that on Twitter.
Okay.
He's like a scientist. He's like a scientist or something.
More light.
No, not more light. The girl's like a physicist or something.
More light's fiance. More light's fiance.
Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah, some like it's some like field.
All right.
Let's check out your medium.
Oh, okay.
Do we have any homework? No, not today. Not tomorrow.
Can I talk about that one? Yeah. Can I talk about that one?
A structural and empirically grounded case for eliminating traditional homework.
Yeah.
I was actually talking to a teacher on this. Because I did a pop up for skiing, and the guy that picked me up for the
How hot was she? 0 to 10.
And so it was a dude. But I was asking about homework, and he said that he's anti-homework as like a teacher, and does his best basically to allow his students to have in class time to work on all the homework, and if they can't finish it and they're a lot of time, then they can do it at home. But he tries to make sure that they have enough time to do everything in school class, which I thought was cool.
Yeah, that's still not good enough.
Concept of sur literally means suffering.
Why?
The role of suffering in Yiddishkeit plays an
Because it involves the potential of homework.
pivotal role. Sometimes Yisurin are understood as onesh, as punishment, and sometimes Yisurin are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or atonement. Again, every neshama, every individual needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing, again, because of Averos we committed, sometimes the cleansing.
Okay, so my argument is this, and I think it's a bigger argument. I think it's a bigger argument. I think I'd be able to completely win. Okay, you ready for it?
That's the role of Yisurin. That's the role of Yisurin. Again, we'll get into this a little bit more.
With everything that children have to do,
we often think about physical
and the differences in their home life, differences in their it is
there's another form
categorically unfair to give them. Categorically unfair to give them. Get picked up. Some kids by the bus. They don't have a mom. They don't have a dad. They have to take care of their siblings and babysit. Their parent gets home. Many times that single parent is working two jobs. The child may have to be making meals for their siblings, basically filling the role of the parent. This is very common, especially in inner cities. This is very common, especially in rural areas, even in rural areas, and low-income areas. Then the next day they get to school. They then the next day they get schoolwork and they get in trouble. And then they fall behind. And they're being evaluated against the same kid.
Evaluated
A similar kid in their class who has two parents.
A similar
The
kid in
mom
their
doesn't
class
work.
who has
The mom
two
picks them up from
parents. The
school.
mom doesn't work. The mom
Takes
picks
them
them up
home.
from school.
Maybe gives them a tutor.
Takes them home. Maybe
And
gives them a tutor.
they don't have to look
And
after their siblings. They don't have
they
to
don't
make
have to look
dinner.
after their siblings.
And they're
They
able
don't
to
have
get their
to make
homework
dinner.
done. And you're
And
comparing
they're
these
able
two
to get their
children.
homework done. And
It's
you're
categorically
comparing these
unfair.
two children. It's categorically unfair.
A person doesn't sin unless, of course, he thinks that there's something.
So my argument is that
my argument is that
I don't think it has to be a law, but it should be the absolute policy
but it should be the absolute policy
Chazal's
of
general
the
Department of Education that no homework
Department of
is
Education
allowed to
that
be
no homework is allowed to be
assigned ever.
There's no benefit for me.
assigned.
Now,
Generally,
especially when you get into kids who have
Now, especially when
extracurricular
you get into
activities,
kids who have
and we want them to be
extracurricular
well-rounded
activities,
individuals, so I
and
don't
we
want
want
to
them
get
to
rid
be
of
well-rounded individuals, so I
It's
don't want to
unfair.
get rid of
It's absolutely unfair.
It's unfair.
But especially
It's
where you
absolutely
have one
unfair.
kid who's
But especially where
basically
you have
filling the
one
role
kid
of a parent
basically
for
filling the
their
role
sibling,
of a parent
making
for
dinner,
their
taking care of their
making
sibling.
dinner, taking
They don't
care
have
of
time
their
to do their own
sibling.
schoolwork, and that's not fair to
their
them.
own
That
schoolwork.
they're being
That's not
evaluated
fair to
against
them.
some kid
That
who's
they're
got
being
it made
evaluated
in the
against some
shape.
kid who's got
Does this
it
make
made in
sense?
the shape. Does this make sense?
Form of suffering in this world. Turn the page, Kuf Lamed Ches.
Right, so you're muted.
Mamish.
So you're muted.
Listen to these words.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. I mean, I feel like homework should just not exist, not even for that reason, just out of the sheer principle of like you're already dragging children to practically work the same hours as like a regular job. It's basically like instead of a 9 to 5, it's like a 8 a.m. till 3:15 p.m. job, which is like almost a full day, and then they want to tack on more work on top of that. And it's basically, and you could view it almost as like forced child labor in a way. And I just think that the sheer principle of that, like, you should be able to teach them all they need during that 8-hour window.
I've been a teacher at every single level of K through 12,
every
before.
single
I taught
level of K through 12, even before.
It was like a
Even before pre-K, it was like a
for very young children, like
could
early childhood
for
development.
very young
I taught
children.
pre-K,
Like
I taught kindergarten. I taught first, second,
I
third,
taught
fourth,
kindergarten.
fifth,
I
sixth,
taught
seventh,
first,
eighth
second,
grade.
third,
I
fourth,
taught
fifth,
high
sixth, seventh, eighth grade.
I've seen it all. I absolutely have. Yeah.
You have?
I spent about 2
I
years.
usually have teachers.
Don't you need like a
No,
teacher's
California, you
degree
can be a
for that?
substitute teacher with a college
Or
degree.
you could be a substitute teacher with a college degree.
And
you're actually a
100%.
substitute
I knew it was
The
the
best
best
substitute
One
But
teacher
whatever
that
the reason, I
children
chose
have
that
ever
way.
seen.
It wasn't
Teacher
in
that
back.
children have ever seen.
Head.
In fact,
on several occasions,
How
but
did I
one
choose
in
badly?
particular that comes
Because
to
several
again,
mind.
maybe
but
I
one
I had the
in
opportunity
particular
to teach a
intellectually,
class for
I had the opportunity to teach a
covering
class
for
for
So I
teacher
that
who's
was covering
father
for
had passed,
teacher who's
and a kid came up to me after
and
a
she
week
came up to me
and
after
said, "You should be a teacher."
and said, "You should be a teacher."
And
And I paused, and he said, "You should be the boss of all the
He said,
teachers."
"You should be the boss of
And I
all
just
the
thought
teachers."
that was the best compliment.
So,
And I just
Any
thought
teacher
that was
could
the
have
best
done
compliment
And
any teacher
because
could
I'm
ever do.
ventured to say,
And
I think
I
it's
mean,
short,
it
but
brings
I
tears to
ventured
my
to say
eyes.
that
I mean,
because
about it.
brings tears to my eyes.
I
when I
never
think about
signed
it.
homework.
what did I ever say?
I always
never
made
signed
sure that
homework.
the
I always made sure that
So
students
after
got,
I make
it's
the
a different
decision,
story because I was
I'm not
substitute, but
it's a
I
different
never had to send a kid to
story
the
because I was a substitute,
principal's
but
office.
I never
I
had to
was
send
well
a kid to
respected.
the
I always
principal's
kept the
office.
class
Number
very
one, that
disciplined.
says,
And we would just work on their schoolwork, whatever it is. And
And we
I
would
would
just
say,
work on
take
their
out whatever work that you
whatever
have.
it is.
Well,
I would say,
I
take
mean,
out
I would have
whatever work that
lessons
you
to
have.
teach as well.
Well,
But
I mean, I would have lessons.
whenever
to
there
teach
was
as
free
well.
time, take out
But
their schoolwork.
Whatever there was
Start
free
working
time,
on
take
it.
out
I'm
their
not going to walk
schoolwork.
around the room.
Start working on
And
it.
if you have
Start
questions,
walking
let
around
me
the
know.
room.
because
And I'll be on my desk, and I'll
be
raise
on my
your hand,
desk,
and I'll come to you, and I'll help you with whatever
raise
you
your hand,
have.
and I'll come to you.
And I would have
And I would have
teachers' assistants who would say,
teachers'
all the
assistants who would say,
substitutes just are
all
counting
the
down the time,
substitutes just
for
are
class
counting
time.
down the time.
But you actually would get up and help people.
But you actually would get
help
up
the
and help
students
people.
and
Help the
He
students.
goes on, he says, well,
you know, it's a gift to be a teacher.
You
To
know,
be
it's
able
a
to
gift
spend
to
time
be a
with young
teacher.
people.
To be able to spend time with young people.
What I'm saying is that I have experience
Saying is that I have
teaching
experience young people at all ages, and I would see the different issues that they would have. And some kids would be on the football team or the basketball team or the baseball team or would have gymnastics or in band. And that's an extra 2 or 3 hours of work every single night. And they would be exhausted when they would come into school. And some kids would be like, look, I don't want to watch my brothers and sisters, watch my mom, brothers and sisters work, two jobs or whatever. Fortunately, I was in a good school system, but this was something that would happen. But that's every single kid that would happen. And there would be other kids who were very wealthy, and there would be other kids who would have to worry about they would get extra help with tutors and stuff. And that's just unfair. It's absolutely unfair. It's absolutely categorically unfair. You're right. You have 8 hours to teach whatever you need to teach. You have 8 hours, especially with AI now. It's so much easier that you can just be like, hey, it's so much easier. Here is the lesson plan. Here's an outline. Either copy it or I can just print it off for you and you can study it. I used to have some teachers who would waste so much of my time because I would have to just copy what they wrote on the board. And it's just like, print this off for me. And then let's move on to the next thing. I'll study it. But like, no, I had to sit there for hours and hours and copy the board. That was very helpful. So anyway, that was an article that I wrote.
Couldn't you argue that like AI is, like you mentioned, the economic unfairness of some people being able to afford tutors, but with the invention of AI that kind of evens the playing field now, and so you can have like a AI tutor help you with like literally every single question.
They don't all have computers.
And then we'll say it's very simple, because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. No.
Get out of here with that. You have to be realistic. You're talking about kids, even the school systems that provide like Chromebooks to kids, those Chromebooks break, their PowerPoint breaks, like you cannot expect them to have access to AI all the time. And even those systems, many times you're supposed to be like of a certain age to use them sometimes.
It's amazing.
So like you can't be under 13 to use them. So you can't just randomly have that's only high school. So that means that all the little kids or younger kids don't get access to the same tutor or whatever. That's not fair. I'm about fairness in education and as much as possible. And I would just say the advantages that wealthier kids would get over their not as wealthy colleagues was unfair, and I want to stop that. And I want to even the playing field. I can't make all the kids equally smart, but I can make sure that one kid doesn't have an absolute advantage over the other kid, and they still get the same amount of work done. I can tell you as a teacher, as an individual who cared deeply for their students as much as I could. There is time in that 8 hours to be able to get schoolwork done. If
avoid it. Stay out of it.
Those people who don't think that that's true, they're wrong. One way, you can make the school day much more efficient. Is you just have like a homeroom. But you don't leave that room. The students are in the same room for 8 hours in the same room, and you rotate the teaching. It's a lot easier to get one person into a place than 30 different kids into a place. And I've never understood that. Why? I get it, because teachers like to be comfortable, and they don't want to have to move all the time. But that, man. Teacher goes from room to room and teaches their classes if they need to, if they're like a specialized teacher. And that's how it should be done. That cuts down 10 minutes of moving every single hour.
The teachers still have to.
So
then instead of you getting a 10-minute break, then you can cut it down to 5 minutes.
Then you can cut it down to 5.
Another thing that I found to be an excellent strategy is the bathroom. Like kids would be like, "Oh, can I go to the bathroom?" And then another kid would be like, "Oh, can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom?" So what you do is you have like I've seen it done with a ruler, just like a 12-inch ruler, and
just like a 12-inch ruler.
anybody can go to the bathroom whenever they want.
Anybody can go to the
They don't
bathroom
have
whenever
to.
they want. They don't have
to necessarily ask and interrupt the class.
Interrupt the
But
class.
the thing is, they have to have that ruler with them.
They
So
have to have that ruler
Only one
with
kid
them.
goes at a time.
So
And that
only
cuts
one kid
down on a
goes at
lot
a
of
time.
interruptions in class. Can I go to the bathroom?
cuts
Can I go
down
to the
on a lot
bathroom?
of
Can I go to the bathroom?
interruptions in
When you
class.
count up all the interruptions in class of just kids going to the bathroom, it can be like 30 or 40 interruptions a day.
It can be like 30
That
or
cuts
40
out a lot
interruptions a
of
day.
those interruptions.
That cuts out a
And
lot of
there's
interruptions.
basically like a sign-out
And,
sheet. Like if you need to go to the
There's
bathroom in
basically like a
class,
sign
you don't
out
have to interrupt
like
the
if
class.
you need to go to
You
the
have to go
bathroom,
get that ruler
you
though,
don't have to
and then
interrupt
just
the
sign your
class.
name out,
You
and
have
then
to go
you
get
go,
that ruler
put
though,
the
and
time
then just
out,
sign
and
your
then
name
you
out,
sign
and then
back.
you go. Put
Pretty
the time
easy.
out, and then you sign back. Pretty easy.
You don't even have to do that at some point if you really
You
trust
don't
the
even
kids
have to
or
do
just
that
follow
at some
class.
point if you really
But,
trust the kids or just follow
We're
class.
moving towards a
But,
world where we don't even
towards a
necessarily
world
need the teachers
we don't
there
even
in
necessarily
person. A
need
lot of it can be
the
virtual
teachers there
learning.
in person. A
And
lot of it can be virtual learning.
I'm an
And
advocate
I'm an
for
advocate
that
for
kid out there who is having to take more of the load than what would be
more of
expected.
the load.
It's
than
not
what
fair
would be
to
expected.
him or her.
It's not fair to him or her.
And you know that this goes on where
And you know that this goes on
you have
where
students. Look, when I was a kid, I was around boys.
When I was around
boys'
boys,
school. We didn't have any
didn't have any
kids who were divorced. We all had
like kids
two-parent
who were
families.
divorced.
But it was
We
a
all had
wealthy,
two-parent families. But
the
it was a
tuition was
wealthy,
extremely high. And
the tuition was
not every
extremely high.
kid is going to have the
Not
kind
every
of
kid is going to
support
have
system that we
the
would
kind
have.
of support
And
system
when
that
I
we
would
would
get
have.
into
And
more
when I would
realistic
get into
situations in education, I would recognize that,
I would recognize that
we really had it. We were really fortunate.
we really had it. We were
And
fortunate.
even when I was a kid, the
And
argument would be
even
we
when I
have
was a kid,
like
the
an hour
argument
of
would be we have
homework tonight
like an hour
per
of
class.
homework
Well, if you
tonight
add that up,
per
there's
class.
like
Well,
6
if you add that
classes
up, there's like
that we would have.
six
That's 6 hours of
classes
homework. Well, if
that
you
we
get
would
home
have.
at
That's 6 hours of
3
homework.
o'clock immediately when school
Well,
ends,
if you get
nobody
home
lives
at
at school.
3
We all
o'clock
have a little
immediately
bit
when
of
school ends. Nobody lives
a
at
commute.
school. We all have a little bit of.
Then that means that's already taking you to 9 o'clock. If you don't
Then
eat
that
any
means that's
dinner
already
and
taking you
you
to
don't
9
have any
o'clock. If
sports
you
or
don't
anything
eat
like
any
that.
dinner,
And it's
you
like
don't have
anytime
any
we would make
sports or
that
anything like
argument,
that.
like, hey, we have
And
too
it's
much
like
work,
anytime we would make that
we would
argument,
just be
like, hey,
told
we
that
have too
it's
much
been done
work.
like that for
We would
generations,
just
and
be
I
told that
disagree
it's
with
been
that.
done like that for
So I am
generations.
of
I
the
disagree with that. I am of
I am of the belief that
I am
homework,
of the
it shouldn't even be
belief that
optional.
homework. It shouldn't even be optional.
You are not allowed to assign homework
You are not allowed to assign
in
homework
school.
to children.
Now, what does this give kids the opportunity to do?
What give kids
If
the
you want
opportunity
to
to
go
do?
and get your own private
If you
tutor
want to
because your
go and
family
get
is
your
well
own
enough
private
off
tutor
to do
because
this,
your family
you
is well
can.
enough off
If
to
you
do this,
want
you
to
can.
play an
If
extra
you
sport
want
or whatever
to
because your evenings are
extra
freer,
sport or
that's
whatever
fine.
because your
That's great.
evenings are
But
freer,
much of this homework, a lot of times, is
much of this homework is
redundant. Many
redundant.
times it's and
Many
another
times
thing you can make the
and
schoolwork
another
go a
thing
lot
you can make
more
the
quickly
schoolwork go
with
a lot more
text to
quickly
speech reading.
with
So if
text
we
to
were like,
speech
okay,
readers.
today we're
So
gonna
if we were like,
read
okay, today we're gonna
pages.
read
Like a lot of times as a
pages.
teacher,
Like a lot of times
you
as a
would just
teacher,
read to the class if it's a
we would
younger
just read
class
to
and
the
you're just
class if
reading
it's
them
a
a story
younger
for an
class
hour.
and you're just reading them
Okay,
a
well
story for
normally
an
we're
hour.
gonna be. I can
Okay,
read.
well
Let's
normally
just
we're gonna
say
be. I can
I
read.
don't know,
Let's just say
100 words a
I
minute.
don't know,
I'm just saying.
100 words a minute. I'm just
But with
saying.
a text-to-speech reader,
With a
even if I
text-to-speech
just
reader,
record my voice and it
even
can
if I
like
just
sound like
record
me,
my voice
it
and
can
it
go
can
200 or
like sound
300
like me,
words a minute.
it can go 200 or 300
That's a lot
words a minute.
faster.
It's
It's a lot more efficient. It's not like I'm
It's a
going
lot more
anywhere.
efficient. It's
They're
not like
still
I'm
hearing
going
it from my
anywhere.
voice.
They're still
And
hearing it
there
from
might
my
be the
voice.
argument, well, they're not
And
seeing your
there
mouth
might be the
actually
argument,
sound
well,
it
they're
out.
not seeing your mouth
Technology will
actually
bridge that
sound it out very easily.
easily.
Technology will bridge that
But even still, that's just one way.
Even still, that's just one way
bridging the gap.
bridging the gap.
I wrote another article there.
I wrote another article there
before then.
A little
That was based
days
on.
before then. That was
I feel like
based on.
seatbelt.
I feel like seatbelt
buses should be mandatory.
Buses
it's only
should be
mandatory.
mandatory. It's only mandatory in 7 states in the United States.
I don't know if you've ever been on a school bus in.
I don't know if you've ever been on a school bus
in the United States.
The United States,
but they're like you just don't have you don't have
they're like you just
and you know
don't
what I
have
posted that article
and you know what I post
to Reddit in the school bus driver subreddit, and it was the most read article of all of them. People went crazy over it. They were
and
like,
it was the most
they talked about it. They were sharing it and stuff. But then guess what?
People went
Reddit
crazy.
sucks. Within an hour or two, they took down the article. But that was the most shared thing that I've had.
But that was the most shared thing that I've had.
Did you paste the link to it, or
No, I
did
just
you
posted
copy
the
it?
link, and then so I
I
guess see like
the link and then so I
and
see like all the people who read it.
it was they were
Why would they remove the?
like I'm shadow banned
Because
Nevertheless,
I'm shadow banned on
there and basically like whenever I post anything,
there and
it goes
basically
to the
whenever I
moderators.
post anything, it goes to the moderators. They get me.
But I had 14 comments
But
on
I
that
had
article
14 comments on that
on
article
Reddit within an hour,
on
which is
Reddit
a huge amount.
within an hour.
For like a
which is
little
huge
subreddit.
amount. For like a little
I posted it. Would I get that?
silence. Sorry. If a
No.
word is worth one seller, then
Go ahead
shtika is
and
worth
post
two.
it if you want.
Okay.
It was the case.
Go ahead and post it if you want.
Was the last
Yeah, I
issue
mean, I don't want to
before
get.
Arvik
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get banned or
I don't
something.
want to risk it.
But
Exactly. I don't want you to risk it. I
So
understand.
don't worry about it. But
So don't worry about it. But
yeah,
I
that was a
remember
really
again, this was
really
the case.
that was a really
and then I wrote on
positive one.
the stuff about
And then I wrote on the stuff
With
Balthazar talks about.
I
Right
referred
before
to
the
it
federal
as
went
like
out
I
to go ahead
forget what
and
it's called.
find
It's like
the case out.
it's like pre-programmed evolution or
It's like
whatever.
pre-programmed evolution or whatever.
Guided evolution.
Programmed evolution. Guided evolution. That's what it's called.
Then I talked
Guided
about
evolution.
like what we know
I
about zeta
talked about
reticuli.
like what we know about zeta reticuli.
My most recent article was just
My most recent article was
to
just
post something in Harry Potter about
to post something in Harry
the
Potter
idea
about
that
I want
that
more and more of my
because
articles in there.
I want more and more of my
I am
articles.
finding some fortune though.
I am
Occasionally I can
some
create a
fortune.
random account on Reddit.
Occasionally I can
and
create
post
a
my
random
thing,
account on
and
Reddit
if it's not a
post my
super
thing,
active
and if
Reddit,
it's not
it
a
will stay,
super active
and it will
Reddit,
stay for
it will
weeks
but
and
they
months
just
and
end
years.
up finding
And that's what I do. I
Stay for
basically
weeks and
create
months
like
and
this
years.
web,
And that's what I
and
do.
then
I
that
basically
influences
create
what
like
AI
a
has to
web,
say about me.
and
Right
then
now,
that
if you ask
influences what
AI
AI
about
has
me,
to say
it's
about me.
like
Right now,
so
if you ask
fucking
AI about me,
fascinating.
it's like
And I've been able to
fucking
manipulate
fascinating.
AI
And I've been able to manipulate AI.
and it's not just on AI on
And it's not just on AI
or Gemini. It's specifically the ones that speak most highly of me. Our TikTok's AI, Instagram's AI.
Our TikTok's AI and Instagram's AI.
They're pretty much acting unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Ruvain.
algorithm
Well, so the reason why I've been able to have
reason
such
why
a good
I've been able to have such a good
AI
reputation,
and my reputation used to not be good.
my reputation
Because
used
the
to
only
not
thing
be
that I
good.
had about myself,
Because the only thing that I had about myself that I didn't publish was Reddit. It says all I do is spam.
But then I published those press releases.
But then I
And those
published
press
the press
releases have
releases.
real
And the
content
press
in
releases
them.
have
And they
real
rank very
content
highly.
in them.
And
They rank very highly.
and then I told you recently that I created a bot.
I told you recently that I created a bot that
that in all kinds of different languages, there's like so many different languages, right? I can't even it just publishes stuff about myself on
publishes stuff about myself.
Instagram, and then I made another two of them that does it on
Then I
TikTok.
made another
And I
two
have
of them
all
that
this
does it on
TikTok,
TikTok.
like
And I have
so
all
many,
this
I made that bot
so
that's
many,
been posting,
I made that
posts
bot
like
that's been
thousands of
posting and
things,
posts like thousands of things
regularly.
Statements.
And then all I have to do is
all I have to do
in the description of all of that, just write just like put my biography in there, or like positive things about myself, and like positive things about myself, and it picks it up so quickly. That's the thing that really shocked me, and I can tell because I'll put like one new thing in a press release, and I will see within like 48 hours AI's already picked that up. So like I'm approaching, or I surpassed 1,666 straight days of 24/7, 365 essentially. And I didn't put that number in there until just a recent press release of mine, and already it's already in Instagram, it's already in TikTok, it's already in Claude, it's already in Gemini, it's already in Perplexity, it's already in ChatGPT, it's already in GPT, like it's already in, and it like it crawls the web so quickly, and like dude, for the first time in like months, I've been trying to make some kind of video AI generation, and all of those, yeah, like Sora, like you used to enjoy, it's hard to find anything that will do that. Grok used to do that for free. Now it's $30 a month to do that. Sora used to be a thing. It doesn't, at least for me, it doesn't work anymore. And it's going to shut down on the 26th, but even still, it doesn't work. And, you know, shout out to your mom, who really,
it doesn't work to you.
No, it doesn't work for you.
No, it doesn't work for you.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they rugged it.
Yeah, okay, so I tried to use it. Okay, so I tried to use it days, and like it just doesn't work. It stops. Like it just doesn't work. And I thought it was something that I did wrong, so I looked it up on Reddit. But I'm glad that I'm not the only one. I wish it still worked for you, you know. Wish it still worked for you. You didn't do what's going on there. But yeah, what's going on there? So then I was doing some research earlier today. Okay, there's got to be some company that still allows this. Okay, there's got to be some company that still allows this. Oh, there are. Free. You get one free video for free. Like Sora, one free video was the golden age. Like 30 videos a day, and even they were only 10 seconds long. It was still really, really good. It was still really, really good in comparison to what we have now.
It just keeps inviting new accounts.
Exactly. That supports this idea. And I looked into that because, like, shout out to your mom who brought that to our attention. Shout out to your mom who brought that to our attention. And I was looking like, okay, so what's the secret reason? Like, okay, so what's the secret reason Sora or ChatGPT would stop this service? Or ChatGPT would stop this. It seems like that's the next level of video creation. And it was not because the copyright infringement with Disney, and it's not because they were getting sued, and it's not because they were getting due to intellectual property of other companies. It came down to it's extremely expensive to run, and they were not getting any money from it. It was $15 million a day to run. It was $15 million a day to run. And which was more. I think previously we looked at it was like $15 million a day. And they were only making like at most like 2% of their investment back. So like basically it was just sustainable. Like, hey, if we keep this,
no, but that's bullshit. They didn't ever actually release the thing. It was just a free experiment. They never charged a subscription.
Whatever it was.
They could have charged whatever it was.
So OpenAI for ChatGPT, the premium version, it would do that. The premium version, it would do that. I think they were including that money. I think they were including that money in their money intake or whatever. What it was profiting, but or what it was profiting, or lack thereof revenue. But you're right. They never
be a separate subscription. You're right.
No, it needed to be a separate subscription entirely. Not lumped in with ChatGPT.
Longer than 10 seconds. Like, I hate to be the critiquer of this, but 10 seconds just isn't enough to get really 10 seconds just isn't enough. And to get really good video.
They let you do it 15 seconds, but
That's true.
they should have like. I guess you can do this. Yeah, never mind.
I haven't seen any of them go longer.
I haven't seen any of them go longer than 15.
So Facebook,
So
AI will still do videos.
AI will still do
Meta AI
videos.
still does videos.
Yeah, Meta
But
AI
it's
still
like the
does
only one
videos.
that I find. Gemini no longer
It's
does
like
it
the
for
only
you.
one that I
That's
find.
an
Gemini
extra
no longer
charge.
does it for you. That's an extra
Sora
charge.
doesn't exist anymore.
Sora
ChatGPT
doesn't
Premium,
exist anymore.
I don't think they're gonna keep
ChatGPT
that
Premium,
going. Maybe they will.
I don't think they're gonna keep that
with the video
Maybe they will.
generation. But,
With the video generation, but
Grok
Pisses
is
me off because it was like
Grok.
It pissed me off because it was like the best one.
I agree.
In my opinion,
I
by
agree.
far.
And
Best
Grok
video
was so
generation.
expensive.
Hey,
Grok is so expensive. You need Super
Grok
Grok to
is
be
so
able to do
expensive.
it.
You need
And it's
Super Grok to
$30
be
a
able to
month.
do it, and it's $30 a month.
I was looking at this. It's like
I was looking at this.
Elon Musk. He bought this company or whatever.
Elon Musk.
He's trying to make it
bought this
profitable.
company or whatever.
Fewer than
He's trying to make it
2% of all users of X
of all
use
users of
a
X
premium.
use a.
It's like it's so niche.
It's like
that
so niche.
And it's just not profitable.
And it's just not profitable. And
They lost a
it's
lot
like
of their advertisers.
They lost a lot of their advertisers.
I don't know. Of the platforms that I see, and I'm on them more than anyone. I think
I'm on them more than anyone. I really mean that.
X is the most garbage of just stuff that I'm gonna see.
Of just
that
stuff
is
that I'm gonna
like
not
see,
not
like
that
anything
is like not
They
like
always show me on
pertinent.
X. I don't know about other people's feeds, but
They always show me like I don't know about other people's
like people
but they
scroll
always show me
like screwing in the
like
screw,
people scroll
and then they'll unscrew,
like
and then
screwing
they'll
in
put
the
super glue in,
and then
and then
they'll
they'll screw
unscrew
back
and then
in,
they'll put
and then they'll like
and then they'll
paint
screw
it,
back in,
and then they'll put
and then
like
they'll
have
like
somebody's thumb like this, like
and
it's
then they'll
good.
put like have
And it's like
somebody's
I
thumb
didn't
like
learn
this,
anything
like
from
it's
that.
good.
It's just
And
a
it's like
video
I didn't learn
that
anything.
people may
It's
find
just
like
video
ASMR, like
people
or
may
whatever,
find
like they'll find it
ASMR like
satisfying,
or whatever,
but it
like
doesn't
they'll
teach you
find it
anything. There's
satisfying.
nothing
But it doesn't
educational
teach you
about it.
anything. There's nothing educational about it.
I think it depends on who you follow.
Here's the thing: I have so many different accounts that I can tell you.
I have
like,
so many
if
different
you're gonna
accounts
just
that I can tell
and
you.
I use
You're
VPN,
gonna
I
just
use
Android, and I
Android,
use
iOS.
VPN.
I see it all.
Android, I use
Everything.
iOS.
And
I see it all.
It's
Everything.
a lot of garbage. Even the accounts that I use
Even
that
the
are like following
that I
people,
use that are
I
like
still get a lot of
following
just, like,
people,
random.
still get a lot of just
Like these are the ones that really bother me because
these
it
are the ones
wastes
that
my
really
time.
bother me.
It's where
Because it wastes
people
my time. It's where
are like
people
they
are like
will set up some
they
kind of
will
prank on somebody
some kind
that
of prank on
you know that
somebody
it's fake.
that you know
And yet
that's
they
fake.
still do it to
And
get
yet they still
what do they
do it
call
to
it?
get
Karma
what do they
farming
call it?
or whatever
Karma
interaction farming.
Whatever
Or
interaction
like this is
farming.
another thing that
Or
bothers
like
me
this is
greatly.
another thing that
And
that
X
bothers
used to
me
not
greatly.
be this way. X used to be
not
like
be
people
this
who
way.
would be like,
Used to be like
hey,
people
I'm
who would
reporting
be
on
like,
something that I think is
hey, I'm
happening and I think
reporting
it's
on something that I think is
important.
happening,
And that would get all kinds of like
and
interaction.
that would get all
Now
kinds of
today,
like
they'll
interaction.
say
Now today, they'll
something like
something like
this politician is
this
wearing.
politician.
Some people say it's a charcoal
Some
suit.
people say
Other
it's
people say it's a gray
charcoal
suit.
suit. Other
What do
people
you
say it's a
think?
gray suit.
Like these
What do you
open-ended
think?
questions that they'll want people
Like
to
these
like go and
open-ended
type in and like give some
questions
shitty
that they'll want
opinion on
people to
something.
like go and type in,
Like,
give
and
some shitty opinion on something.
I just don't like that. It's just like
And
it's just interaction farming.
don't like that.
Another
It's just
thing
like
they'll do
it's just interaction farming.
is they will
Another
like
thing
you can
they'll
have
do
like whatever 240
is they
characters for a
will
regular
you can
account.
have
So they'll
whatever
say like
240
here are the
characters
top
for a regular
20
account.
countries.
They'll say like here are the
I
top
don't know,
20
or gross
countries.
domestic product, and they'll have like United States,
or
China,
gross
etc.,
domestic
etc.,
product.
etc. And then when you get down to number 18 or whatever,
when you
it'll
get
say
down to
dot dot
number
dot. But it's
18 or
and you'll
whatever,
be like,
it'll
oh,
say
there's
dot,
more
dot,
to this
dot,
tweet, and
but
there's
it's,
not.
and you'll
They
be
just
like, oh,
want
there's
you to
more
click
to this
on it.
tweet, and there's
Like
not.
that to me
They
is
just
a
want you to
deceptive
click on
practice.
it. Like
And I
that
think
is
that
a
should
deceptive
be
practice.
ended, but
I
you know, I don't own it.
depending on which one it's got.
There's a lot of that on the internet. That specifically is not just Twitter. Like it's basically like news articles are just giving you the catchiest, most bait headlines so that you read the thing. It's lots of manipulation.
In the United States, we have the SEC and the FCC that were created in place to stop deceptive practices. If they were more powerful, they used to be more powerful. They used to stop this stuff. But they've been just their power has been just degraded.
Clickbait headlines. SEC is like a financial
you can be
thing.
a publicly traded company if you were using fraudulent. And the FCC especially, like it used to be illegal in the United States. It used to be illegal in the United States. 2012. Up until 2012, news organizations to print news that was let me I don't want to say the incorrect thing. I don't want to say the incorrect thing. I'm gonna just get a quick overview. Yo, dog, what's that law that changed in 2012? What's that? It has a hyphen in it. It basically says that the government could cite you when previously the government could not buy you.
Even your safe sees that there is some connection between a woman from Potiphar's house and him, which will produce offspring.
So this is the Smith Modernization Act of 2012, which was included within the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2013. What it actually changed, the act removed restrictions that previously banned the domestic dissemination of content produced by U.S. government-funded media outlets like Voice of America, intended for foreign audiences. What did it not do? It did not repeal any law requiring the government to tell the truth, nor did it make it legal for the government to lie for private media, or to the private media to purposely lie to the American public. It did something. The reality, prior to the change, Americans could not legally receive these government broadcasts at all. The law simply allowed this content to be distributed domestically upon request, while independent private media remains protected by the First Amendment and state libel laws. Okay, so we've had other things like this. There used to be something in the United States called Yo, dog. What was that law on in the media? It was like it meant that you had to have equal time. It's called the Equal Opportunities Provision. Found in Section 315 of the Communications Act of 1934. It mandates that if a broadcast station allows a legally qualified candidate for public office to use its facilities, it must provide equal opportunities to all other candidates for the same office under the same terms. While the rule technically requires equivalent access, 4 major exemptions were added in 1959 to protect editorial independence, meaning the rule generally did not apply to bona fide newscasts, bona fide interviews, bona fide news documentaries, on-the-spot coverage of bona fide news documentaries. But basically what I'm saying is like, like in 1934, the government felt it was important enough to give the equal time. This was repealed in the 1980s.
Tamar, whose intentions were righteous and whose character was righteous. Ultimately, again, even through a series of events, was able to
I'm not the government lies. Like the government just lies. Or is a lot of lie. What's the overarching argument they're making?
They can. They can. They can influence the media to lie. The media is allowed to lie under the first lie. The media is allowed to lie under the commit libel. So long as they don't commit libel.
At a simple level, the ends don't justify the means.
And
Sorry, what's libel?
What's libel?
Written defamation.
Like,
no, it's written defamation of an individual.
No, it's written
And then there's slander, which is oral
And then there's
defamation.
slander, which is oral defamation.
Okay.
So,
moment that you have to become
okay, so what am I saying?
to do
I'm saying that
What am I saying?
a lot of the earlier days of the media, they had stricter enforcement,
Media,
and their power has been weakened in the United States.
enforcement, and their power has been weakened in the United States.
to bring about certain results.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like media or
different Russia,
different media companies still get away with a lot.
Well, they do.
Like they'll like TMZ or whatever, like they'll similar to like the Michael Jackson thing, they'll just take like one detail from some uncredible person and just blow it up into some massive thing.
That's what you're going to see with OJ.
Okay, let's watch the salmon thing, and then
Okay, let's watch the salmon thing, and then
talk about this
Okay.
this mother-in-law who thinks that she's mom is like the Black Widow. Like,
I was gonna say before
there's no way I'm married.
you watch it, well, it's just fascinating because
uncomfortable. But
like similar to what you're saying before, of like how like the SEC is supposed to enforce all these financial rules, and same with the FCC is supposed to. I mean, I'm sure the FCC has been accused of not holding up with their values as well. But in this documentary, there's this like Department of Fisheries organization in Canada whose job is to protect the wildlife salmon, and you'll see this like scientist lady is basically like silenced and intimidated into not coming.
Illegal circumstances. She becomes a Russia.
They like threaten to cut her like funding if she speaks out about what she found, and all this corruption of people that are supposed to be working for the Department of Fisheries, protecting the outdoor fish, but then they're going to bat for the fish farms, which turns out are not too great. Hopefully I can stream it from my phone as I'm outside. So I just started up again.
One thing I do want to say,
the SEC, though, they're supposed to stop.
they're supposed to stop.
Prevent
At least
fraudulent companies from going public.
Fraudulent companies
FTC,
from
the
going
Federal
public.
Trade
The FTC,
has
the
a
Federal
big
Trade
role in that as well.
has a big role in that as well.
Here, we'll pick up again and test.
Touche.
But there are other things, the commerce.
There are other things, the commerce.
Gary Gensler was like corrupt as shit. So many headlines about how he's super corrupt, especially when it comes to crypto. Share screen. Okay, share screen. You see my screen? You see my screen?
All right, we'll say good morning.
I watched the first 16 minutes, but the first 16 minutes are amazing. So
Okay, so we're starting over.
I'll watch it again.
From the top, yeah. Okay, so we're starting over.
From the top, yeah.
Screen.
You can't see my screen. Where to go? Good old Safari. Best browser. How the fuck do I
Just getting over it. Trying to start the back this morning. With a lot to do today. So we're picking up page Kuf Test Sign is the page number, and we're going to pick up the Oreo Hasidus.
I'm being wrecked
Can you
here.
hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have a theory that salmon will be as expensive as lobster in the coming
מקום שיש בו תוקף היצר הרע, משם יוצא הצדיק והנקי also. So the topic here is in the introduction. It's a very interesting observation.
I mean,
in the last sip,
wouldn't there always be farms?
Spoke about the
Fish.
idea of
they're
that
lobster farms as
in
well.
Memphis we reference the idea
Are you talking about like naturally found
No, I'm
ones?
talking about all salmon.
I
think it was talking about it wasn't popular in the United States until like the 90s, and then they got people really like it, and now they're going to jack up the prices.
Because the moment that one can then collaborate with the Russia,
There's people screaming. Can you hear it?
whatever it is that one wants to accomplish. Something can dance. For example,
This is like the most Canadian thing.
So even though with Yosef and Ashes Potiphar, there was a divinely ordained union, right? Baharaya, right?
Why is it so quiet?
It was that Joseph was supposed to marry women from that family. He just wants to wife of Potiphar.
Turning on your volume a lot.
Like the daughter of Muslims, and not only was that marriage ordained, but ultimately again, that marriage produces Mashiach.
There we go.
Right? Produces one of the Messianic kings. And at the end, again, the reason why it could not work out with the wife of Potiphar, because that would have been a nice vicious. That would have been being discovered, would have been connecting with her Russia. And then the positive could come type of collaboration. Versus you read the end, come on. Although the episode itself is certainly a strange one, and a very strange youth, which produces the Melech Mashiach, Mashiach and David. And at the end of the day, because it wasn't an event that took place between two tzaddikim, between two individuals of righteous nature, therefore it was able to go ahead and produce a positive result. So the idea being said is a topic that one, let's say, it's very important because sometimes in life we are faced with the need to collaborate with all different kinds of people in order to achieve certain results. The Rebbe telling us collaboration with the Russia never works. It never works. No matter what you think you're going to get from that union, whatever you think you're going to get from that collaboration, absolutely never works. Sometimes when collaborating with good people,
Rabbi, say something?
A person has to venture out of their comfort zone. That is true. That is definitely true. But collaboration with the Russian people.
I hear both now.
One step further. I will say in an Osman test, the Rebbe here says something absolutely amazing. So he goes on. He says, "Kolecha mi Yisra." Yeda. Yeshua dasul habin. Shedafka. Listen to these words. Every person should know the following. Shedafka b'ma ba'osam hakochos sheyitzro tokfo u'miskabra alav b'yozer u'masis es ha'odam nishtamish bahem la'asiyas v'kira harei ze melamed shuhu be'etzem kli muchon le'inyan tikum osam dvarim va'kochos. So let's read the words and then we'll expound on them just a little bit. So that it says every person should know. We'll say most of us struggle with a number of things. That's nature of being a person. But I would venture to say that most of us have one particular avera with which we struggle with most. Right? That thing, how do I do one thing, right? But that one thing that is my greatest life struggle. It's usually the thing that I do tshuva for every single Elul and Yom Noraim and make a plan of action. I'm never going to do it again. And it's usually the thing that I suffer the relapse from over and over and over. And it could be the same thing that I've been struggling with for years. Again, I make advancement. I fight. I put up battle, and again, I stay on the wagon for longer amounts of time. But there's that one Avera that I struggle with over and over. It's the Shitzro Tokfo, something that again my Yitzer pulls me to be Yoser. He says, listen to this. The fact that I have that weakness, and the fact that I have this ongoing struggle, Zemalami Chehu Be'etzem Muchan Le'inyon Tikun Osam Varim Ba'akomos. We'll say, listen to these words, and then we're going to have to spend some time in the future shiur explaining it. The fact that I have the struggle indicates to me that I am a kli, I am a utensil that is ready to fix those very things which I struggle with. The fact that I have the struggle highlights the idea that I have the power to overcome them as well. So, Moksher Veroi Dioser Vios Kolchos Elu Nikia Zakir Etzla. Sirvo said, the truth is, it's an amazing thing to say, but it's not such a Kiddush. This is really what Rebbe was teaching us in Osman Zayin. But in Osman Zayin, we're already learning this concept that halacha l'maisa, there's no such thing as a good koach or a bad koach. It's just a koach. And it's a shayla, everything in life is a shayla of how you use it. So if I take type, remember, the Rebbe says, kas, taiva, whatever it might be. If I channel them in the wrong way, of course, that's averus. But if I re-channel it in the correct way, even kas, according to the Rebbe, not everybody would agree with this, but even kas can be used in a constructive fashion. So the Rebbe says something amazing. I struggle with an avera, right? Struggle with a taiva. The fact that I have that taiva, and the fact that at the end of the day I can't seem to rein in that taiva, indicates how strong that desire is. And the fact that I have a desire that is so strong that year after year I can't seem to vanquish it, tells me that I possess an enormous koach for good. Tells me that I possess, which I will say is such an incredible way to look at an ongoing struggle. Because those of us who have averos, which we struggle with for a very, very long time, at a certain point of time, you become despondent. And you're almost ready to say, you know what, like, I can't, it's exhausting to spiritually struggle. It's exhausting, to go ahead and constantly fight against an avera that I had to do over and over and over again. And at a certain point in time, a person just wants to say, you know what, God, I'm good in other areas of life. I lost this battle. And I can't fight anymore. And the Rebbe here gives us so much hope. Because he says, no. The very existence of the ongoing Avera, the very existence of this battle that you think you can't win, indicates that you possess all of the koach necessary to become a holy and pure person. Again, it becomes the shayla ultimately of rechanneling. So what we're going to see in Sitman Tes, what the stop over here for today, we're going to see in Osman Tes is kind of that which the Rebbe described in the abstract, in that Zayin, that there's no such thing as a good koach, bad koach, just how you channel it. Here the Rebbe is going to show us the Maisa, how to actually put that into practice. Okay, so we'll stop over here. Pick up again session next week. actually a pretty wild Gemara. So the Gemara says, Shabbos, the Gemara says, Imra Isa, left hand column, and the Uriah Chasidus page Yod. Imra Isa Tam Chacham, Shenokim Benoter Kinachash. If you bump into or run into or see a Tam Chacham, the Torah scholar, Shenokim Benoter, most of these words are very interesting. Noking, right? Nekama, who avenges, takes revenge. Noter, harbors animosity, Kinachash, like a snake. Like a snake. So I say, so what does that mean? He says, Kisha'anoshim mizalzim bo mitoch tofachto, umitoch tivek shamayim, v'chol shuhu l'kavotos. Let's listen to this. Essentially, what the Gemara is saying is like this. You see a Talmid Chacham who goes ahead and is vicious towards people. Now, again, the Gemara gives a bit of context. When you see a Talmid Chacham, ultimately, again, who is trying to go ahead and advance the right hashkafa sachayim, right outlook on life, and people degrade it. People degrade it, or people degrade HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or they degrade Torah, and Talmid Chacham fights back with a venom, with a viciousness. Chagreyu al masnecha. What does the Gemara say? Hidabek bo. If you find a Talmid Chacham like that, stick with him. Stick with him. Embrace someone like that. Embrace someone like that. I knew Hidabek bo shesofech lehanas mitras. I want to say, it's actually quite a surprising Gemara. So what are Chazal saying? If you see a Talmid Chacham who possesses a viciousness to defend the Ribono Shel Olam and to defend Torah, especially in the face of those who disparage them, or them being a Torah, at the end of the day, that's a Talmid Chacham. That's a person you want as a red. Talmid Chacham, unfortunately, actually, I will say, again, now, obviously, we need a little bit of context for this. What is Gemara do? Because I was doing like this. There's a time for humility, and there's a time to be mevaker, right? To yield. And also, one of the most important things in life is, and this has been very much lost in contemporary society, just because someone says something doesn't mean you have to respond. It's very interesting. It's been an incredible role reversal of adults in our greater society. The internet, like now, what you see what's happening contemporarily, have been reduced to children. Like what do children do? Right? And one child says something, and the other child reacts. And what do we teach our children? Just because there's a stimulus, there doesn't have to be a reaction. But just because someone says something to you, you don't have to say something back. So obviously, again, that becomes the golden rule in much of interpersonal relationship. So you just don't have to respond. Someone says something, it's abrasive, it's hurtful, it's this, that. Sometimes you just move on. But sometimes you do have to react. Sometimes when someone says something that perhaps is damaging to Torah, that perhaps is damaging to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, someone says something that is a corruption of the Masorah, someone says something ultimately that undermines the authenticity of halacha, whatever it is, sometimes there's a time to respond, and sometimes that response does have to be vicious. Sometimes that response does have to be sharp. I would venture to say the times that a response has to be vicious and sharp are very few and far between, but sometimes it does have to happen. So let's say, what do we call that? We call that kas. We call that kas. That is a form of anger. It's anger in the form of kanaos, of zealotry, but it's kas in some shape or form. And yet, what do you see? You see Chazal extolling it. Right? You see the rabbi saying, oh, you see a Talmid Chacham like that? Chagreyu. Ultimately, again, go ahead and form a relationship with it. So Tzaddik says, Hare, shechshivu Chazal midazu, kevon shi nasis l'shem shamayim. But also, you see to yourself, my gosh, this is kas. Kas, again, the Rambam says one of the most one of the most destructive midos. And yet here you see Chazal Mamish. I want to point out what's happening over here. What is the Gemara saying? Not only is the Gemara going ahead and extolling the midah, right? Not only is the Gemara going ahead and saying, by the way, it's good that Tam Chacham is behaving the same. But what else is the Gemara saying? Chagrehu. Chagrehu means you should forge a relationship with such a Talmid Chacham. So Tzaddik says once again, Haynu Shefshidu Chazal Midazu Kevan Shinasat L'Shem. So I will say another just display of this same Reb Tzaddik principle. Because whenever the character trait or wherever the behavior is used in conformance with the Ratzon Hashem or as a way to ultimately actualize the Ratzon Hashem, the will of Hashem, then the midah is positive. Don't say it's a proof. Now I want to be clear, and especially on this. Remember the use of kas. Kas is like playing with fire. So is fire beneficial? 100%. Right? A lot of times in life you can't accomplish things without a little bit of fire. But if it's left unchecked and used whenever, it can have a dramatic destructive effect. So I just want to be clear. Dr. Tzaddik is using this as an example. Is there a constructive use for kas? And can kas sometimes become a beautiful and important midah? Yes, but only when used as a way to bring about the Ratzon Hashem, which again I would venture to say 99% of times that there's kas, it's not this kind of kas. It's not constructive kas. It's often but again, the point that Tzaddik is just trying to make is the same way that humility and the same way empathy, which sound like good midos, could be terrible things when they are used against the Ratzon Hashem. Something like kas can be something constructive and positive when used ultimately to bring about the Ratzon Hashem. An incredible idea. He goes on, he said, Yesh lahavit. Then we'll say that Tzaddik expounds on this a little bit. No, that you will. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We're not finished with kas just yet, right? There's still more to discuss with kas, but in Hashem, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up. Let's say because Reb Tzaddik is blown away by this expression of Chazal regarding kas. Since kas itself, we'll just spend a few lines with speaking about why kas is considered to be so dramatically destructive. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We'll spend another day or two in Hashem and Osman Zion. All right, we'll say good morning. So we are picking up in Osman from a little while. Osman Bob, which we began last month. Okay, and then had a few days we decided, so let's resume. So let's remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. The Tzaddik began in this particular by quoting the pasuk in Tehillim. The pasuk in Tehillim says, "V'la Rasha Amar Elokim Malachal L'Saper." And Hashem says to the Rasha, literally Malacha, what business do you have speaking of my covenants? So remember again what the Tzaddik said, that technically speaking what that means is that the Rasha should really have no place in Torah. Right? That a Rasha shouldn't be able to learn Torah. After all, again, a person who wantonly disregards the word and the Ratzon of HaKadosh Baruch Hu should really not have any learning of Torah. But yet, the Tzaddik then goes on to explain it. He says that the Kadmonim, goes over the Reishis Chachma, and others quote the Ma'amar Chazal, Kol ma sheyom halacha balabayis asay chutz mitzay. But in general, if you're a guest at someone's house, you have to do whatever the balabas, whatever your host tells you, with the exception of very interesting and fascinating halacha. This idea that the balabais tells you he wants you to bench, he wants you to say the Torah, he wants you to take the first. You have to listen to everything the balabais tells you, with one exception. The balabais tells you, "I want you to leave." You do not have to listen. So we spoke about again a week ago. We spoke about this. Sasamas brings down, others bring down that this concept is a reaction to the story of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, which is quite fascinating. But on a deeper level, Rabbi Rothschild says what it means is as follows: that we are conditioned, of course, to listen to the Ribono Shel Olam. Whatever he tells us, we do. But if the Ribono Shel Olam were to say, "I no longer desire a relationship," HaKadosh Baruch Hu were to say, "I need you to leave my presence," I am not obligated to listen to that. In other words, that I will have a relationship with Hashem, even if Hashem were to communicate to me, I don't want it. It's a dramatic idea. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Balabais. He is the Balabas, right? He's the host. He's in charge. I have to listen to everything he says to me, chutz mitzay. Unless, of course, he tells me to get out. If he tells me to leave, so I say, I'm sorry, I can't listen to that. I can't accept those words. I'm staying with you. I'm engaged in the relationship, and I'm going nowhere. What's the good Tzaddik says? We're picking up page Kuf Vav. I'm picking up in the Bi'uri HaChasidus, the left-hand column, last two lines. Below the Chinam Kos Torah Inyan HaMa'akilim B'Parshat Shlach. Sefer Tzaddik says it is not for nothing that the Torah includes the story of the Ma'apilim. Now, what's the word of Ma'apilim? So it goes over here the pasuk. Vayapilu la'alos el rosh hahar. Al ilu shes on page Kuf Zayin now. The Uriah Chasidus. Al ilu shes akshu la'alos li'eretz Yisrael. Gam acharei gezeras onish hameraglim shlei kansu la'aretz. So remember again, we know this story. The Meraglim come back, deliver their disastrous report. As a result, they are punished. Klal Yisrael is punished to roam the desert for 40 years. Amazingly enough, the next morning, there were a group of individuals who decided to try to enter the land. They're called the Ma'apilim. They tried to enter, and Moshe tells them, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. You're not going to be successful. And the Avi Yishayim was, what were they thinking? What were they thinking? In other words, here, we just saw what happened when you defy the word of God. We just saw that with the Meraglim. Now again, Moshe Rabbeinu says you can't go in. And now you're going to go in anyway. Now you're going to go in. It doesn't make any sense. He goes on, he says something amazing. Asher kvar ha'aminu, az kol am Yisrael, I'm sorry, there's an incredible musr to be learned from the Ma'apilim. Who Shalome Akar Shekvar Ha'eminu as Kol Am Yisrael Ba'ami does Divrei Moshe Shahari Kvar His Charatu Al Chet Hamaraglim Va'amar Hinenu Va'alinu Hinenu Va'alinu Elamakam Hashem Hashem Tichataru Ve'im Kain Lama Lo Shamu Lo Moshe Rabbeinu. So we'll remember again, the Tzaddik says here, they sinned. They defied God. They defied Moshe. They realized they were wrong. They realized they were Temachit Meraglim, sin of the spies. They realized they were wrong. So now, why are they defying Moshe? And why are they defying the Ribono Shel Olam again? It's totally counterintuitive. In fact, if you think about it, the episode of the Ma'apilim is even more disturbing and instead of the Meraglim. Right? Because remember, the Meraglim, okay, the Ma'apilim, I mean, not okay, but you understand. We made mistakes. But the Ma'apilim, we saw what happens when there's disobedience to the word of God. And yet, again, still they insisted on going into the land, even though Hashem said you're not going in, and Moshe Rabbeinu said you're not going in. So what's the pshat? Vim Kain, Lamalo Shamal Moshe Rabbeinu. If that's the case, ultimately, again, so why do they say to Moshe, why do they not listen to Moshe when Moshe says you can't go in because Hashem is not in your midst? He says, you should have understood that Hashem does not want them to go into Eretz Yisrael now. So now listen to this. Elo mukach shenimukam haya mipnei shemchashu shezeh she'akadosh baruch hu shu bal habayis omer lahem shelo yikansu le'eretz Yisrael ubichlal ma she'amru chachamim chutz mitzay. So we'll say this is incredible. Says Reb Tzaddik, the Ma'apilim felt that when HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, you can't go into Eretz Yisrael, this was a case of Kol Ma Sheyomar Lacha Bal Habayis Asei Chutz Mitzay. That really the Rebbe was telling us not to go in. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu can't drive us away from it. He can't do that. Or I don't have to listen when HaKadosh Baruch Hu tries to drive me. I have to listen to everything Hashem says. But ultimately, again, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I no longer desire a relationship with you. I no longer want closeness with you. I no longer want connection with you. I don't have to listen. This was the smart sense of the Ma'apilim. It's true we made a mistake. We acknowledge we made a mistake. It was a terrible and horrific and dramatic mistake that had so many repercussions. But at the end of the day, I don't have to listen to Hashem when Hashem is trying to distance me from Him. And therefore, again, the Ma'apilim felt justified in going into the land. Such a dramatic idea. You don't have to listen to the Balabas. You don't have to listen to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, that I can't do tshuva, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says that I can't return, I am not obligated to listen to him. So really an incredible, so two incredible developments, two incredible fiducians by the I want to point out that this verse of Kol Ma Shomar Lecha Balabayis Asei Chutz Mitzay, whatever the Balabayis which Baruch Hu tells you to do, you have to do except leave, except distance yourself. This is already stated before Reb Tzaddik, but Reb Tzaddik is applying this to the episode of the Ma'apilim, which is really exceptionally dramatic. That this was their svara. They weren't trying to negate the sin. They weren't trying to undermine or to lessen the sin of the Meraglim. He just felt that the Jew has to listen to God in every single area of life except when HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells you to go away. I don't have to listen when Hashem tells me to go away. We'll say, so we'll see. We'll stop here for today, but we'll see in Netz Hashem that this particular piece has many different ramifications, including I don't think the subject quotes it. It doesn't quote it, but this. I'll just say this now. This happens to be one of the incredible insights into the episode of Elisha ben Avuya. Just very quickly, I'll tell you this. We know the story of Elisha ben Avuya, right? Elisha ben Avuya becomes an apostate. He becomes an apostate. He was a gadol hador. He became an apostate, and he had a talmid Rabbi Meir. And Rabbi Meir was always by his side trying to urge him to go ahead and come back. But Elisha ben Avuya, he said, I can't, because Shamati me'achori ha'targud, I hear from behind the curtain, from the inner sanctum of the Ribbon Shalom, Shuvu banu shoved, Shuvu banim shovevin, return, O wayward children, chutz me'acha, with the exception of acha. So Elisha ben Avuya said, I would do tshuva. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't even want me. So it's very interesting because the Rishonim and Nachronim try to understand what happened over here. What does this mean? What does that baskel mean? So actually, Rabbi Soloveitchik in the Chuvah Drasha discusses. He said the Rebbe Shalom never heard this. Never said this. The Baruch Hu never said chutz me'acha. So the Rav's lashon in the Chuvah, the way it's written, in the Drasha, the way it's written is Richuko Gorav. Elisha ben Avihu's own inner distance caused him to get it. So sometimes we project. So Elisha ben Avihu assumed he was so broken that if I don't like myself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu certainly doesn't like me. He projected his own broken kite onto the Ribono Shel Olam. But the Shla HaKadosh says something amazing. The Shla says, no, maybe God said it. Maybe God said, "Chutz mi'acher." You know what the Shla says? Who cares? Who cares what HaKadosh Baruch Hu said? And he actually quotes this memra. Kol ma sheyomer lacha bal habayis asei, chutz mitzei. Maybe God did say chutz mi'acher. Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't want you back. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he truly is excluding you from the possibility of children. Maybe that's all possible. But at the end of the day, who says you're supposed to this? Those are so incredible. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with the rest of Mem Vav tomorrow. All right, Jabosai, good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem this morning still in Os Mem Vav. We're picking up, let's take a look on page Kuf Zayin in the Be'uri HaChasidus towards the end of the bottom paragraph. So remember again, in this incredible oath, Rabbi Tzaddik is discussing the concept of Kol Ma Sheyomar Balabayis Asay Chutz Mitzay. Right? Whatever the Balabayis, in this case again metaphorically, the Balabayis refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Whatever the Balabayis tells you to do, you should do, with the exception ultimately again of getting out, of leaving. That you don't have to listen. So Tzaddik highlighted this idea to me that of course whatever the Rebbe Shalom tells me to do, I have to do. But if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says he no longer desires a relationship with me and he wants me to distance myself from him, I don't have to listen. Instead, I am permitted to forge forward with the establishment of a relationship and say, Rebbe Shalom, I don't want to leave your side. So remember again, Reb Tzaddik spoke about this concept in the context of the Mapilim, the group of Jews who decided to defy the edict of Moshe Rabbeinu in the aftermath of the sin of the Meraglim and still tried to enter into Eretz Yisrael, or Eretz Canaan at that point in time. So remember again, what was their logic? So we often look at them as unrepentant sinners. The Tzaddik says, no, just the opposite. They genuinely felt that although HaKadosh Baruch Hu said you can't enter into the land, we don't have to listen to Hashem because of that. Moshe was telling us that he wants distance from us. That's the one thing we don't have to adhere to. So Tzaddik goes on, he says something so beautiful over here. If you look, again, page Kuf Zayin, Be'uri HaChasidus, right hand side, bottom paragraph. B'chol parsha haniskeres achar chit hameraglim, muvu'eres sham le'inyan hiskarbus ha'adam la'Hashem yizbarach. Ayin bizar, shebir v'himlitz es kol inyan achit hameraglim, l'mashal v'remez ala Torah. We'll say this is truly beautiful. Tzaddik quotes the Zohar, and the Zohar explains that in fact, the entire story of the Meraglim is a metaphor. It's a obviously it's an actual story. Of course, it occurred, but the Zohar is saying it also has incredible and profound metaphorical significance. What's the profound metaphorical significance of the story of the Meraglim? So listen to what he says. He explains, "Behimlis al kol inyan hachit magul mashram v'remez ala Torah. Sha'Kodesh Baruch Hu omer libnei Adam la'ayin b'Torah." Sur al yada as haderech shebe'emtsausa yagiu el ha'olam haba kedei leischazik b'limuda u'b'shmirasa. See, interestingly enough, he says as follows, that in the Zohar's metaphor, entry into the land of Israel, right, sending the Meraglim to scout out Eretz Yisrael, is actually a metaphor for ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael represents Torah. And each of us is a Meragel. Each of us is one of the Meraglim, one of the spies. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I want you to go and seek out Torah. I want you to go and understand Torah. I want you to go and explore what Torah is. And I want you to figure out how, based on that Torah, to go out and live your life. That's what I would like you to be able to do. That's the significance, ultimately, again, of the story of the Meraglim. So he goes on, he says as follows. We'll say, see, you hear the metaphor? Eretz Yisrael is Torah. The Meraglim are each of us. My job now is to go out. Or should say, to go into Torah, delve into Torah, understand Torah, and then figure out how to utilize it in order to live and to lead a meaningful and impactful life. He goes on, the Elushem Mechusari Emunah. So what happens? People enter into our page Kuf Zayin. People enter into Torah. And what happens? The Elushem Mechusari Emunah, Hameraglim, left hand column, Be'urea Chasidus, page Kuf Zayin. So there are those who are Mechusare Emunah. There are those who lack proper requisite faith. Misyashin v'nimna'im lasot b'Torah. Machmas riboy hakashim shein be'isek haTorah u'shmiras hamitzvos. So I will say, so what happens? There are some people who enter into Torah. They enter into the Eretz Yisrael of Torah. And what did the Meraglim do when they came into Eretz Yisrael? What did they do? Interestingly enough, if you notice again, they didn't lie about anything, right? They didn't make up information. But rather, what did the Meraglim do? They simply said, too difficult. Too difficult. At the end of the day, we can't do it. So too, there are some people who enter into the land of Torah and they begin the journey, they begin the reconnaissance mission, and they say, you know what? Too difficult. Too difficult. Learning Torah is too difficult. Observing Torah is too difficult. Mitzvos, too difficult. All too difficult. Like just like the Moroccan. They don't cast the spurs. It's just too overwhelming, too difficult. Kimo shamaraglim nasu. Kimo shamaraglim ne'enshu. They'll say, I just want to point out, I would urge you to think about this, because the truth is, it happens to be, if you're using this edition, I also put it out on the WhatsApp chat, but you'll look in the footnote, he quotes the entire Zohar, and it's really an incredible metaphor, to understand both. I put that probably on WhatsApp chat last Monday. So we'll say, so again, such an incredible metaphor, if you think about it, that Eretz Canaan is Torah, and what happens? Moshe Rabbeinu sends the Meraglim into Eretz Yisrael to scout out the land. So too, I want to lead a Torah-dik life. I want to lead a good life. So I begin to explore Torah. So the shaila is, what's the result of your exploration? So sometimes, unfortunately, we come to the conclusion of the Meraglim. Learning is too hard. Observance is too hard. Everything is too overwhelming. It's very nice, but it's Eretz al Chalas Yoshveha. This thing, mamish, is all consuming. It'll sap the life out of you. So what happens? Says something. Ukimo shamaraglim nanchu shlo lalos the Eretz Yisrael. Kimo kimis parish benimshal shaya ona shamuchu sari emuna elu hamaraglim shlo yasiku esa olam haba v'lo yisku el hiskarpus la'adinu sheba shamayim. So what happens? The same way that the Meraglim ultimately lost Eretz Yisrael as a result of their disastrous report. Moshe says, you're not going to go in. So I will say, so what happens when a person gives up? Right? What happens when a person says, you know what, Torah is too overwhelming. Mitzvahs are too overwhelming. Right? Observance is too overwhelming. Relationship with Hashem is too overwhelming. So what happens? You lose it. As I was saying, Eretz Yisrael doesn't run after you. And at the end of the day, Torah doesn't run after you. Interesting that Kadosh Baruch Hu does run after us, which is just an interesting so. But that's for a different time. But the idea over here is the Moshe says, fine, Meraglim, you deliver your disastrous report, you're not going to Eretz Yisrael. If you don't make any effort to engage Torah, to engage mitzvahs, to engage a certain lifestyle because you feel that it's too difficult, then it's not even the punishment. The ramification is you just don't get it. You obviously don't have it in this world, and you don't have it in the world to come. It's a consequence. It's not a punishment. Remember, again, those are two very different things. A punishment could be punitive. A consequence is just the result. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, listen, if you're not willing to engage, and if you're not willing to toil to acquire Eretz Yisrael, you don't get it. If you're not, the metaphoric meaning in the Zohar, if you're not willing to toil to acquire Torah, if you're not willing to toil to acquire spiritual relationship with Hashem, you just don't get it. Not in this world, and not in the world to come. He goes on, Amar lahem Moshe Rabbeinu, al ta'alu ki ein Hashem b'kirbechem. So listen, this is fascinating. So remember again, what does Hashem say? What does Moshe say? So the next, now we're kind of combining all of the stories. So what happens the next morning? So remember again, that day one, the Meraglim come back, right? The night of Tisha B'Av, they come back, they deliver their report. All Israel cries, the decree is handed down, you're not going to return to Israel. 40-year sojourn in the desert, the entire generation is going to die out. What happens the next morning, which Rabbi says heralds the morning of Tisha B'Av? There's this group, you call them the Ma'apilim. They want to go up, they want to go in. So what does Moshe say to them? Al Talu, don't go up, ki ein Hashem b'kirbechem. For Hashem is not in your midst. Which again, we translate to understand means what? Hashem is not with you. And if Hashem is not with you, you're not going to be successful. The alzeh he'epiluv is akshu lalos, v'leikonis li'eretz Yisrael af neged ritzon Hashem yisbach. So we'll say, so there's a lot of things happening right over here. So you have to listen to the profundity of this. The profundity of this is Moshe Rabbeinu telling them explicitly, God is not with you. God is not with you. And yet what? What happened? They went anyway. Now listen, now watch this. He says, Mishum shesavru sheba ofen zeh hem yiskul v'hiskayel l'Hashem zeh. So now we're kind of jumping a little bit here. So remember, let me close out the first thing. So the first part of the Tzaddik was just saying is, by the way, the whole Meraglim story is not just a story about conquest of Eretz Yisrael. It's also a metaphoric story about the Jew and his acquisition of spirituality, how you acquire Torah, and a recognition that it doesn't come easily. And if you're scared off by the struggle, just understand you will accomplish and acquire nothing. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, if you weren't willing to engage in the struggle, and I needed you to engage in the struggle, Hashem is not going to be with you, not in this world, and not in the world to come. Now, let's loop this back. So remember again, the Tzaddik was saying before, this concept of Kol Ma Sheyomar Elecha Balabayis Aseh Chutz Mitzeh. Whatever Hashem tells you to do, you should do, with the exception of if God tells you to get out. If God tells you He doesn't want you anymore, don't listen, and keep trying to engage. So remember again, the Tzaddik says, who's the paradigmatic example of this? The Ma'apilim, this group. Moshe Rabbeinu tells them, Hashem is not with you. Hashem is not with you. And yet what happens? They went anyway. Crazy. We'll say, if you think about it, by the way, the Ma'apilim story is more crazy than the Meraglim story. Right? Think about it, it's just one. The Meraglim made a mistake. A dramatic mistake. A terrible, terrible mistake. Okay, but one could make the argument that they were kind of left to their own devices in certain respects. The Ma'apilim are getting ready to march on Eretz Yisrael the morning after the Meraglim debacle, and Moshe says, God's not with you. God's not with you. It's not going to work. So what do you think you're going? Right? What's going through your head that you're going? So Elamai Reb Tzaddik says, because what's happening over here? Mishum shesavru sheba ofen zeh hem yisku liskari l'Hashem yisbarach gam ki she'omer lahem bala bayis kiviyachol tzei v'she'im be'efsharusam liskari v'alav case. Ultimately, again, they literally thought that even though Moshe Rabbeinu said God is not with you, they'll still be successful. They'll still be successful. Why? Because we don't have to listen to Hashem when He tells us to go away. That wasn't Hashem. I will say, now what I want to point out over here, I'll read this next line, then I'll have to stop over here for today. It says, Kimo sha'amru, Kimo sha'amra makar lakach, shes kavusad ba'ofen kazat hatzliach, Kimo sha'amru chachamenu zal, shechutzbasa ma'chusa b'litaga. Also, we'll pick up with this concept tomorrow. But this is what Chazal Kohen they say, that chutzpah is like monarchy without a crown. Which also means that sometimes in life, chutzpah is a very good thing. Chutzpah is a very good thing. I will say that please use that very carefully. Very carefully. We'll discuss what this means. I will say, but sometimes what it means is you have to be chutzpahdik to get what you want. Now, I don't mean. I mean, I'm sure this is true. Also, this is probably true in all areas of life. I'm sure it's true in the business world, right? As they say, what is it? If you don't ask, you don't get. You don't ask, you don't get. And sometimes you have to ask pretty forcefully, right? And sometimes you can't just ask. Sometimes you have to push. If you don't push, you don't get. So there's an element, but in the realm of ruchnius, we're seeing this concept as well. Sometimes the only way to accomplish what you need to accomplish in the realm of ruchnius is chutzpah. Well, lest you think that chutzpah is a desired approach, so we're going to see the Zohar calls or the Gemara calls, chutzpah is monarchy without the crown. So I'll say, what does that mean, monarchy without the crown? So you could be the king without the crown, but you're really missing something, right? There's an important monarchical accessory that is missing from you if you don't have the crown. So we'll have to stop over here. But I will say what I just want to point out, this I'll really end with, because this is really quite fascinating, is the following interesting dynamic. You see, on one hand, the Tzaddik told us, which means that listen to everything that God tells you, except when God tells you to get out. Yet, interestingly enough, the paradigmatic example of that is the Ma'apilim. And interestingly enough, the Ma'apilim follow this advice. They try to go into the lands, even though Hashem says to them, Moshe says to them, it's not going to work. And what was the result? Right, they failed. So I just want to point something out. Even though Tzaddik is using this as a paradigmatic example, the job of the Jew is to always try to engage HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if the Ribbon Shalom apparently doesn't desire that engagement. That's what it is. But it doesn't always mean that things work out, which is very interesting. So it's almost like my job is to try to pursue constant engagement with the Ribbon Shalom. But don't think that just because you always push, you get what you want. So, right. So this is the interesting question. It sounds like from Rabbi Tzaddik, they did the right thing, which is a little bit mind blowing, because Moshe Rabbeinu is sitting there telling them, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." So, Meretz Hashem, to be continued tomorrow. We'll say, which again is essentially Rabbi Tzaddik is dealing with over here, which is a very important life yesod, is how much chutzpah is good chutzpah, right? Which is something many of us struggle with each and every day, right? How much chutzpah is good, and how much chutzpah just becomes a detriment, right? Meretz Hashem, to be continued.
Hi, Mr. Ferris, are you ready for me?
Mr. Fresh, are you ready for me?
You got it, madam.
You got it, madam.
Go ahead and go through it. Or other conditions they use regarding Hanukkah. Beautiful preparation. Beautiful. Also seeing that
Whenever you're ready.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll go in. This is from the WhatsApp group. So this is from the Rebbe distribution of your parents. So he writes something quite beautiful. So hopefully you have the PDF. So he writes as follows. He says, so you go to remember against 90 minutes of Shabbat Shalom.
Just one
It's
minute.
It's 8:02. Come on. Look at the other stuff, baby. I got things to do. I'm just telling you, come on. Well, I'm just telling you, come on.
Of Racha number 2. Specifically again this idea
Mr. Aquarius, calm down. I'm 7 and right now.
Mr. Aquarius,
You
calm
need to
down.
be patient. I'm in the
7
middle
and right
of
now.
watching the documentary at
I'm in the
the
middle
same
of
time.
Why you look at
the documentary at the
Why
same
you look
time.
at the documentary? You can do it later. It's not that serious right now for no game. You watch the documentary right. You gonna watch it.
Have your invitation.
Goodness gracious. Damn it, they're the party.
Literally translated above time, which means supernatural. Supernatural.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
That we celebrate. Like whether it's Pesach coming out of Egypt, splitting up the sea, the Makos, or if you look at Sukkot, in fact, the Moses stands in these huts or Agani, covered of clouds of glory. Shavuos, Matan Torah. If you look at the miracles that we already celebrated, above supernatural, out of the ordinary. They expanded. Are you so Hakava? The miracles of Peru ultimately are embedded in nature, right? These were miracles that occurred within the context of the natural world. The Hashmonayu, one of Asur again, Hanukkah, the Hashmonayu of the war.
Another one. DJ Khaled.
But it was embedded in the natural order of the world. Or in Esther Amazon. Of course, again, for it, you have Mordechai and Esther going having quote unquote Purim. Even though, of course, it's the Ribono Shalom.
Wow. Mr.
I
Aquarius.
It's Aquarius.
Amazing.
Amazing.
בסוף הזמן, שהוא עולם הזה, ובסוף הטבע עשה ניסים שהכל היה מתברך. So this is such a beautiful explanation of the love. So that says, here's what the Bible means. שעשה ניסים לעבודתנו, והימים ההם. That's a reference to the fact that we are celebrating this miracle.
I know this. Get this.
Ooh! That's a record right there.
Miss Aquarius.
If
you get a strike here, you get the all-time record.
If you get a strike here, you get the all-time record.
She did it! 119! Miss Aquarius, I'm so proud of you.
Miss Aquarius, I'm so proud of you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
119, folks. Better than I've ever done. That was amazing.
Embedded in the context of everyday life. That's Bazman Hazeh.
I win, you win. I win, you win. You win, I win. Yeah.
Screenshot is right, Miss Aquarius.
Oh, right.
So here's this is
119,
Yeah,
all-time record.
screenshot there.
119, the all-time record.
Yep, there's the photos. There it goes. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Got that. There we go. Yeah.
Wow.
There's the photo.
I didn't want
Right.
to say anything because I'm like, she's on track for the best forever. So she got it.
I know, right?
That's not what it means. Thank Hashem for the miracles that He performed
That's
by
all right.
His
Finally got to be up there.
Oh, way up
Finally
there.
got to be up there.
Way
All right.
Way up.
That's all right.
The Zman that we have. This was a miracle embedded in heaven. This was a miracle. Embedded in the natural order of
Watching now
Documentary
today.
on salmon in British Columbia.
Watching a documentary on salmon in British Columbia.
Nice.
Miracles in our people,
I
not
know
miracles
who
in
that
our
is.
own lives, but the miracles that
No.
often occur. Like you say,
Okay,
nope.
you got it, right? You got it. Okay, you got it, right? You got to get this.
Miracles of Azman Hazeh. Not Lamala Azman. Everyone knows the miracle of the splitting of the Red Sea. Everyone knows the miracles of the Makkos. Everyone knows the miracles of Sukkot, of Shuas. Everyone knows those miracles. The greater challenge is to be able to see the miracles of Azman Hazeh. The miracles of everyday life. The miracles embedded in this time. It never goes on. He says, if you look page on the test, on the left hand side, about halfway down, about 5 lines up on the corner. The Hoshana, this is so beautiful. He said there's another dimension to this movie. Over Hoshana, Bayamim Halalu, Miskala Hanes Hahi. There was something amazing. Every year, when the 25th of Kislev comes along, when tonight begins, the Rebbe says, the miracle, listen to the word miracle. Miskala Hanes Hahi. The miracle is revealed. The miracle is revealed. Hashem Yisbarach, who mashpia bayamim halalu, v'yamod yishua pidyon. The Ribono Shel Olam embedded in these days, when he mashpia, he influences these days. He embeds in these days yishua pidyon. Salvation, right? Salvation, and redemption. V'zeu shalom yishua pishmona esrei, u'la'amcha Yisrael asisa k'hayu amarga. So we say ultimately again. All the Hanukkah, that people have made this.
Did you give it to me?
Great salvation. Turn the page. Let's go to just a moment. It says, Daiko, רוצה לומר, וגם היום הוא התשוע ופיון ביומים ההם כמו בעיס. So here, which is really
I like it when I win and you win. I like it when I win and you win.
Is embedded.
That is right.
Is embedded. That's right. Is embedded in these days. The incredible thing, and every celebration, this extensively as well.
No.
Rob
I'm aware anyway. Oh,
everything
right.
is unfolding at the same
Right.
We see this
Every
single young thing. That's why we never celebrate historical miracles. Everything like we come to Pesach,
You win, I win. I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job. 119. It's a day to remember.
Good job.
Yay!
Remember,
I walk into my soul.
That's a good number. I
Great
learned
job.
from you. I learned from the best.
great job.
Enjoy your document. I'll be back. Go to sleep, okay? I'll be back home soon, okay?
Sounds like a plan, man.
I'm talking about in here. I'm gonna be home. You know what I mean? In here. All right. I'll be back.
So that part I understand. Thank you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, for the miracles you performed in the past. That's man hazeh. That same miraculous energy that was present for the Hashmonaim thousands of years ago, that same energy is embedded in these very days. Bazman hazeh. That same miraculous energy which was in the world thousands of years ago re-emerges from the very fabric of creation each and every year on the 25th of Kislev. They'll say, what an incredible, incredible Yisod. So when we like the menorahs tonight, it's not the pshat that I'm simply remembering or reliving a historical event. That very miraculous energy that was part of the world thousands of years ago re-emerges from the fabric of the world. That's in clock, which is why says the Rebbe, these days are miraculous and historical. These days are ripe for miraculous activity. Because at the end of the day, that energy is embedded in the world. If you look, you see the footnotes. You see the footnotes, paid down on page Reish Men. So the Rebbe writes something so beautiful. So he says, "Ube'inyan zera b'kedushas Chanukah shekasav she'asa nisun avosei me'minayim bazman hazeh kinomar she'ilu hachasodim v'hanisim va'oros shehayu az b'mei Matisyahu ben Yochanan Kohen Gadol." So the Rebbe says, those very energies that were in the world that came out at the time of Matisyahu Kohen Gadol, niskala ad achshav, they continue to reveal themselves until this very day. Bazman hazeh, גם בנוסח על הניסים נאמר גם כן ולעמך ישראל עשית תשועה גדולה פורקן כיום הזה. לכאורה תיבס ופורקן כיום הזה אין לו הבנה. What does it mean? HaKadosh who paid for us redemption עד היום הזה, until this day. What does that mean? לפי אני עשיתי תחי לומר, כלומר שכיום הזה הפורקן והתשועה שאז בימים ההם ממתיסיהו. That the very redemption that was part of Matisyahu Kohen Gadol's life thousands of years ago, that very energy re-emerges every single time. If he goes on in the experience, so it turns out that the big Yitzchak tells us two beautiful, dramatic dimensions of understanding of the bracha. First of all, that the bracha of Sha'as HaNisim helps us to frame the nature of Hanukkah. That Hanukkah is not a time of the Lamala Mehazman, but Hanukkah is a miracle of the Soch Hazman. There are different miracles. There are miracles that are clearly supernatural.
What happened, Riser?
There are miracles that are embedded in the context of time, the context of the natural order of the world. Hanukkah is something embedded in this time, embedded in heaven. And that's why the avoda of Hanukkah becomes the ability to see it, the Ribbon Shalom, and the ability to see the miracles of life, not in the supernatural, but in the natural. It's like, isn't that the avoda of Hanukkah? It's interesting. That the Hanukkah, you have to go ahead and use a ner. You can't use an avuka. You can't use a torch. So say why? Because sometimes the ability to be able to discern everyday miracles of life requires something much more nuanced. It's not a torch. But rather, again, it's the nuanced ner which allows you often to go ahead and find the everyday miracles. So chazman. And then the Rebbe says, the same miraculous energy.
Riser, can you hear me?
That was by Amina. Can you hear me? Is also Bazman Hazeh. That same energy that allowed for the miracle of Hanukkah thousands of years ago is the very energy that ultimately against services within our world each and every year. They say that is the great and incredible gift of Hanukkah. That's the great and incredible gift that he gives to make. And it's the gift that America should be Zoka over the next 8 days. Take it back. Yeah, plus we'll stop over here. So this will America Hashem pick up with the subject of America Hashem after
Riser.
So with your permission, we're just gonna spend a few minutes this morning focusing on a beautiful piece by the Yitzhak of religion. So it's not off topic, it's actually the same topic. I sent it out in the WhatsApp chat, and it's how you see again the subject in Osman Hay Oki is on the concept of Hashem Tzilka. Remember, he quoted from the Rabbi Yitzchak, specifically the Rabbi Yitzchak's drushes, but it was Jerusalem Mechanical. So I thought, in order to more fully understand this, to develop this idea, and also to see a beautiful piece from the subject of the Yitzchak, right? To take a look at this idea. So I sent it out not last night, but the night or 2 nights ago in the WhatsApp chat. So you should have the PDF of the Shasli. So if you're looking, if you're following along in that PDF, is page Reish from Gimel on the left hand side, towards the end of the left hand paragraph. Ukimoshe Shamati Mikala Shemtu, Al Kosef Shemtzilka. So the Yitzchak says, I want to share with you now that which I took from my read from the Hashem Kodesh. The Pasuk says, putting it to Hillel, Hashem Tzilcha. So remember again, before we said it, using Hashem Tzilcha means what? Hashem is your shade. But he writes, Kimo Shabbat, I also remember again, Hashem is beautiful. It's amazing how just a single nuance change in definition creates a truly profound and groundbreaking theological idea that somehow again if you recognize that set itself does not have shape, does not itself the ultimate shadow, suddenly again you develop a totally new dimensional relationship between the Ribono Shel Olam and Klal Yisrael. So watch this. It says the Levi Yitzchak. It says, "No Shabbat I only need to ourselves." Seeing that when a person stands quote unquote not in his shadow, and they compete to also King Misnomea himself. Whatever I do, my shadow reacts in kind. Ein Kivyachu Baruch Hu Baruch Shalom. The same thing is true with the Ribono Shel Olam. If Maisim Shal Adam Hakachon, Kimo Kain Ose Imo Mileila Kiriyah. Whatever man does here in this world, the Ribono Shel Olam reacts in the same way. Again, exactly what here was something kind of alluded to this. Now alluded to quoted this like a shorthand. Here of the Yitzchak Mamish develops it. So literally the concept of divine reciprocity means that the Ribono Shel Olam is my shadow. Whatever I do in this world, HaKadosh Baruch Hu reacts towards me in kind. He goes on, Dahainu, Im Yisnahi, Adam Im Chavera B'midas HaChesed. So if I'm about Chesed, if I do Chesed with my Chavera, if I do Chesed with my friends, I do Chesed with my colleagues, Kim Yisnahi Mo Hashem Yisrael Kivyochel. So I'm about chesed, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to do chesed for me. Lochei, the Trinity website is rich Dalit. Lochei, מה שמאוד היה ראוי להסנאי במידת החסד. So maybe it's by the way you see from here how important it is to be about chesed. We'll say, so again, even without the piece of Big Yitzhak, we all know the power and importance of chesed. But here a Big Yitzhak explains why there is such an incredible emphasis. This is why I need to be about chesed. Why? Because if I am about chesed here in this world, then the Ribono Shel Olam does chesed with me. Who does chesed with me? כמו שימשיך עליו גם כמידת החסד. ואז יש תבוא, don't say if I do chesed with you, then I should say what we know from Israel.
Yo, did your phone freeze? Yo, did your phone freeze?
There's so much actually.
Was it not streaming or streaming for me?
At the very end, it wasn't.
He goes up.
Okay, so let me give me a breakdown.
Give me a breakdown.
There's the Fraser farm.
How far at the end?
Like the last 10 minutes, maybe.
Like the last 10 minutes, maybe.
Oh shit.
So as I understand, there's the Fraser River. There's the Fraser River. They're getting all kinds of diseases and these farms, and then these farms. And then what happened at that? What happened at that?
They were a lady at the end of that. She was hopeful it would be turned around, and there's no reason to stop it, and or that they can't reverse it, and that humans have the fish are just very important, and they have a very important relationship between humans and fish, and fish also bring in a lot of wealth to the province, which you think that the government would be doing their best to keep that happening. And I've gotten flyers in my mail of everything that the local government is doing, investing millions of dollars in each of these hatcheries and stuff to preserve the salmon. So I think there is a lot of public outcry, but maybe not public knowledge on those farm fisheries causing the disease or whatever.
Have you ever been?
Yeah, I've seen.
Have you ever been to a fish hatchery?
Sorry, go on.
Have you ever been to a fish hatchery?
I think so, because around where I live in Squamish, there's a bunch of signs that say don't let your dog go in this river because there's salmon spawning here.
Fish hatchery is different than a fish hatchery. Fish hatchery is generally artificial.
Yeah. Then no, I have not.
They smell so bad. They smell so bad. Basically, overwhelming like fish. But it was interesting to see. It was interesting, different, the different stages of the different stages of. If you had been to one, you would know. I mean, I would think so because it smelled so much like fish. What else do you think it's going to smell like? What else do you think that smells stood out? Yeah, like you were saying, salmon are a major part of the economy there, a major food source that the fauna depends on, the bears and I'm sure all kinds of other animals, and how it has this natural ebb and flow with the bugs, insects, and stuff, and what they're eating, and they're like a key part. And if you mess with the spawning or the life cycle, or just the overall health of the fish, of the salmon, you're going to affect everything. But especially now, because Canada, specifically British Columbia, relies so much on salmon, as like a crop, you know. I mean, it's like something that it's like you have like fish farms that they show, and something that was interesting to me. All of the different diseases that the fish get, viruses and infections, and like even fish cancer. They talked about like fish leukemia or something. Like I didn't know that. So that was interesting to me.
Me neither. Those fish farms or aqua farming places, they're just like rife for disease. It's just like they don't swim, and it's just like no predators, and that's like the sketchy thing about them. And then also like my mind was blown when they showed like how like that diseased water just contaminates like all these other fish farms around them, and then like the natural fish that are trying to swim through the water, they end up getting the disease from the fish farms.
I agree with you. And I find it interesting that sick fish don't eat. Sick fish don't eat. Fish that don't eat don't grow. Fish that don't eat, those fish would like end up at the bottom of the tank, and they could get the other sick. Other fish sick, and other fish sick. That was wild to me. Salmon are fascinating. The idea that their entire existence is to breed. Like they breed, and once they breed, they breed, and once they breed, it's the circle of life. Basically, eggs get fertilized, fish grow, they start to swim upstream, they mate, the eggs are laid, like it's like a perfect circle that nature has created. But they go upstream, which is so. They didn't explain it in that. In my knowledge, why do they go upstream? I'm gonna look it up right now. Yeah, why do salmon go upstream?
Yeah, I've seen it in my like town. These salmon just like trying, and sometimes the river is like low, and they're just like stuck on my feet. There's like it's like a traffic jam of like 500 fish that are just trying to like get through like this little crack in the rocks, and they just have to keep flopping and jumping up and trying to get there.
Upstream environments offer cooler water and stable gravel beds to protect eggs and promote faster development. Safety and isolation. Spawning in headwaters isolates the next generation from predators and competition. River reaches and oceans. Natal homing adult salmon use a sense of scale to imprint on the local to imprint on the unique local signature, the birthplace, navigating hundreds of miles, exactly to where they hatch. That's fast.
Yeah, that's crazy that data is just coded into them.
Well, at least in the United States, wasn't really that popular. Salmon wasn't really that popular. Though I say on the West Coast it was, but not like throughout the United States, where you get where if you couldn't get fresh salmon from like the Northwest. Salmon, maybe it was frozen, like the big fish markets in Seattle. The big fish markets were in Seattle. I think key were in Americans developing taste for fish, taste for salmon, and now it's like available everywhere in the United States. It's relatively cheap, and I can anticipate that it will not always be that cheap. That now there's a big market for it. The price can be raised, and
whatever
I
want
anticipate
out
that
of
it will be
the
really
Lord,
expensive. I can't guarantee that.
the model that's safe.
It's already pretty expensive. It's already like 20 plus or 25. Well, I'm in Canadian dollars, so like $16 for like half of
It used to not.
like
It used to not
not
be.
like
It used
half
to
of
not be
it.
nearly that expensive.
Celebrate that Hanukkah.
Okay.
True.
Okay. So now we're gonna look for.
Are steaks in America also like crazily priced? Steaks here, I mean, I guess they probably already have always been relatively.
Yeah. I mean, there was a time. There was a 15 years ago. I would say that it was not that bad. Even 10 years ago, I would say that like I would say that kosher steak, and so that's always been more expensive. So that's always different cuts and after the animal slaughtered, the meat is salted. So there's some extra precautions that are taken, and that has always made kosher. Than just kosher meat in general. More expensive. So for me to say like I price kosher meat more, but since the pandemic, the price of beef, specifically kosher beef, dramatically, and
Close out.
I think it's one of those things where there was this like notching. I don't know how to describe it, but like the pricing during the pandemic, where people were like, "Well, it's a pandemic. What do you expect?" And then there was all this inflation, and then it never went down. And so there's just this argument like, all right, so we need to be paying exorbitant prices for steaks. I know. I used to get like in two big trays for years. I would just eat steak. I was on like what called like kosher ketogenic diet, where all I would eat was just protein. And it's just very expensive, and it would be like for two big trays. We're talking like big catering trays. It was like $200 a week. So I used to spend like $200 a week just on steak. And I would get it cubed, and I would like just eat it, like almost like beef jerky. And I know those trays now. I don't get them anymore. Like in that amount, I'll still get some kosher steaks, but more rarely. Those are now like $400. So like the price base. And it's not like there are half as many. Cows. It's just part of like the inflation. Okay. So we went to see a documentary. Let me just get it.
Let me just, can I just add one more thing? We'll get to the OJ thing, but I think that documentary was like a very good example of like the like dangers of having corporations influence governments and like industries influence governments, because it was just like such a clear like neon yellow highlighter example of like this literal department that's supposed to be protecting the fish just doesn't want to give back positive disease sample confirmations because it'll make the value for their shareholders go down or whatever for like the aqua farm. was probably like it was crazy just how like corrupt it was, and then also they're still trying to pass more laws to make it like illegal for those scientists to test things and punishable by jail. And, like,
yeah, that's right. When it's
very like dangerous.
yeah, that's very like
that's right,
dangerous, slippery
slope.
slope.
That's right when it's
but I remember
cut
hearing
off
that
for
lady
me.
say. So
But
it's
I remember
illegal to
hearing
take
that lady
video.
say. So it's illegal to take video
Is that what she was saying?
Is that what she was saying?
I think just taking samples from any of those fish, because they found a loophole where like they had a bald eagle that had one of
really
its farmed fish, and it's
A really
talent. Yeah, and then they like followed the bald eagle and then got the sample that way or something.
I'm surprised there wasn't like
in the dark James Bond mission where they would like go and try and just acquire a sample illegally with like some vigilante anarchist group.
salmon anarchists.
Well, maybe they needed a
salmon.
Left-hand column, the Oreh
That will help.
We can make salmon
Or you can make salmon cannons if all the salmons have disease.
And dramatic dynamics. So remember, just keep in mind what's happening over here. I know I guess sometimes get to a level where in order for me to go ahead and really do tshuva, I need
You
to
like
remake
salmon?
myself. I need to
You like
remake
salmon?
myself.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I love it.
From nothing. But in order to go ahead and remake something
Fucking
myself,
amazing.
I first have to go ahead.
I've been wanting to get a fishing rod and then go catch a wild salmon that are like abundant here. But you need like a fishing license and a fishing rod, and or you could do it illegally, but it's probably not a good.
I see people.
But I see people, or I take my dog for walks. They're just chilling in the river with like their giant like the pants that there's this water, or the overall pants, and they're just chilling there, catching fish. And you get a nice, fresh, beautiful fish. And try not to get mercury poisoning by eating them too much.
But this guy,
Greg Ovens, who has like a survivalist YouTube channel, he does a bunch of videos in British Columbia, and I've seen him on Vancouver Island do these like survival videos where he'll go and he'll literally just live off the land, just foraging, usually like turkey mushrooms, and then this other one, like a citro something or whatever, and then he'll also just catch it. You can catch like 4 fish per day per person or something, and then he usually just puts them in the smoker because you can't eat them all. But if you smoke them, then it'll preserve them.
If you smoke the salmon, it'll preserve them?
If you smoke the salmon, it'll preserve them?
I believe so, yeah.
You like smoke it and then freeze.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you freeze it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you freeze it, yeah.
What's that sauce? There's like a white sauce that they put
There's like a white sauce that they put with
salmon that I really like.
Salmon that I really like. Let me look it up.
שמה שאתה עושה, גם הצל עושה, כן השם יתברך ביחד.
I had a dream last night, and
Michael Jackson and
one of them,
there were like 2 mic of them. I was like staying at like his guest's house or something. And then the second one was like almost like a continuation of that. They allowed us into Michael Jackson's house in like Super Mansion or whatever. And then Michael Jackson was like, they're like a group of like, small group of like 5 people at like a table, like a big dining room table in like this like modern-y house. And then I sat down and then chit-chattering about like wine or something, and then some comment about the wine, and then I forget exactly what it was, but then Michael Jackson. It was like white face. It didn't really look like Michael Jackson, but he used the word waspful, and I was like, and then everyone like chuckled a little bit because of the use of the word waspful, and then I was like, is waspful a word? It sounds like waspful should be a word. Waspful. And then it's not a word. Yeah, wasp.
White Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah.
White Anglo-Saxon.
No, like wasp is like a bumblebee. So waspful would be like something that is like dingy and like something that would have big ramifications, like kind of maybe not violent, but like some almost bad ramifications, kind of waspful. I think it should be added to Urban Dictionary, and probably the English language as well. Michael Jackson told me that. I see the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants Wikipedia page, and I was just reading that.
I'm not. I don't want to be Protestant, not Protestant.
It's Protestant, not Protestant.
Oh. I thought. There's like a branch of Christianity, right? Called like Protestant. I thought that spelled like a.
That's Protestant. Like
no, that's Protestant. Like
everything that's basically not.
Everything basically not Roman Catholic.
They pronounce it with like a D though. It's not. You don't pronounce it.
Yeah,
it sounds
you're right.
like
You're
a
right.
D,
Now I know what
even
you're
though
saying.
it's written with a T.
It sounds like pride.
You're right. Now I know what you're saying. It sounds like
it's spelled Protestant, but
it's spelled Protestant.
No one pronounces it Protestant.
No one pronounces it Protestant.
Yeah, no, I thought they were talking about like some protesting.
Well, they are. They're talking about protesting.
Well, they are. They're talking about protesting.
Even better. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I just don't want you to sound.
Yeah.
If you were to say that in front of other people.
Like if you were to say that to other people, you'd be like, you've never said this.
Yeah, no. Every time I've heard the Protestant church, I've been like, oh, it sounds like it's spelled with a D, but evidently not.
It's pronounced that. You're right.
Pronounced that.
What?
You're right.
White sauce that they put on the salmon?
Yeah,
semen?
It's like a cream sauce. It is
very good. It's like white wine cream sauce.
Very good. It's like white wine cream sauce.
And I don't know. Like sometimes, I don't like fish.
I don't like the fish.
Generally, like even like fresh fish to me.
Even like fresh fish to me still tastes like
there's
fish.
just something off about that.
Like there's just something off about that.
And even like fresh fish that doesn't
even
have a
like
smell,
fresh fish that
it
doesn't
still
have a
tastes
smell,
fishy.
and it still tastes
So
fishy.
I like the sauce with
So I
whatever
like
it
the
is.
sauce with whatever it is.
I will say this, like I could eat like
I
tuna
like.
fish
I will say this.
pretty
I
like
can eat
raw,
like
like chicken
fish
basically.
pretty like raw, like
But I
chicken,
do like it with like a
um,
salad.
but I do like it with like a salad. Fish salad.
I like tuna fish. It's like probably
I
my
like
favorite.
tuna fish a lot. Probably my favorite.
And tuna fish are so expensive.
And tuna
Like,
fish are so expensive.
They are like millions of dollars.
They are like
big
millions
in like Japan.
in like Japan.
That's for the
Yeah.
bluefin though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a shitload of money. Yeah, it's still a shitload of money for a single fish, even though they're like just
They are
giant.
But still, like
They are giant. It's
that's
still
like a house.
like that's like a house
For like hundreds of pounds of
for like hundreds of pounds of meat.
Yeah, there's. I think it was a. I'm pretty damn certain it was a documentary that was talking. Yeah, it might just be called like bluefin tuna or something, but there's like a big crisis a while ago where bluefin tuna is very close to extinction, and that like probably was also affecting the price of the tuna because they're like, oh, this exotic fish now that's like endangered, we can charge more, like it's more expensive, and sushi that uses it is all like the super high end sushi places use it. They now have to pay more, so the price goes up. But I think Mama Riser said that the numbers were coming back, but it almost creates like a bad cycle where like there'll be like illegal fishermen that just don't give a shit about the no fishing regulations, and they'll just fish the hell out of them because every single fish that they get is $1 million.
I understand the risk they take.
I understand the risk they take.
With the utterance of his lips, Shalom, Shalom. And then he says to me, Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem. Welcome back. The welcome back doesn't mean that the work is done. Welcome back now means that I have the license to begin the work again. So sometimes God just recreates and sets the platform for me, sets the stage for me to be able to once again engage in the next activity, to engage in Shuvah. See, I think that I'm done. I think that I'm beyond repair. I think that I'm unsalvageable. So Baruch Hu says, well, sometimes you are. And therefore, what does he do? He recreates me. He recreates me. And now that I'm recreated, now I have the opportunity to do something significant with myself. Very important was in the work of Shuvah, the Ribono Shel Olam as an enabler, but ultimately, again, is not a worker. That he can enable me, he can give me opportunities, he can reset the clock, he can reset the patient.
What did Miss Aquarius say when she came in?
She was pissed. I was taking too long.
Yes,
I was watching the documentary though, and
was watching the
finishing
documentary
the
though,
publishing
and
something.
was finishing
Needed
publishing.
2 minutes.
They needed like
And she just comes in and sets an all-time
and she
record
just
of 119 roll.
an all-time record,
Damn,
119.
gotta get you fired up before you play every time. She played better than I've ever played. My record is
Better than I've
118.
ever played. My record is 118.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
What's the perfect score? What's the perfect score?
You know what? Let's just find that out.
Yo,
dog, in five frame bowling.
Five frame
What's a
bowling
perfect score? Is it
What's a
150?
perfect score? Is it 150?
Sometimes when you come to make really bad decisions,
Yeah, it's 150.
Yeah, it's
the
150.
ability to choose wisely. He goes on, he's in the war making a parsha. So it's like, so this is the construct. This is the construct. And the construct is really quite a profound thing. This is so ultimately again. And what's unfolding over here is the Ribono Shel Olam, the Tzaddik telling us that yes, sometimes a person can reach the point of of such profound disrepair. Sometimes a person is so broken that they lack an ability to fix themselves. So what happens?
I was just thinking of something.
It's natural. Devotion goes ahead, recreates us Yeshua and recreates us again. But that recreation again is not God doing the heavy lifting. That recreation ultimately again is Krishna giving us the opportunity to restart. In those moments, it's when I hear Shalom Shalom. When I hear the devotion telling me Shalom Aleichem, welcome back, get to work. We'll say, what is this hearing of Shalom Shalom? Remember again, this is there are moments in life where I want to change, I want to do better, and I feel like I have the thought to do better. When you feel that ability, when you feel that ability within yourself to be able to accomplish something more, be able to turn things around, that's the
Oh, I
Shalom
remember that.
from the
Oh, I remember that.
Yo, dog, give me a hard with you.
Yeah, you really broke things,
Give
right? Really broke
perfect
yourself
rules
apart. And now I'm giving you
on
that
how,
that's the Shalom. I will say, so the Torah does something very
like,
interesting.
zooming is a thing, and like super good microphones is
One time,
and speakers
he says,
and such.
"Everybody
Everybody is like,
everybody
you turn on a microphone,
Like you turn on a microphone,
if it's like enhanced enough, but here, every single thing that's going on
every single thing that's going on
maybe very low,
maybe very low,
it really could
but
do that.
it really
And
could
thus,
do that.
the laws
And thus, the laws
and stipulations
and
regarding
stipulations
like not
regarding
streaming someone else's
worship,
content,
like not streaming someone else's content or somebody,
or someone like
no, or
someone
someone like
solar or
on
it's
solar
because like if you just start up a
because
stream
like if you just start up a stream
and it's recording video
and it's recording video and
audio, if you enhance the audio enough,
if you enhance the audio
you
enough,
can hear everything in the world.
you can hear
And if you
everything.
enhance the video enough,
And if you enhance the
you can
video,
see everything.
you can see
Through
everything.
reflections and things like that. And those types of laws
And those
need to be
types of laws
reevaluated.
The tzaddik is going to speak about the concept of the dam habris, that when you go ahead and nullify or you deconstruct the bris, the covenant, which is a reference ultimately again to the Moses Zarah. It's a reference ultimately again to
I'll be back in 1
minute.
Yes, I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm just gonna pause.
We'll begin this tomorrow. But he discusses that there are certain averos that carry with them an incredible amount of severity. Yet there are averos that so many of us transgress. So how do you reconcile those concepts? That there's something ultimately that is so severe, but yet so common. So how do I get myself out of a hole that I dug for myself? I have to take responsibility. But at the end of the day is so difficult to get out of. So that's something. So again, let me skip to the end. The good news is if you did true for anything, that's how we left. I want to end off with that. The good news is there's no such thing as an Aveira, no matter how severe, that I can't go ahead and extricate myself from. Because that's remember that's the construct that the subject just established. No matter how much trouble I've gotten myself in, even when I cannot help myself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes along and helps me. But what do I do with averos that are so severe? And we'll discuss the severity of Pigam Habris. For those when we discuss why the issue of Hashmas Hazara and ultimately again wasting seed is
I
so
understand that,
significant.
but keep in mind that like
severity?
in the next
Why
100
does
years
it
or so,
fundamentally erode our
your
relationship
speakers
with
will be
HaKadosh
so
Baruch Hu?
good and the
Speakers will
microphones
be
will
so
be so
good,
good that you might be able to pick
I
things
know the
up
ending
might
is
be able
good.
to pick
The
things
ending
up
ultimately again is that I can go
rooms
with
away or maybe
rooms
a
away,
block
or
away.
maybe
And
how
same
I'm
with
able
video.
to go ahead and do
same
that.
with video.
And thus
Even when I
the
deconstruct
strategy
myself,
should be
the
reevaluated.
strategy should be evaluated.
All right, Jimmy, so good. Let us be the Shia Kua, the next Hashem. through OCC process. Time to consume hey, you just sent it out a few minutes ago. I forgot to send it out last night. So we're picking up Osman Hay. So that continuing on the topic of Tshuva. That is really introducing here an incredibly powerful disorder. As hopefully as you've seen, it's page Kuf Beis. I think you're following along in this edition of this Kuf Beis on the PDF. As hopefully you can see that that is really introducing some incredibly powerful and important cathartic life ideas in the process of children, in the process of change, in the process of self-development. So let's begin today with the Gomel, the introduction to this sip, which began page Kuf Beis in the right hand column. We see the Biburi HaChasidus paragraph 1a. So the Rebbe writes as follows in Derech Tzidkosai: the El Mizbael, Shegan Kisha'adam Nimsa B'Matzav Norash. The earlier season, in Mandalid and Gimel, so we can speak about this notion as sometimes a person finds themselves in a state of Yerush. Right? The state of Yerush, a state of despair, where a person really has given up hope on themselves, on life. B'chol Yesh Lo is Hayechoves La'orer Rachamei Shamayim. Nevertheless, as we again saw this really very acutely in Osman and Dalit, this idea that sometimes I can have the Yitzhahara of my own creation that are so powerful, that are so overwhelming, that I lack the capacity and the tools to be able to go ahead and actively fight it. So right, the Berach Hasidus, that sometimes a person could go ahead and so in such a state of despair that they give up on themselves. He says even in those moments,
What was your weird microphone question about microphone extracting of audio or something?
Yeah, I was trying to make an argument.
Basically stated that
with the advancement of microphones and speakers and such, and AI, like basically nothing is like everything is technically be picked up or like recorded, and thus the laws regarding that type of recording should be loosened. And so what I am basically saying is that
the devotion created the world from nothing,
I'm
right?
saying
Something
that
from nothing.
ambient capture is what it's called in the age of 5G sensing. A use-based framework to copyright the privacy. So basically, as all of this technology is like the law needs to be updated because for someone who has a stream like mine, I'm listening to this like we watched that documentary on Sam, and if you were to watch my stream, I'm the main character of the stream. It's not the documentary on Sam. If someone's watching my stream, they're watching it because I'm on stream, and my behavior, my reaction. But if you go by the current law, the fact that the audio might be picked up on my microphone can mean that I can get a copy. And I'm making the argument that the law needs to be updated to state that the main purpose of the stream is more important than random sounds that get picked up or random visuals that get picked up. Especially with the advancement of AI and microphones and speakers and zooming
assuming
He goes on.
Sure, yeah.
Sometimes even if I'm spiritually cut off or spiritually dead, and ultimately again or emotionally cut off, that a person has the ability to go ahead and create a divine revelation in himself. Again, you keep seeing the same phrase. I go from a nothing to a something. And how do I
have a question for you.
Sometimes
I have a question for you.
Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
No, why aren't we watching the OJ Simpson?
No, have we watched the OJ Simpson?
What's it called? What's it called? Where do I find it? Where do I find it? Is it on Top Documentary Channel?
For you.
No, I have good news for you.
The first documentary is an hour. It's available on YouTube. The second piece of good news is the other piece of evidence that I want you to watch is also on YouTube. However, it's 6 parts. But it's not. They're not all an hour each. They're like 30 minutes. So
Summarize it with AI. Summarize it with AI. I'm not watching 6
it's not
chapters of
6.
OJ.
It's not 6 hours, dude. All in all, it'll be like a little more than 3 hours. So just calm down. The name of the documentary is called O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson.
There's just too many things that are not in the right direct. And it's not just the truth.
Untold story.
Untold story.
That's a good topic is what we're going to speak about.
If you want to know the
exact
name of what
exact
it's called,
name
on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, everything is on YouTube. It's called O.J. Simpson. Type in BBC,
Type in
then dash
BBC,
O.J. Simpson,
and then
the
dash
Untold
O.J.
Story.
Simpson, the Untold Story. It's like an hour
and 6 minutes. It's by
by
Yeah, I got it. X-Terex.
Minerva B. Wells.
Minerva B. Wells.
Sometimes all I need to do is tweak a couple of things about my personality. I need to work on this need, I need to work on that need. I need to find into this. And sometimes I just need a meditation. I just need
OJ.
I need a yesh behind it. I need to create something.
Mine has a different channel name, but it seems BBC, the OJ Untold Story one.
Perfect.
Is it like an hour and 6 minutes?
Is it like an hour and 6 minutes?
Is making yourself into an island. Making yourself into a nothing.
Yeah.
That sounds very harsh.
Alright, I'll put it on. It's better be good.
Dog,
Good.
I'm telling you right now. It's gonna change your mind like the moon.
It's gonna change your mind like the moon.
Or Michael Jackson.
Or with Michael Jackson.
With this minimize yourself, to humble yourself, to make yourself into the quote unquote nothing.
And keep in mind, this never aired in the United States.
Sometimes I have to make myself into a nothing, but not feel like I am.
If it did, it would shock the world. If it did, it would shock the world.
Alright, I'm gonna swap to my computer and
Okay,
start.
before we start it, let me just say, I know this is before you were born, but the O.J. Simpson trial was non-stop television rating for like 2 to 3 years and then subsequent every single day.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
If you've ever heard of the channel called Truth TV, it might have a different name now. Previously, it used to be known as Court TV and was literally created just to cover this trial. Like entire channels were dedicated just to this. And then the racial aspect of it, it split the United States between black and white. If you were to ask black if you were to ask black people who are like African American people who watched the trial, many of them thought that he was innocent, and do the same with white people, and they thought he was guilty. They cut along racial lines very closely, and what we were told in the, I mean, just like you already know, like, it's a punchline. Once something becomes a punchline, like, oh yeah, Michael Jackson touched little kids, or oh yeah, of course O.J. Simpson did it. It's really hard to change people's mentality on that, because if you break them of that, then what else could they be wrong with? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna switch to my computer and start.
I don't understand. What does that mean? I don't say, I can work on something and I don't like the way it came out, so I'll start again. Or I don't like this, I'll start again. But the emotion is the master artisan. So what does it mean that he started on something and then it didn't work? So the Rat says so beautifully that the emotion is trying to model for us something incredibly important. That no one makes the right world on the first try. The devotional, of course, could have made the right world on the first try, but he chose not to. In order to show us when we create our worlds, when we create ourselves, we never get it right. Try again, try again. In the devotional space, it was hundreds of thousands of times until quote unquote, got it right. You understand? Because devotional could have gotten it right the first time. He chose not to. The model for us this is so. So something says is that sometimes I can construct myself in such a profoundly dramatic way that I have no choice but to restart. There are different forms of restarting. So remember again, Rabbi Rothschild, the beauty of that paragraph is kind of give us a review of the last number of seasons. Because there are different forms of restarting. And there are different levels of severity of restarting. Because sometimes I don't have to rebuild myself, sometimes I just have to tweak something. Sometimes I just have to modify something. Sometimes I just have to address something. Not everything always needs a deconstruction and reconstruction of the self. But sometimes what I have done is so simple, and sometimes what I have done is so detrimental, and what I have done is so deconstructive. That's not a shaila of tweaking, but it's a shaila of managed to recreate. No matter how terrible the sin may be, the Tzaddik says, if we find a way to make ourselves into an ayin, into a nothing, then ultimately again I can go ahead and recreate myself yesh me'ayin. What that tshuva looks like and how it actually unfolds in Mir Hashem, we will continue with the fire. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So there's a little bit of Sitkas and traffic this morning. I actually just sent out on the WhatsApp group today's piece. We were actually in the middle of a different piece in Osman Gimel, but I figured today, with the beginning of the new Masechta, we would start the new piece, Sitkas and traffic as well. And the Mir Hashem will come back, and we'll see the truth is, Mem Gimel, Mem Daled, and even Mem Hey are all somewhat connected to each other. So we'll start something new today, finish up Mem Daled together, and then the Mir Hashem, we start Mem together. So we'll say, so the Rebbe writes as follows. This is in Sif and Os Mem Daled, really incredible. Mishi Yesh Lo Chukah Gidol Taiva Sandal. So we'll say here, the Rebbe, as part of the video, said Kasat Tzaddik. And in general, many of the Sifrei Hasidus is a willingness to address the reality of the human condition and the struggles in which we all engage in. So actually, we're going to take a look at this through the lens of the Biblia Hasidus. So if you have the PDF that I sent out, it's page 12, which is the first page that you have. In the Biblia Hasidus, which is the middle section. So just those of you who haven't seen this before, the top is Rav Tzaddik, the middle is this this explanation, not translation, but really like a paragraph, an explanation on it, and then footnotes on the bottom. So in the middle of the section, the Uriah Hasidus, right hand column, bottom of the column, Mem Dalet. Acher Shezbar Lael. At Kama Gadol Otzim Koach Yitzhar. So Sif Mem Gimel, which we started, and then America we started speaking about the power of the Yitzhahara. And the Tzaddik actually introduced us to this idea that there are two different types of Yitzhahara. It's like this Yitzhahara that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that the Ribono Shel Olam puts into me, an innate Yitzhahara, and then there's Yitzhahara, unfortunately, of my own creation. A Yitzhahara that is created because I repeatedly make bad decisions over and over again. That I make over and over again. And therefore I strengthen that Yitzhahara, unfortunately, because I keep reinforcing bad decisions. And the Tzaddik highlighted the idea about an incredible yisod, that Yitzhahara that is innate, the Yitzhahara that HaKadosh Baruch Hu creates for me, that I have the ability to overcome. But sometimes, amazingly enough, the Yitzhahara that I create for myself, sometimes that's much more difficult to contend with. So that was last sin. The Hein B'Mishi usually Yitzhahara Yitzhar Gadol Kazev, Shehi Afshar Ba'adam L'Kofa. To the point that a person can have Yitzhahara that becomes so strong. It's so strong, Yitzhahara that is so overwhelming that a person literally cannot combat it on their own, but they require the assistance of the Ribono Shel Olam. Yisparkan, so in this sit, the Lord said that was the last sit, which we started, we stopped, and in Meretz Hashem we will resume. But he says Yisparkan, in this sit we're going to focus on something a little bit different. Shemitziusa v'kiyuma shel taivas hayetzer v'leiv ha'adam. Eino hochacha v'raya klal apichusav shel. So let's listen to these words. In this sif, we're going to speak about the idea that just because I have types, just because I have desires, does not in any way make me less of a holy person. So listen, the tzaddik is going to contend with over here is he's going to take away, he's going to remove perhaps one of the most incorrect yet profoundly destructive mindsets, which is that if I was truly a holy person, I wouldn't have the struggles I have. Right? If I was truly a holy person, then ultimately, again, I would not contend with the Yitzhaharas that I possess. And the Tzaddik goes on, he says, that's not true. A person can be incredibly holy, but yet have dramatic struggles as well. He goes on the left-hand side of the Tzaddik, Yishlo, Shuka Gidolo Taiva Cycle. So if somebody has incredible, overwhelming physical desires, someone possesses what he calls Shuka Gidolo Taiva Cycle, strong desire for physical desires, a person should not become sad as a result of this. Va'al lo lachsho sha'davar moviach kama pogum hu b'nafsho mechivan sheyesh lo teshuva kol kach l'dvarim v'gusim kein. And a person should not think to himself, "Oh, what a sorry state I am in, that I possess desires for these lowly physical things." So say, what the tzaddik is saying? Tzaddik is saying that a person should not have shalom think less of themselves because a person has strong physical desires. Because the first thing we often think for ourselves, because what do we think for ourselves? The Chora, Misha Nafsho Shleiba, the Hayachoshech, Raklid Hayachoshech, Raklid Varm Ruchni and Bildan. Below the Taivas Shifless Keil. They'll say a person, what do we normally think? If I was really holy, I wouldn't have these base physical desires. Holy people don't have these kind of desires. Holy people don't want the kind of things that I want. And the fact that I have these base, carnal, physical desires really highlights my fundamental lack of ruchnius. Really indicates the fact that then in my essence, I'm really not a holy person. So David says, don't think thoughts like that. It's totally incorrect. Profoundly flawed. He says, why? Listen to this. Yeah, MS, you also get ready for this. Sha'adrabah. The tzaddik says, in fact, it's just the opposite. Adam sheyesh lo tshuva kuzu. I will say when a person has desire, strong desires, carnal desires, lustful desires, hari dav verzemel hiachalav shu kli uchal lafo es osa tshuka ha'otzuma atzma v'tokef avos u'tishukas drishas ha'as. See, I will say, what the tzaddik is going to highlight over here, before I translate the word, he's going to highlight one of the most profound yisodos we have in Yiddish. Desire is a core. You are a desirous person. You have many wants, physical wants, carnal wants, lustful wants. That shows that you are a passionate person. That shows that you are a person with tremendous focus. It shows ultimately again that you are not one, who's just a flatline, non-dispassionate, uninterested individual, but rather, again, at the end of the day, highlights that inside of you are tremendous, overwhelming kochos. Tremendous, overwhelming kochos. Look at his words now. He says, when I have those desires, what does that show? That I am a kli muchan. I am a utensil, which is prepared, which is ready. To take that fundamental, profound desire, goes on. So what do I have to do? All I need to do is switch everything around, right? All I need to do is also one word, channel. It's all about the ability to channel, all about the ability to redirect co-hosts in the right way. The fact that I desire things, and yes, my desires may be wrong. I may be desiring all of the wrong things. But at the end of the day, that highlights the fact that I have incredible power. That highlights the fact that I have an incredible drive. And all I need to do is find a way how to somehow rechannel that in a different kind of direction. Listen to what he says. Listen to these words. Ki yetzer tov v'yetzerah echad. What a strange statement I was saying. Because the Yetzer Tov, Yetzer Ra is all the same thing. It's all the same thing. What does that mean? Zelu Mazeh. It's two sides of the same coin. Vishnei Chalav Halev. They both come from the cavities of the heart. So Chassidus will say there's this concept that the right side of the heart is for good. The left side of the heart is where Ra resides. So we'll say, isn't this incredible? Tzaddik says it's the same God. These words again, ki yetzer tov v'yetzer ra echad. We'll say we didn't see a statement like that. Yetzer tov, yetzer, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same koach. But we'll say, think about it just a moment. Person commits an avera. We'll say the truth is the incredible part. Most times when I commit an avera, rarely do I commit pathetic averas. Right? Isn't it incredible? I'm not only commit averas to Slavus, right? These right? Incredible. When I do an avera, I'm all in, right? It's mamish like there's a gishmak with it because like really there's a brand like I'm into it. I'm excited about it. So where does that come from? That comes from my koach. That koach is there. See, if a person is apathetic about everything, and a person who just lacks a basic about everything, that's sad. But at least if I'm a passionate sinner, that shows that passion is there. Yetzer tov, yetzer ra echad. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. And the says that it's just the shaila of how you share. It's just the shaila of how you redirect it. Therefore says the tzaddik, the fact that I am a sinner, and a good sinner, not an episodic sinner, but a habitual offender, and I'm a lustful sinner, and then I find myself constantly drawn after all the wrong things in life, does not mean that I'm a bad person, and does not mean that I be devoid of holiness. Okay, it means that I'm an incredibly holy person with dramatic potential. If I just figure out how to redirect so we'll stop there for today. Thanks so much for being with 729. Shkoya. All right, Jim. So good morning. Let us be here. Actually, you are continuing today. We're going to take again. So I think introduced us to this incredible idea about the nature of the Sahara. The Sahara will call the innate Sahara, the one which is a part of the inside of us, versus the call it the acquired or created Sahara. Often we confront the Sahara that we create for ourselves, and it's often reinforced in very powerful through feelings or handling bad or negative decisions. And it doesn't take us that whereas the Sahara that I can borrow is certainly pleasurable. Sometimes even the art that I create for myself is so powerful that it touches this concept that I'm unable to overcome. So that's what we're going to pick up around page still sadly that's so last two years we focused on the knowledge of introduction. Now we're going to begin the actual subject. We're going to begin it, we're going to learn it inside of it, we're going to have to see this. So let's look at your scholars. Scholars. Bottom of page Sadiq class. Hamid Ba'ashkatan Yuhadith Session Bar. Sometimes as a result of specific divine providence. كما قال الشيخ ليش ما تصاب الشيطان فأدم أودم في السير بالقضاء فأود مهما established a user. The most sometimes the person finds himself in an incredible predicament, overwhelming test. But this test understands is from a Kaddish Baruch Hu himself as well. Sometimes there are different ways that you show themselves as it's crazy for something. Sometimes I find myself in nothing in silence because I place myself in a bad situation. I place myself in bad circumstances. Sometimes I find myself in nothing in silence in a situation of task because the Kaddish Baruch Hu has placed me there. Now, of course, on a grand level, I'll be in silence. Look what he writes. He says, "Not must establish his Torah. By Nisayon, laughter Godel Koka." Sin is so intense. Ad Asher Shelo Yechta. Ad Shelo Yechta. They'll say to the person that does it, that not sinning is virtually impossible. So these words are incredibly overwhelming here. Right? Because it really flies in the face of thinking and the other than we saw other than we saw this oath, we made the assumption that there's no such thing as a temptation you can't overcome. There's no such thing as a sorrow that you can't overcome. And I said that doesn't know that's not necessarily the case. Because sometimes a person comes to a situation, it's almost impossible that I'm not going to sin. But when it's a reason, he will say, this is quite fascinating. The ability to overcome any particular desire is all dependent on my internal personalistic strength. Or sometimes a person lacks the requisite strength. Like, that strength comes from somewhere, right? That strength comes from something. That strength ultimately again comes from a building up of myself. Or sometimes I haven't sufficiently built myself up. That's just the materials. Sometimes I'm just not ready to be able to serve. It's not that I'm lazy. It's not that I'm it's not that I'm uninterested. I'm just not prepared. I'm just not prepared. He goes on, he gives an incredible marshal. There Shalom Chazak is the brachas. The Va'er big tzaddik yes. The Va'er es hamatzov shouldn't solve the paper. It's like the tzaddik should illustrate this with the details so it goes in that. So the Gemara gives a great mashal. The Gemara says, "Mashal li Adam shahayel obey." This could be comparable to a person who had a son. V'chitzut v'sachol v'echilo v'eshkeo. So the father pampers his son very much. Right? He makes sure that he's always properly bathed, with oil, well fed, only drinks the nicest wine. This halal kiss on summer, so the child is very careful. He then takes the young man, he puts a bag of money around his neck, goes shivo al pesach shozoros, and then puts him at the entranceway of a brothel. Okay. The Gemara says, "Ma yasa osa ben shelo yachta." Is it possible that this young man is not going to be saved? What's the shot here? So the son has led a very pleasurable life. Very pleasurable life. Father takes very good care of him. Absolutely no problems. Now again he's there with a bag of money. Young man, he has desires. That the entrance of the gospel, that he has the ability to resist that temptation. And so the answer, the Gemara doesn't, the answer of course is no. No, he's not going to have that temptation. He's not going to have the ability to resist that temptation. So we'll say, so what is the Gemara trying to illustrate? So from Tzaddik, what is the Gemara trying to illustrate? First, is that sometimes a Yitzhahara should be so intense that you can't overcome it. See, we've seen that Gemara, Rashi quotes that Gemara. Actually, again, in the footnote, in regards to Tziyunim, this Gemara is quoted by Rashi in Barim Aleph Aleph, meaning with regard to Yitzhahara. So there, we also mention that this Gemara was like Moshe Rabbeinu's defense of Yisrael, which it was. It is also when the place of building to real the building. Like many times that Moshe defends of Yisrael, it's a defense and it's a wonderful form of advocacy. So, like we see it and we say, okay, like Moshe saying good, but Lamai says not all that compelling. All that compelling because God Yisrael still has responsibility. According to the Gemara, Moshe Rabbeinu was saying the is they had no choice but they could not fight the Yitzhahara to build the golden calf. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he had taken care of them every step of the moment. He had given them, they were slaves, they became emancipated, blessed them with abundant wealth, with absolutely no effort. What did you think was going to the moment that things went bad? Like the moment that they felt you were no longer there, they would simply rely on what they thought was the next most dependable thing. They'll say most people's minds, what's the most dependable thing after God in your life? Your money. At the end of the day, that's the deal. After God, but after the thing that gives me security in life is my bank account. My possessions is my money. So Moshe was saying, what did you think was going to happen after this? There was a moment of crisis. They thought I would get it. Didn't know what was going on. So Moshe was saying they were unable to withstand this challenge. Don't see. What Moshe was saying to the Prophet was, you can't really be angry at them because they had no ability to come back to this Yitzhahara. But what an incredible thing. They're no different than the well-pampered young man with a bag of money who enters into the brothel. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to write the end of that story. You know where that's going to go. So therefore, advocate they had no ability to overcome the Yitzhahara. It goes on, it says, over my Sizeh, Sha'ol Sa'ad and Ikar Fikir Adim Yitzhahara, Veksham Anuskama. Because I say sometimes when a person is so overwhelmed by his Yitzhahara and he hasn't an ability to fight it, it's considered to be an illness. It's considered to be extenuating circumstances. Sharu Chazal Alav, Rahmana Hachi. They'll say, what's that love of an onis? Right? An onis extenuating circumstances, you are exempt. Shatola Pagasa Kolonesh, ואינו נצרך כלל לכפרה על מעשה זה. It's a very, very dramatic idea. Now, again, let's point out something there. How do you get to a Sahara like this? This is very important. So here, David gives us this idea that there could be a Yitzhara that is so strong that you literally lack the wherewithal, you lack the ability to overcome it. And the fact that you sinned, you're not responsible because you had no way to combat this. Those was very important. How do you get to a sin like this? How do you get to a sin like this? Or say, how do you get to Yitzhara like this? Remember, you don't stumble upon that by accident. So that's open. Was to use the marshal. Use the marshal. So remember, everyone said at the end of the day, the young man had to put himself at the entrance of the brothel. At the end of the day, it's true. Once he's at the entrance of the brothel, as he's well pampered and his pleasures, the young man has a bag of money. Sure, you know how this is going to go, and it's almost as if there's no other end to the story. But Lamaisa, you still have to get to the entrance of the brothel. Right? It's not just a shot that he just either his father put him there or he put himself there. So remember, how do you get this healthy life where you have a Yitzhara that in substance is inconquerable? Remember, I have the responsibility for getting there. It's just once I got there, what then happens becomes a process that is beyond my control. And therefore, I'm exempt. At the end of the day, says yourself, how did you get there? How did you get there? So I might not be responsible for the final act, the final Avera, because it's just too long. I can't come back to Yitzhara. But I didn't just suddenly show up at the threshold of this Nisayon with no warning. I got to the threshold, I got to the entrance of the brothel because of a whole series of bad mistakes. Now, unfortunately, I'm there, and I'm so wrong, I can't fight this Yitzhara. So we'll say an incredible Yisod. So as much and you know, but I beat the ego from the golden calf. Remember again, how did the Jewish people get to this on the golden calf? How did it happen? So remember again, go back. It started when they came against Moshe and Kodesh Baruch Hu by the banks of the Red Sea. Right? That's where it started. And then it was compounded again by Mara, by the bitter waters. And then it was compounded again by the complaint about food. So now a whole bunch of smaller mistakes created an inconquerable Yetzer Hara. But again, so therefore, at the end of Moshe says you can't hold them accountable for the sin of the golden calf. And the truth is, it sounds like HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu because he did not wipe out Klal Yisrael. But at the end of the day, there is personal responsibility for a series of small mistakes that got me to that point. So I may be exempt from the final manifestation of that inconquerable Yetzer Hara. It's an onus. But when I say how I get there requires an incredible amount of introspection. Well, for example, here for today, we're going to continue next to Osman Gimel tomorrow because it looks like this is a major theological novel idea that the Tzaddik is advancing, which requires some more enlightenment and meditation. That's just tomorrow. So, listen. started yesterday in Sifkas Tzadik, and we were speaking about the pure, incredible yisod that the Tzadik introduced, namely the concept that the Zohar that HaKadosh Baruch Hu implants inside of us, that is a calculable one. So that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives us, by definition, we can overcome. That's the famous adage, God never gives you a challenge that you cannot. However, there is such a thing as the Sahara, which cannot be overcome by the individual by himself. And that desire is often the desire that we make bad decisions, and we reinforce negative things. That creates the Sahara that can be inconquerable by us as individuals. But even in that moment, when quote unquote I have an inconquerable Sahara, that the ownership of them only says that I will be there by your side. Hope you in this quest. I'll be there by your side to help you in this mission, this endeavor. Try to go ahead and overcome the desires. So if you think is one more paragraph introduction, which I'd like to focus on today. So on page Tzaddik Tes, in the area of Hasidus, the left hand side. So the Rebbe writes his house. The El Mavur, usually Adam the Gizar Shlo, refers to the Achiach Pilatzah. Let's remember again. He readdresses, or he brings up over here, that's which we learned in Islam. That's a very fascinating idea. Namely, that a person should not go ahead and assume that just because something is involved in life is successful means that that particular endeavor is blessed by the Rebbe. What do you like? So a person shouldn't make a mistake. He has prove to himself that a particular action or particular endeavor is appropriate to do based on the fact that Shemin Hashemayim Uzumo Lazos Kulimuzu. So we spoke about this extensively in Islamic test. A really fascinating idea. I would totally assume that if I'm doing something and it's not enough, that must mean that the endeavor is blessed by God. But in fact, remember, that's not always the case. Sometimes HaKadosh Baruch Hu allows us to be successful in certain areas which are not good for us as a form of concern, as a form of test for us. He goes on, he says, sometimes when I say the very assistance that I receive from HaKadosh Baruch Hu in order to be successful in something, that success is not because of very ownership or efforts. That success is sometimes the result of concern. That is a test by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Once the test in a particular area, Yesh Lachosh, Ulai Sharsho, Shoresh, Korerosh, La'adam, Hatishana. Dainu, she's nothing with the look in the Shoresh Israel. Hachimachshilim also Rahman Islam in the hand of Bahira. I will say, so sometimes the person has to hear this, that perhaps, again, the reason why HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you this desire is that maybe I've done things wrong. Maybe at the end of the day, the way I've been exercising my free will, unfortunately, because of the individual who's not interested in the future, who's not interested in this, who's not interested in holiness. And therefore, maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu is placing this test, this stumbling block in my way. He goes on, Amnon, Ba'os say inspired. So we'll say, so on one hand, we have this idea that if you're successful in life, a person shouldn't always see success as a divine blessing or encouragement of the life that I'm leading or the path I'm going. But sometimes success itself is an incentive. So on the other hand, I will say, so this Sif comes to speak about on the other end of the spectrum. He goes on, he says, Amna Ba'os Zu, in this particular Os inspired, Shemikah, Yesh the Adam Nizar Gan in Russian, Skabala B'Zahara Kota, Hachinitmalo Shalo Yem Suba Bamana. In this Sif, what does the Shemara what does the Tzaddik talk about? This is the Tzaddik talks about a person encountering a great Sahara that is so strong that a person says to himself, I can't overcome this. I can't overcome this. That a person should never think that because he has a desire that is so strong that he feels he can't overcome it, should not intuit that to mean that God doesn't love him, or that he's cut off from Klal Yisrael. שישתמש המושג של יצרו also כל כך לעבירה, עד שנחשב כאילו נעשה שלא מדי תאכל, וממילא אינו עליה שום עונש. Yesterday, because there's always the meaning that needs us to become so strong that a person lacks the internal ability. I think this one people aren't close. Yitzro also, and always for those extenuating circumstances. Sometimes my Yitzro can be so strong that it's an extenuating circumstance. I don't have the ability. I feel like I lack the resources to be able to fight it. He goes on, he says, about the Zeh, Yishmakom, the Adam Litos Tos Hamira. So here, I was the order of just did. He kind of just painted the extremes. So on one hand, you can have a person who is blessed with incredibly ridiculous success. And that success, yet interesting enough, may not be a bracha from Hashem, but in fact may be a sign, a test from Hashem. So that's what I have on one level. On the other side, of the spectrum, I can have a person who is so overwhelmed by his needs, so overwhelmed that he says to himself, I don't have the ability to fight these needs. So he'll say, see, before most of us learn the tzaddik, if somebody would have come over to you and said, my Yitzhak is so strong, I lack the ability to really fight it, you would have said to that person, try harder, right? Try harder. Right? No such thing. No such thing as Yitzhak, which is unovercomable. It's just not true. It's not true. And the tzaddik says, it is true. It is true. Now I will say, now let's understand. How do you get such a strong Yitzhak like that? Right? Because normally a person would say, I'm such a strong Yitzhak, I can't overcome this. Must be the way that God made me. So that's a false statement. That's a false statement. How do you get a Yitzhak that is so strong, that it feels unovercomable? So that's I made that. Right? The Yitzhak that Hashem gives me, that is absolutely overcomable. That Yitzhak can be dealt with, it can be overcome. But the problem is when I make repeated bad mistakes, and reinforce the Yitzhak and grow the Yitzhak, that's when it's quite possible that it becomes a certain point that I can't overcome it. And in that way, it's Yitzhak also a person can literally get to a state of ones, of extenuating circumstances vis-a-vis his Yitzhak. That was in essence of tzaddik. Apparently, you have to be careful. But you have to be careful. He said, "Aval yish bazeh." We'll end with this. Aval bazeh yish makom adam mitos talchanu. In this area, a person can make a very serious and severe mistake. What's the serious and severe mistake? Bizeh v'yesh lachshod v'atzmo shu'vay be'emes yish b'yachalasu b'kofo v'yiskar b'al yisrael shelo la'avor adeilazu. I always say that the challenge over here is knowing when your Yitzhahara is unconquerable versus when you just need such strong heart. Herein lies what Tzaddik says, the great challenge. Because we'll say, on one hand, what we just learned now in Osman Gimel, this is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Because now what have we just created? We just created the most incredible excuse. Most incredible excuse if something is too hard for you. So just say, what am I going to do? Yitzro on Sol, the Yitzhahara is too great. So Tzaddik says, remember, here's where personal honesty plays an incredibly important role. Is my Yitzhar to the point that I can't overcome it? Or is it just that I need to go ahead and try harder? And also, of course, no one could really answer that question for me. But, so on one hand, I can have success that looks like it's a bracha from God, yet it's truly unexciting. And then on the other hand, I have a Yitzhar that I was born with that is conquerable and overcomable. I have the Yitzhar that I create, which essentially builds on the Yitzhar that I was born with, and that comes to a point that it's so strong that I can't overcome it. But again, life is all about this personalistic honesty. Is it that I can't overcome my Yitzhar, or the truth is I don't want to overcome my Yitzhar, or I'm not trying hard enough to overcome my Yitzhar? That requires me ultimately to answer difficult questions. So here's where you have to be very careful, because how many people will utilize this incredible Yitzhar as a cop-out? Too hard, too overwhelming. So what do you do in those moments when your Yitzhahara is too powerful to overcome? So what do you do? Says the Tzaddik, in those moments when you you are up against the Sahara. It's so powerful. Too powerful. I can't handle it on my own. That's where tefillah comes in. That's where tefillah comes in. I said, Baruch Hu, I can't do this. I can't do this. By the way, I will say, I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday. Rothschild is not inventing this idea. This is the Gemara Masechus Brachos. That the Gemara says that the Sahara is so strong that Ilmole HaKadosh Baruch Hu owns road. It was impossible. Or is it maybe so? I don't know if it's Brachos or maybe it's so. So we'll see. But the Gemara explicitly says this, talks about a Sahara that is so strong that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu wouldn't help me, I wouldn't be able to overcome it. So what does that mean? So that Gemara by itself is also very theologically troubling. So you're telling me now that God is giving me a challenge that I can't overcome on my own, I need his assistance? So somebody says, no, it's two different types of Yetzirah. The what we call the innate Yetzirah is conquerable. It's conquerable on my own. The amplified Yetzirah, which is the result, which is compounded by my negative activity, yes. Sometimes, isn't this incredible? Sometimes I can experience that strange. Sometimes I can make something more powerful than God. Not more powerful than God. I can make something that is more powerful than God's creation. Right? God's Yetzirah, I can overcome. Meaning God's Yetzirah that he implanted is I can overcome. The Yetzirah that I create, sometimes I literally can't overcome. So what do you do faced with that type of Yetzirah? Says the tzaddik, that's what tefillah is. Tefillah is the mechanism at the end of the day where I reach out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and say, Ribono shel olam, I got myself in a hole. I got myself in a really bad place. I own it. I did this. I got myself in it. And I also know I cannot extricate myself from it. I tried legitimately. I put in the effort. I can't get myself out of it. Ribono shel olam, I need you to be on my side. I need you to connect to something. That's the message that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does for us. Even though I created the problem, he is willing to be part of the solution. I mean, so stop here. We'll pick up. We'll get into the kishkas of us and give us Shabbat. All right, Jonas. But I think we're going to finish up the OC phase. Into mandate. Again, the rebel was discussing in a very beautiful way the concept of tefillah. Is the one mitzvah. So then he's bahuti. That is one of these answers to offer up a carbon from my own volition, my own free will. Not something that I want to do, something that I want to do, that I feel that I have to do. So it's going to come to zero, come to prayer. But the goal of prayer that a person should feel the need, feel the desire, feel the want, being able to that. But Tzaddik points out something very fascinating. Because of the page, Tzaddik design, they really have to see this. See, he writes something fascinating. I'm skipping a little bit. But he writes, Bear Kavanas Harajushi. He says, the Inyan HaKavanasu, Shime Udam Haya Adam, and the very thing he describes in Kavah. Shime Udam Haya Adam Matu Kavan, the Pnei HaKoach HaAron, Ba'odu B'Fanav. ובכדי שהכוח ההוא שמוכתב בו ממנו הקדובס שהקריב לשמו, יהיה נהנה ממנו מהחבר שקריב לשמו. This is really clear. It's not right that in the ancient world, that you offer up a cover to a particular deity. You did so in order to give that deity energy. In other words, the person worshipped an Avodah Zarah. So the thinking was that when I offer up the Avodah Zarah, carbon, I'm giving something. I am bolstering the strength of the Avodah Zarah. Right? I'm giving it food. I'm giving it sustenance. So my offering, my sacrifice, actually makes the Avodah Zarah stronger. He goes on. He says the whole Inyan Avodah Zarah Sha'os HaKoach is the whole essence of idolatry. Like that particular deity, Shekrivu the Fanav, That particular deity benefits and becomes stronger as a result of the offering that I sacrificed. The same way that a person becomes stronger when he eats. So it's very interesting. This is the theology of karbanos in the ancient polytheistic world. Why did you offer up a karban to a deity, to an Avodah? Because the same way that I need to eat in order to be strong, and when I eat, I feel a greater amount of vitality and strength. So to my Avodah Zarah, when I feed my Avodah Zarah, that contributes to its vitality and strength as well. That was interesting. That was the hashkafa. That was the theology ultimately of Avodah Zarah. He goes on. He says, "Umidoshi yodu b'nei Yisrael me'amitre ushar ute Avodah Zarah ve'avinu b'Avodah Zarah shikach yadeh v'hasiges v'tzanakoah o hasar ubemzaos hakarban yigrimu v'ashpil lahem shefa me'osaka." And interestingly enough. So this was the hashkafa that Klal Yisrael also knew in their early stages. This is what they saw from the Egyptians. This is what they learned from the Egyptians as כשהגיעו לעבוד לקהל עליון, אחד יחיד ומיוחד, כי היה חשבון בכספם שיוכלו לחנוס ולעלות ריח נפלא, כביכול להשם יתברך, ועל ידי הקרבס הקרבנות לפניו, ובכך להשיג את רצון יתברך. So it's very interesting. So Zedek is explaining. Klal Yisrael, remember, was that much of their theology came from Egypt. They knew what they saw. So what they saw in Egypt were people offering up sacrifices. And why did you offer up a sacrifice? In order to quote unquote give your God strength, that your God should give you what you want. Right? That was the goal. The offering is not an end. The offering is a means to give your God strength, so therefore your God in return could give you what it is that you want. This was the hashkafa of Klal Yisrael when it came to Jehovah. If you think about it, is a very utilitarian approach to sacrificial rites, sacrificial offerings. Why do you bring a carbon? It's very simple. I need it. Right? Why do I go ahead and give my child a good breakfast in the morning? Because I want them to perform. Right? I want them. Why do I eat a good lunch? Because I want to have vitality for the rest of the day. Why do you keep your God carbon? Because you need your God to perform. This is what you want. And this is the hashkafa that Klal Yisrael saw in Egypt. So this is what happens. Therefore, Baruch Hu gives us, because of the Kabbalah, what does he say? Learn Sonechem is Baruch. No. When you give me a carbon, do it for you. Do it for you. Don't do it for me. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need the vitality. I don't need the boost. I don't need the energy to give you what you want. And right, so I'm going to give you what you want. The carbon is for you. The carbon is not for me. Because it's actually very interesting because when you think about it, you have right. What was the first carbon that Klal Yisrael offered up? First carbon was carbon Musa. Remember something very interesting. As much as we call carbon Musa a carbon, by talking about like Pesach Mitzrayim, the first Pesach, think about this for just a moment. The entire animal was consumed. Right? Remember again, you roasted the carbon Pesach over an open fire in the base of Mikdash and the Mishkan. So ultimately, again, there were different parts that were burned on the Mizbeach. But at the end of the day, on Pesach Mitzrayim, the entire animal was consumed by us, which is really quite fascinating. Because the Kadosh Baruch Hu did not want a typical carbon in Egypt for one simple reason. They didn't want the carbon that they would have offered. They would have offered a carbon to God. Okay, God is getting ready to take us out of Egypt. He needs a little extra strength. Let's all offer up our carbon to him. All is good. The carbon that we offered is we ate it. It was for us. It almost laid the groundwork for the framework of carbon for the future. There's some is offered up because you wanted it. Carbon doesn't benefit me, God. Carbon benefits you. And if you learn to go ahead and do these things of your own volition, if you learn to do these things of your own will, then that also creates a certain avodas Hashem. Yes, I do things because I'm commanded. At the end of the day, there's an element of compulsion, like we spoke about. Kappa and Hakri, is not going to suspend it over our head. But at the end of the day, I want to there's a Ratzon. So Tzaddik goes on. We'll say you skip to the end. This is page Tzaddik Ches, the last paragraph in the Uriah Hasidus. So Tzaddik writes, "Yesh lahavin gam le'inyan hamitzas hatfilah." Then I will say we begin to understand the connection between tefillah and karbanos. Right? So carbon, and now that paragraph in the Tzaddik I thought was very important because it shows the evolution of carbonic thinking. Carbonic thinking in its initial state was God needs this. God needs this. I need lunch. God needs his carbon. Then that thinking of ours, no, God doesn't need it. There's some his bachuhu. I need it. I need it. And the point of a carbon ultimately again was to connect me to my believer. And then Baruch Hu says, bring it if you want to. Bring it if you want to because it's for you. Fast forward a little bit more. We do today's Hamikdash. What happens? Those connected to me continue. And Chazal institute prayer. And therefore, Rabbi Tzaddik posits that prayer takes on this same exact model of Litzon Chemkiz Bachidu. And remember, whereas every other mitzvah that I perform it because Baruch Hu told me to do so. When it comes to tefillah, the goal is I do it because I want to. Of course, there's an element of obligation. There's a mitzvah, there's a halacha, but I do it because I want to. Now he writes last paragraph in the Uriah Hasidus in the Osman Days page Tzaddik Ches. The Chayesh Lahavin Gab Le'inyan Ham Mitzvahs Hatfilah Shehi Bimkom Karkarbanos. Now also we begin to understand the power of tefillah that now takes the place of karbanos. Shegam ba ein ratzon Hashem Yisbarach Mibnei Adam Sheyispalalu Lefanav Mito Hechrech Levakish Milefanav Yisbarach V'yishanuhu Levadol Gzero Shamayim Ham Eser Ritzono V'yas Ritzono. Yisbarach doesn't want us to daven in a utilitarian fashion, almost as if to say, I'll daven to God because I need him to give me A, B, C, D, and E, and also I want to potentially change his mind from doing whatever negative things that ultimately he has planned on doing. And there again, Rabbi Tzaddik writes about it, actually in the footnotes, he discusses it, which I'm forgetting too. Rak haratzon ha'atzmi. So what is the goal of tefillah? Rak haratzon ha'atzmi shalahem v'spalos chalifat. That's one of these parts. So that's the difference amazing. See, when I daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because I have to see, so listen to this, it's very nuanced. Because when you say, 1 second, but I do daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in order to get A, B, C, D, and E. So it's something says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows what I need before I ask him for it. And he also knows that there are certain things that he's going to give me, and certain things that he's not going to give me. So this is what I'm saying. So he says the point of prayer is not to lobby God for your needs. That's not the point of prayer. And it's incredible. Nor is the point of prayer to go ahead and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to change certain decrees. So I say, this is a little bit like light bulb thing because what Tzaddik is saying tefillah is not is kind of everything we often think tefillah is. Right? Of course, when I daven, Rafa'inu, Atachoni la'adam da'az, Shu ha'koleinu. That's what it's about. Tzaddik said, that's not what it's about. What it's about is what it's about is creation of connection, creation of relationship. And it's that relationship which ultimately determines how things go for you in life. So, this 1 second. So, he said, but if tefillah is not about asking HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all of these things, then what? The obvious kasha, which is, so why mention them? So, I understand. So, all the Shemona Esrei. Right? So, not all Shemona, but so much Shemona Esrei. It's about the kasha, it's about the request. So, if it's not about asking God for stuff, so then why is tefillah so request heavy? You will say, the goal of those parts of that request is to play like a reliance. That's the idea. I am reliant on you for these things. So yes, of course, I ask you for these things. But that's not the essence of tefillah. That's not the essence. Because I will say, the problem with saying that that's the essence is, that's more like the Egyptian model. Right? I'll give you a carbon, God, my deity, and you give me this. Right? I'll make you stronger, you'll give me something in return. I'll daven to you, you'll give me something. That's Egypt. That's the Egyptian theology. The Tzaddik is saying our goals, there's sometimes to do it of your own volition, do it willingly. Why? Because at the end of the day, you recognize that you have something to gain from the relationship. Look what he writes. Let's finish with this. The goal is to daven not because the emotion commanded it or requires it. But if Baruch wants more than anything, at the end of the day, is a desire for connection, and my want for that connection. Zavik says, understand this very deep point because it is absolutely necessary for further contemplation. Well, not to stop over here, but I think the beauty of the tzaddik is he gives us a brand new understanding of tefillah. Tefillah comes down to that one phrase: do it because you want to. Every single other mitzvah we have, I do it because I have to. Tefillah, I engage in because I want to. And I say, what is it that I want? What is it that I want? I want the relationship. I want the relationship. And that is the one singular goal of the creation of a relationship. If that's the case, then why all the requests? The requests are there to foster a relationship. Because I need the relationship because I recognize how dependent and how reliant I am on the Ribono Shel Olam. But a successful tefillah is not the one in which I love God for all of my requests. Loving God for all my requests is not the ends, it's the means to the creation of the relationship. Because Baruch knows what I need before I ask him. He also very often knows what he's going to give me, even before I ask him. But the entire point of the bakashas, the entire point of tefillah, is creation of a relationship. Creation of a relationship only works if what? There's sometimes this book. If at the end of the day, you want. God can mandate many things. But the one thing he can't mandate, the one thing that must come from us, is the desire to connect, the desire for a relationship. All right, so we'll stop over here. We'll pick up a bear session and spend a few minutes. All right, Shabbos, say good morning. Let us begin. So we're continuing this morning in Osim and Days. Again, we did a very beautiful spring introduction yesterday by the Tzaddik. Regarding the difference between tefillah and every other mitzvah. Like every other mitzvah, the entire essence of my performance is that I do what I do because it is the Ratzon Kabbalah, because it is the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Tefillah, ultimately my goal is daven because I want to. Because there's a Ratzon, because there's a will of connection, or these are say a desire for connection. The more importantly, because I recognize that there's a fundamental and total dependence on that there are things that I need from life, there are things that I need, and it is only after the power of the desire for it. This is what we're going to this morning now, because the Uriah Hasidus, we're going to skip around a little bit in this house, and we're going to do it all over the Uriah Hasidus. So we're on page Tzadik Hey, there's the first page of the PDF that I sent you, in the bottom left-hand column. It says, Shetam Zelu Tilahu Atzmo, Havanas Ma'avam Chazal Shulvin. This idea that tefillah in general is supposed to be something that you want to do, that you desire to do, and not that you simply do out of a sense of compulsion. He says this comes ultimately again from the words of Chazal. We find in the Menachos, "Hamtiv hakarbanos shu tefillah du'umasai." So we see this ultimately again from tefillah, from karbanos. So remember in the verse like that tefillah and karban, tefillah and karbanos are very much connected. There's over here in the brackets that the Gemara says tefillos keneged tamidin. And ultimately prayer was instituted speaking of karbanos, now the truth is there's a lot of discussion about this concept in general, about what that exactly means. And tefillos kineged tefillah tikkun. Remember again, the Yom Brachos itself has a machlokas. Is it tefillos kineged avos tikkun? Do we daven because avos daven if we can't daven, or do we daven ultimately again to make up for the lost karbanos? So remember again, also the conclusion of the Gemara is tefillos kineged avos tikkun. We daven, right? The essence of davening morning, afternoon, and evening comes from the avos, but Chazal kind of juxtaposed, I should say, Chazal borrowed the sacrificial framework and ultimately used it to create the structure and framework for tefillah. And also we know this. So, for example, the framework, meaning let's say the timing of Shabbos, comes from Talmud Shel Shachar. The framework for Mincha, Talmud Shel Ben Arbayim. The timing for Ma'ariv, hectic about Chalav and Meidbar, the burning of the fast and the days. So, but nevertheless, what the Tzaddik is drawing on is this strong connection between Tefillah and Chava. So, what exactly is that connection? So, this actually quite good. So, the pasuk that says, when you will offer up a shlamim to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, l'rtzonechem tizbachu. Offer it up in accordance with your own will. Offer it up in accordance with your own will. Give it to you. Give it with your ratzon, with your will. Yoram says, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu v'adam. Hashem says to man, Shelo tomar aseh ritzono, v'yaseh ritzono. לפי שוצרת לכך באשכתנו, כי באמת לא לרצוני אתם זוכים, אלא לרצונכם אתם זוכים. So instruct, what is the לרצונכם to do? Offer it up according to your will. So ultimately, again, a person shouldn't say, you know what, I'll offer up this carbon, I'll give you something. Why? Because I need something in return. Since I need something in return, I'll give you something. So since it's tzaddik, that doesn't work. Like the bribe I'll give you something, I'll give you the carbon, and you'll give me what I need in return. That's not how it works. Baruch says, I don't need the carbon. Omar, no, goes to that says, it's okay. It's okay. I only want you to bring the carbon if you want to bring the carbon. If you don't want to bring the carbon, don't bring it. Because I don't, obviously, the role of carbon are certain obligatory carbonos. Something like the sacrifice as a consequence. So think about this just a moment. Right? The first carbon we have was who? Was Cain. Right? The first carbon like we had that is Cain. Now choose whatever Adam offered up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different. But the first carbon, the first mentioned carbon is Cain. And Cain, and also it's a paradigmatic example. Because Cain gave it of his own volition. Right? Whatever Cain did, right, wrong, and something different. As I said, that becomes the paradigm. Bring it if you want to. Bring it. Why? Because they're bringing it to me. I don't need it, and I don't want you to think that I need it, and I don't want you to think that somehow you have to give me something in order to get what you want. I want you to bring it because you want to bring it. There's some he goes on. He says, "I will not matter. It's sometimes לצורך עצמך, לקיים מצוות שתהא כפרה לכם בכך. I want you to do it for yourself. I want you to do it ultimately again because you see a benefit in it. I want you to do it because at the end of the day, what you understand what it is that you accomplish and what you achieve through the bringing of that karma. The Rothschild kind of loma. So I say, what does the Gemara want to teach us? The Gemara page Tzadik Vav. Was that he ain't שרוצח הקדוש ברוך הוא עשה קרבן. מצד שהאדם צריך לקיים בכך לצורכו בהמלחמה זרה. What הקדוש ברוך הוא is looking for is he doesn't want man to offer up a carbon because man feels compelled to check a box. Because man feels compelled to satisfy an obligation. This is such an incredible. So think about this for just a moment. Right? What's the goal? Right? On a very simple level. level. What's the goal, basic goal of any parent? I want my child to do the right things without me having to tell them to do them, and because they understand in themselves that it's the right thing. Whereas, as a parent, I could hover over my kids and constantly remind them, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. So if you're not good, assume most times they'll comply. Most times they'll go right. That's not effective parenting. What I really want is to be able to instill values in them. So they make the right decisions because they want to make the right decisions. Not because I'm forcing them. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol is the same exact way. The Ribono Shel Olam doesn't want, we're using the carbon as an example. The Baruch Hu doesn't want me bringing the carbon because I have to, because I feel compelled to, because God is forcing me to. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, bring the carbon, ultimately because you want to, because you see the value in it. Because you see the beauty in it. That's why I want you to do it. He goes on, he says, כמו שאמר, כמו שנאמר מהשם יתברך לירמיה הנביא, ולציוויסי ומוציא אוצר פרק 2 על דברי עולם וזרע, כלומר, שהציווי בפרשת הקורבנות לא הזכיר מצד הקדוש ברוך הוא המצווה המצווה, אלא מצד רצון ותשוקת בני ישראל להקריב אליו קורבנות, וכן בכמה מקומות מוזכר בנביא שאין שם ברכה ומצווה. So again, he quotes over from the episode of Yirmiyah, which we don't have to get into right now. But the point that tzaddik is making an essay in the table you sow. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu says by kabbanos. Now it's interesting. By kabbanos seems to be just one example of this. But by kabbanos, this idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, bring it because you want to, not because I am compelled to. We'll say now, why is by kabbanos and not by other things? We'll say, think about this for just a moment. What is the entire avoda of a carbon? Like, what's the entire avoda of a carbon? The entire essence of it is to come close. That's the entire idea. So you want to say we can't relate to Kabbalah as much anymore because we're a couple thousand years out of it. But you know, in an agrarian society where livestock played a very important role, so to give of your animal to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is like a big thing. It's a big thing. I'm giving a piece of myself. I'm giving a piece of my life. I'm giving a piece of my daily existence to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Baruch Hu says that's fantastic. But you want that curable. You want that closeness. You want that connection. It doesn't work if you do it out of a sense of compulsion. It doesn't work right if you do it because, oh, well, God wants me to do this, so I'm going to do it. It only works, in general, I'll say, engendering closeness only works if you want to be close. If you have a desire for the relationship, if you really want it, if you really want there's some physical rule. Offer it up because you want it. But if you don't want it, it's okay. I don't need like I don't need the meat. I don't need what it is that you're offering. I'm offering you an opportunity to come close, but it only works if you want it. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We're going to spend one more day here at Show on Osman days, and the tzaddik is going to go on. Now, we'll say it's interesting. We're beginning to see now why carbonos. We obviously, we'll say in Yonis understand that what we're describing over here, there's a dialectic. Because, for example, this dialectic became most manifest where? By Har Sinai. This was the Na'asa v'nishma Kafalin Harkikis dialectic. Meaning, you said Na'asa v'nishma, I want this. I want this. But then what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu suspended the mountain over our heads. We said the Mara asked this. I understand. If I said that I wanted, I said Na'asa v'nishma, why do you have to hold the mountain over my head? It's a very simple reason, which is why, because at the end of the day, Nasa Nishma I wanted is great but when you want it, you want it when you wake up and you're ready to go. What happens on those mornings, which seems to feel like most mornings, when I wake up and I'm not ready to go. So what happens? There has to be an element of compulsion. There has to be an element of you have to do this. So there is this incredible dialectic. What Rav Tzaddik is focusing on over here is the notion that tefillah is the one area. He's saying it's the one area where halacha l'maisa it must come from a desire on your own. On your own. Why do you daven? Why? Because I want to. I know that I also have a halachic obligation. But if you ask me why I get up and open my mouth daven. At the end of the day, it's because I want to daven. Because that's how tefillah becomes meaningful. If it's scripted and if it's forced and if it's obligatory, then myself, we know that feeling. All I'm doing really is just saying someone else's words, and there's not so much depth, there's not so much meaning to it. But if I truly want a real tefillah experience, connection, then it has to come from a desire, my own desire. And the Tzaddik is saying this is fascinating enough why tefillah is directly connected to karban. Because karban seems to be that one mitzvah of Lirtzon Kamtis B'chol, right? The Rosh Hashanah doesn't say, you know what, take the mitzvah of Lirtzon Kam. Keep Shabbos, Lirtzon Kam. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. These are mitzvahs, these are obligations. Karban is interesting enough. There's one thing, one mitzvah where you find the Lashon of Lirtzon Kam is B'chol. Do it because you want to. Do it because you feel it, because you desire that connection. When it's not as a connection, that has to come from me. So therefore, tefillah, which ultimately again comes in lieu of karban or corresponds to karban, ultimately again has that same yesod of which so can do it because you don't. Right? We'll stop over here. We'll pick up in here for some of the rest of them days. All right, Jonas. Good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up. We are picking up. We are Hashem. You are sitting in some baby tonight. But look, that today really what we're going to focus on is there's a beautiful drama. See, I sent it out in WhatsApp group last night. It would be Julia has to list to each decided code in the PDF and here is usually a very special drama. So you write here that the title of this is the Tefillah Mitzvah Hayotu V'Sayla Yisrael. Tefillah, you need the will to supplicate before God. So I will say this is really truly special. Look at your eyes. I mean, the Oriya Hasidus right hand comment, where it says the letter Mondays Hakigama. May after Shay's Ba'er La'el, after we discussed earlier, at the Kama Godin Koach HaTefillah, power of Tefillah. I was back in Islam. Ad Shaybi Halaso, La'afo and Sharash Adam La'afo. Because we spoke about earlier, that the incredible power of Tefillah is manifesting the ability of a person to truly and fundamentally transform themselves from evil to good. From evil to good. That's the power of Tefillah. Isba'er Khan, so in particular, simple to learn. Shemitzvah Tefillah Shonet Shar HaMitzvahs. But Tefillah is different than any other mitzvah. Any other mitzvah, how so? שבכלל המצוות הנועדו לבטל את עצמו לחלוטין כדי לקיים את רצון הקדוש ברוך הוא המצווה עליו ומחייב לקיימו. So let's say when it comes to the mitzvahs, the entire yisod, the entire idea of our avodah is that I am supposed to do mitzvahs because HaKadosh Baruch Hu commands me to do mitzvah. That whether I feel it, don't feel it, agree with it, don't agree with it, the entire motivation for my kiyum mitzvahs is supposed to be in order to be a kind in the Ratzon Hashem. The Ribono Shel Olam commanded it, and therefore I go ahead and I do it. Because look at his Lashon over here. The Vata as Asmo the Chalukim. Total self-negation. Total self-negation. In other words, that when it comes to other instances, the pinnacle, right, or the essence of performance is I do this because this is the Ratzon Hashem. I understand it, I don't understand it. I agree with it. It appeals to me. It doesn't appeal to me. At the end of the day, I do it because HaKadosh Baruch Hu asks me to do it. And I'm battling myself to the performance of the mitzvah.
Riser, can you hear me?
Riser, can you hear me?
Tefillah is different than anything else. Also,
Riser.
Again, we'll see the but if Tzaddik says herein lies the fundamental difference between all other mitzvos and all other mitzvos do it because it is the Ratzon. This is incredibly important. Right? Because let's say it's like tzedakah. So it's not the person who doesn't say I give tzedakah, but because again I'm a compassionate individual, I'm a giving individual, I like to help other people. That's incredible. That's all beautiful. But at the end of the day, because it is the Ratzon Hashem. So I might say I like Shabbos, it's rest, it's restorative, it's rejuvenative, very nice. I keep it.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. What do you think?
What do you think?
The moment
Yeah.
like it, the moment it doesn't appeal to
Kind of blown away a little bit. Just like how poorly the police handled shit and all the alternative pieces of evidence, some that were not collected, some that they didn't find.
And they don't even cover in that.
They don't even cover in that video
a really big piece of evidence, which is so they have a civil trial. They had Johnny Cochran, who was O.J. Simpson's attorney, wearing a black beanie. That was found at one of the scenes. And then there's a picture of Jason Simpson wearing the same black beanie previously. And the black beanie was found with dog hair on it. And in the picture with Jason Simpson, there's a picture of him with his dog. Basically saying like, hey, this hat was at the crime scene, or at one of the crime scenes. There's a picture of you wearing the hat. Like, I mean, just all kinds of questions. Like,
where does this
well, one thing, like a grown man, like O.J. Simpson, would not use knives to kill someone. He's not dumb. Knives are a messy way to kill someone. Somebody with the ability of O.J. Simpson would hire a hitman, like it was in discussions of doing, or if he had to do it himself, he would just shoot. Very easy. There's no fights in that. O.J. Simpson was a middle-aged man. There's none of that. The idea of Jason Simpson being like having faked his time card is really questionable. That he was on probation at the time of the murder. That they didn't go into that. Like that's a big thing. That he has.
He was on vacation?
No, he was on probation.
Oh.
He was on probation for trying to kill his boss. That they had to get a separation there. And then the idea that he was excited for his mother or his stepmother to come to his restaurant, and then they bailed on him, and it embarrassed him, and it pissed him off, and then he beat a heat of rage or whatever, went to her place to confront her. As I understand what happened, he came to the door. She came to the door. He got in a tussle. Maybe just started stabbing her immediately. And then Ronald Goldman was coming later on, and just ended up walking on the scene with this murder going on. And as I understand, Ronald Goldman as well might have been delivering cocaine. I mean, just imagine you've gone out to eat a lot in your life. If you ever forgot glasses at the restaurant, would they ever send the waiter to your house to deliver your glasses? Yes or no? Not in a million years. So there was something more to it, and they never looked in the envelope too well. Like they never addressed the cocaine aspect of it. So you know, this is how Kim Kardashian, like her dad was very involved, right?
I do not know that. Why?
Her dad was best friends with O.J. Simpson and was his lawyer in the trial in 1994 or 1995. So that's how the Kardashians got famous. And then she did a sex tape around 2008 that made her famous. But her family was already famous because of this O.J. Simpson trial. That's what motivates her to be like an attorney, because her dad was an attorney. Her dad was one of the most famous attorneys in American history. But on top of that, her dad was also a major coke addict. And so was O.J. Simpson. And they were best friends. They would vacation together. There are pictures of O.J. and Robert Kardashian all over the place. And
it's pretty amazing that there's just like some drug on earth that literally just makes you feel like Superman. Like the
well, there are multiple. Probably more than we even.
Yeah.
But just from a natural standpoint,
cocaine in particular,
without doing too much to it, like it'll help you. If you didn't know the way that cocaine became popular in the Western world was when the Spanish were conquering South America and Central America and such. They noticed that the indigenous people would chew on coca leaves to give them energy, and they knew something was special about this, but it took a while for it to actually, the process of getting it into powder form occurred, but they would just chew on the leaves, because the people just naturally knew that there was something about those leaves that gave them extra power. Okay, so
have you seen? I have not seen this, but have you seen the Joe Rogan recommended Cocaine Cowboys?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's a documentary.
Yeah, I've seen it. There are two of them. Yeah, we should add that to the list.
Is it a documentary or a movie?
There are two of them. They did one. It's like the one that the graduating class of the Miami Police Department, whatever, 1980, whatever. They all either ended up dying or like every single. They either all were killed or turned to be bad guys. Yeah, it's really good. So we'll watch that one. It's really good. The documentarian of that, his name escapes me right now. He's really good. He does some really good stuff. I want to say it's like Corbin. Or something. Yo, who's the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian, please?
Not because part of your agenda, not because of this, not because it fits into your business, not because of
who is the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian?
And that's it, with one exception.
Cocaine Cowboys, Billy Corbin. Yeah, he does a lot of really cool stuff.
What are his other ones?
Well, he did Cocaine Cowboys, and then he did one for the it was on ESPN called which is really interesting. And then he did another one. On Billy Corbin documentaries.
What's the U?
The University of Miami. Like, it's just a fascinating story. Like, the University of Miami's football team is so powerful in the 1980s that when people in the NFL, like the Miami Dolphins, wanted to get into a club in Miami, they would go to the guys in college to get them in because these guys are so in the know. And just it's like they won like a bunch of games. And stuff. So he did Cocaine Cowboys in 2006. He did the U in 2009. Oh, he did Broke, which was really good too. It's the story. We should watch that too. It's the story of how all these like seemingly really rich athletes after only a few years out of like their professional days all end up broke. And it's got these fascinating quotes of guys who were like, I was paying card payments for people I didn't even know. Like one of my boys would be like, hey, can you pay my cell phone bill? And all of a sudden, I would just ended up having to start paying somebody else's cell phone bill. And then he would have a friend who would want me to pay the card, his mama's car payment, or whatever. Like, and I just would do it because I was friends with these people, thinking that the money was always going to be there. But then I got injured, or I had to retire, or whatever, and then I had nothing. I had to go bankrupt 2 years later, or whatever. Let's see, Square Scooper, The Godfathers of Ganja. I haven't seen that one. Screwball. I don't know if I saw that. I do know this story though. It's really fascinating. With the biogenesis doping scandal in Major League Baseball. But he did Cocaine Cowboys, the Kings of Miami. He did it again in 2021. And I believe I've seen both. I know I've seen the first one, but I think I've seen the first one. And then he did. He's really good. He has this. Like I know him so well. I don't know everything. I could barely name his name. I know the name of his production company. I know the name of his production company. And I didn't even look this up. I remember now. It's called Rickon Tour. Rickon Tour is someone who tells stories with skill, and he's good at it. So we'll have to watch. But I don't know any of these documentarian companies. I just don't. They don't really. They're not that popular. But this one guy, Billy Corbin, I know his. And it's like a really cool name. It's like to be able to. It's like a good storyteller. Someone who tells stories. All right, back to OJ. I went through the footsteps of all those people at one time in my life, even to the McDonald's, where they would, like Robert Kardashian and O.J. Simpson would meet their cocaine dealer. It's a really interesting McDonald's. I don't eat at McDonald's. I've said it in the past. One time I had to go to the bathroom. But like that's allowed. But there's this one McDonald's in Encino, right up Ventura, that I went to just because I knew that's where they would go. And it has the biggest fucking parking lot for a really busy area. It's just like, I don't know how they got that. They must have bought this property like a long time ago. But all kinds of drug deals would go on. Like, and I'm not talking like rough drug deals. I'm talking like high, really important people would go there. They would get like a bag of McDonald's, put cocaine in it, and then just make an exchange in the parking lot. But I'm not talking like gangbangers. I'm talking about lawyers and doctors and like executives, like Hollywood executives and athletes. Now there's just like that. The documentary we just saw. So, are you in agreement that maybe you don't know for sure, but like there are a lot of questions regarding O.J. Simpson's son.
What is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you think planted the blood in his socks with like the chemical agent. It seems like the crime scene tampering seems like real.
Yeah. No. It definitely. No. They were trying to trade O.J. Simpson for that murder.
Yeah, no, that's what I. But who was trying to frame him?
The LAPD.
Really?
Yeah, dude. the guy, Mark Berman,
Aren't they not supposed to do that?
correct, but when it's such a high-profile case, they want as much evidence as possible going in there. I mean, this made the LAPD even more famous than it already was. But arguably,
Why do they need to be famous? Move the cops, aren't they? Shouldn't they just not give a shit who
they don't want to. They don't want to take this to trial and lose the case. It makes them look bad. It makes them look like they're taking innocent people to trial and locking up innocent people.
Who's the innocent people that they're locking up?
Well, like basically the argument is if they're gonna lock up O.J. Simpson, who is a multi-millionaire, famous person, then your random guy on the street has no chance. So the idea is this. Let's weigh the scale in our favor. Let's plant evidence against O.J. Simpson. And then when he's found guilty, we'll look really good, like justice was served. But it backfires because he ended up being found not guilty, and then there were all these questions about their dirty practices.
So what's the parallel process for Emunah? When I engage
So it's literally just to send a message somehow that they're going to catch you because they caught some random football player.
Not just that. It's just the fact that, look, if we're going to put all this time and energy into this, we want to make sure that we're going to win no matter what. We want the cards stacked in our favor. We don't want to leave any doubt in the juror's mind. And there was doubt.
Yeah, I guess. But why wouldn't they just do their job like unbiasedly?
Because there's a better chance that they could lose that way.
How do they lose? They're not. It's not a boxing match. It's like, do they have enough evidence to find? If the guy got away with it, they got away with it. If they found enough evidence to go
It's extremely bad looking though if they quote unquote got away with it. Because then it makes the whole department look bad, and people lose faith in their police. They don't want to fund the police as much as they were because they're like, look, they're taking innocent people to trial and trying to convict them, and they lose. So we need police. We need.
Don't like 80% of murders feel like unsolved.
Perhaps, I mean, like, how do you know? How do you even know what a murder is?
Because there's a bunch of murdered people, and you don't.
No, I agree, but I mean, like, what do you consider a murder? Let's say you have a husband and wife. The wife gets cancer, and the husband doesn't let her seek treatment. Is that a murder? There's an argument to be made both ways. There's an argument to be made both ways. But what I'm saying is, like,
I'm talking about just cold-blooded, like, person shot guys, person stabbed, person.
Right. And that's another thing too. Let's say the LAPD, this is in Brentwood, which is, there are 3 places in Los Angeles County that traditionally they're called the 3 Bs. There's Beverly Hills, there's Bel Air, and there's Brentwood. Now there are some areas that are as nice or nicer. There's Malibu, and there's some other places, but those 3 are major places. That's not just where millionaires live, but multimillionaires and billionaires. And if they find out that there's a murder in cold blood in their backyard, and the police can't solve it, they lose all faith in the justice system, and they lose all faith in their law enforcement agency. So it's in the best interest of the LAPD to skew the deck, to weigh the scales in their favor. To tip the scales in their favor. It would be like this, right? I don't know if this is a great example, but let's say you and I are playing chess against each other, and we know this chess game is going to be on national television or international television. It's in your best interest, and you don't want to get embarrassed, for you to use some kind of AI assist so that you don't lose. And that's essentially the same as what they're doing when they're planting evidence. They know that all eyes are going to be on them, and they don't want to lose. Because if they lose, there are very powerful people who are going to say, what are we funding with this police department? Not only that, if they could kill this woman and this waiter, could they kill me? Could they come to my house and someone kill me? So it's in the best interest of...
Yeah, so the argument is let's just not fund any police.
No, it's not that. It's just the fact that there's a murder that took place, or multiple murders. You have a suspect. If you really feel that this suspect did it, then put them away. And the police department recognizes that sometimes they don't always know who did it, and so they will add some things to their favor, like planting of evidence. That happened in this case. Not only that, they didn't go into it too much, but in other ones, other documentaries, they go into the racial aspect of some of the police officers. Like they would say the N-word on recording. And it's like, okay, if you have somebody who's comfortable enough doing that, I mean, today it's different. Today you might have somebody who's like, I'm not going to say the N-word on recording for any reason, because I just don't think it's a right thing to do. But one of the, I know at least one of the detectives of this case had major aspirations to be an actor, and was in acting roles, and eventually would be hired by Fox News as a consultant. He wanted the spotlight. He wanted to be on television, and he was caught on a recording saying the N-word at least 150 times. Now, it was for a role, but they didn't talk about that. But he was comfortable enough doing it on recording that he did. And I don't understand why they didn't go after the son originally, but I think that very quickly in this story, they found someone who they wanted to target, O.J. Simpson, and there was a lot of excitement behind that. And any evidence that went in any opposite way, they just dismissed.
Did any of their tampering of evidence come about?
Yeah, they did. In the case, there was the planting of a drop of blood in the vehicle, and perhaps some of the evidence was moved, like the gloves were moved, maybe, and the socks are found later. So this documentary didn't go into there's more evidence. The most famous police chase in world history is with O.J. Simpson. I'll never forget where I was when I was watching it, and
why they showed that in the start, and they said that he was fleeing from the cops, and he had a gun to his head, or something.
True. But what they
why was that after the murder had taken place?
But what they don't show is when he gets to his house, the first person who greets him at the door is his son. And the police grab the son, and he puts his arms around his back like they're going to arrest him. And O.J. Simpson just says, "Get in the house, don't say anything." Basically. I don't know exactly what it said. I can see their bodies though, because there's a zoom shot from a helicopter, and they never go into that. There's a lot that this documentary did.
Was he rushing home to warn him or something?
He wasn't rushing him. He had a friend drive, but they shut down the 405. They shut down all the expressway or the freeways of Southern California. Well, the major ones, and it wasn't a high-speed chase, but it was the biggest chase in the history of the United States and likely the world. And
how soon after did they pull into the driveway? Did the cops come? Like they were on his tail?
They were on his tail. And there were people on the bridges as this was going by who were cheering him on.
Nice.
And you know, I'm not gonna force you to watch anything.
And he drove straight home. Why? Why did they drive straight home?
Why did they drive straight? He wanted to go to his house.
What is this?
So
Okay, but wait, why were they pulled over? Like there's a warrant out for his arrest?
He was wanted for questioning. They don't ever really get into this story, but allegedly he was seeing his cocaine dealers in South Orange County, and they were on their way back. And that's when the police caught wind of where he was. But they never talked about it. They never heard it on American anything that wasn't on the internet. That OJ was coming from. There's all kinds of other issues about this. They don't go into in this documentary. That's why I say the 6-part documentary. They go into a lot more. But I don't want to watch it now. That's too much. But maybe someday. But I'll just give you an overview. So O.J. Simpson, if you don't know, was one of the...
No, we're watching it now.
Oh, we are?
No, I don't know. If you're tired or something.
No. Okay, we'll watch it right now.
Also been the Ratzon Hashem.
No, it's cool. Just give me a summary. Just summarize it.
Well, no, if you're down to watch it, I'll watch it.
That a mitzvah is the Ratzon Hashem.
How long is it?
It's 6 parts, about 40 minutes.
A mitzvah is the will.
So that's like
Dog,
6
dog,
hours.
dog,
Okay.
that's 6 hours. Okay, so let's watch it. It's called, I'm getting it for you. It's really good.
Is the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, what is that will? This is a very dangerous statement, right? Because a person could say, remember, to a certain degree, there's a certain deterministic, determinism approach in this. That at the end of the day, everything is the will of God. I don't have any computer. I don't have any real choice.
It's O.J. Innocent, the Missing Evidence, and it's in 6 parts. I'll tell you what, just turn each part on like at 1.5 speed.
What's it called?
It's called Is O.J. Innocent? The Missing Evidence. It's narrated by Martin Sheen, Charlie Sheen's dad.
Tzaddik explains so many times that a person.
All right, I'm ready when you are.
What is it? They're not doing the Ratzon Hashem. What is that statement? That statement means that I recognize that through performing the mitzvah, I become closer to the Rebbe Hashem. That's what it means fulfilling the will of God. What is God?
Let me know when you're streaming. If you can't.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm swapping to my computer.
Closeness, a sense of connection. So what is HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What's the Ratzon Hashem? The Ratzon Hashem is back to low. Right? The Ratzon Hashem is that we cling to him and he clings to us. There's a relationship. So when I perform mitzvah, I'm clearly and generally enforcing that relationship. Says with Tzaddik, the same thing happens when you commit an Aveira. What? Same thing as when I commit an Aveira. So an Aveira is the opposite. Right? What's the major fallout of an Aveira? It's Richot. Right? We often think that the major fallout of an Aveira is Onash, is punishment. That's not true. The truth is that out of everything that a sin engenders, Onash, punishment, is the easiest thing to go ahead and cleanse. It's the Richot, it's the distance that's created by faith that's so profound. So how could a tzaddik say that the performance of an Aveira ultimately again is the Ratzon Hashem? He says something amazing. Because the entire essence of sin Haise Kedei Shalabasov Yachzer B'Tshuva Acharei Kol Harich B'Kavi. Because you want to say, what is the entire essence of sin? The entire essence of sin is that after I go ahead and create this level of disconnect, I come back. So I will say, what does sin highlight? Sin highlights my weaknesses. And after I commit to that data, I know exactly what I have to work on. And I know exactly what's holding me back. And I know exactly what's eroding my relationship with that Kadosh Baruch Hu. And therefore, again, sin helps me to pinpoint exactly where my weaknesses are. Now I know where my weaknesses are. Now I have the ability to work on them. If I have the ability to work on them, that means that I'm going to closer to that Kadosh Baruch Hu. And therefore, it turns out that a sin is Batal Hashem. Because a sin, this is going to sound strange, but Narera, if utilized correctly, could be the most incredible catalyst to coming closer to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. Or really better stated, it's not the sin itself, but rather it's the aftermath of the sin. And therefore, that's what the subject means when it says, when a person does tshuva. And what's tshuva? Tshuva says the subject is harot the remorse. Remorse is, I can't believe I did this.
That documentary.
Yeah.
And the Ribbon Shom. But now I know what my weakness is.
The quality is so terrible.
Okay, I'll be the judge.
Now I know what I have to work on. And I'm going to begin that process of repair.
Okay, what did they say? It's called
it itself becomes an incredible success.
Is OJ
The
innocent?
hate becomes a success. The hate becomes a merit. The hate becomes Ratzon Hashem. If you look in
okay, so it's a playlist by Judy W.
Yeah, that one sucks. Yeah, the quality sucks.
I'll be the judge.
So bad.
No, it's perfect, dude.
No, the voice sounds all whack and stuff.
No, it's perfect. It's fine.
No, but his voice is like all distorted and like it's brutal. Trust me.
That's the one that we need to watch. And just play it at 1.5 speed. It'll be fucked up anyway.
Alright. Because that line to me is
and the reason why they have to do it that way is because they don't want to copyright strike. So they have to have that weird thing in the background going, and then they show it in a smaller window. That lady's amazing. Oh, and you're amazing for doing that.
I've been to one so many times. I can't believe it. Something said, don't allow yourself to become completely out of commission of faith. One simple reason. That phrase, Hari Haricho, Sivas Hakiru. Because sometimes when you creation of distance, that in and of itself is the catalyst for closeness. Creation of distance is the catalyst for closeness. And sometimes in those moments when I feel most far away, and I realize now what my weaknesses are, and I realize now what I have to work on, gives me a renewed sense of purpose, a renewed sense of direction. I know what the problem is. I know what it is. They will say, like the happiness, like go to the doctor. You know, a person has an ache. I don't know what the ache is. I know that there's an ache. I don't know what the ache is. I go to the doctor. The doctor diagnoses me.
Can you hear me or no?
Can you hear me? Right? There's no greater happiness than like the resolution of doubt. So now I know what the ache is. Once I know what the ache is, then what? I can deal with it. But to some extent, it's the same with things. That I know I have weaknesses, but sometimes I'm not sure about those weaknesses. When I sin, the godless, the greatness of sin, I just got my diagnosis. I know exactly now what the problem is. And now that I know what the problem is, I can focus on it with clear direction. I can focus on it with clear vision. There's no longer the ambiguity that I know I have weaknesses, but I'm not sure what the weaknesses are. Now I'm acutely aware of what the weaknesses are, and now I feel it. This is what subject turns out that the hate, which gives you direction, becomes a source, and as as he says over here, that the richok is the sibas hakiyot. But sometimes the light is the very distance that becomes the source and the catalyst for all connection. All right, so let's stop over here. We'll pick up again Hashem and Post Mem on Monday. All right, we'll say good morning. So we left off in Osman, the Simchas HaTzadik. So again, just to orient ourselves a little bit, Rebbe was speaking about the incredible dynamic of truth, and specifically focusing on the idea that the Sedonos Na'asis Lokish, that a person can reach a certain level of tshuva where literally the intentional ideas come like merits. And Rebbe explained when could that happen. So again, as we spoke about last week, when a person is able to reach the level where they recognize that sin in and of itself becomes the ultimate catalyst for growth. So when I experience a downfall, I'm able to truly identify where my shortcomings are, where my challenges are, and therefore I'm able to be much more precision focused in the area in which I need to direct my focus. So suddenly again, that downfall in and of itself becomes the most incredible opportunity for our for growth and for rebuilding. So if we continue a little bit, what Tzaddik says, and again we're following along in the Area Hasidus on page 8S, on page 8, that's the Area Hasidus, the right hand column. But the middle of the right hand column. Shekom Hashechad Ba'amar, Hayazagam King Yerkon Hashem Yisrael. Which are very dramatic statements. These are Tzaddik. Any avera that I committed was also the will of God, which again sounds incredibly overwhelmingly untrue. And obviously, what Tzaddik is saying something of incredible truth. Every avera I commit is the Ratzon Hashem. It's also the will of God. What does that mean? Shigaver Mashama, the Chotachliso Shalchit, Zachisa Kadeshu, the Basot, Yaksa, the Chuma, Akari Kalavi Kokahu. You will say, obviously, nothing in this world happens without the Ribbon Shalom. Nothing. Nothing. So Tzaddik says, well, if you believe that HaKadosh Baruch Hu's hashkafa is on everything, my providence governs everything. So even when I sin, when I commit an avera, that's also Birtzon Hashem. That's also the will of God. Now, before we discuss exactly how that works, the Tzaddik says, but why would God want me to sin? That's as we just said before. Because the whole tachlis of the Chit is where the focus on. The entire essence of the sin. We'll say the entire point of sin is to serve as the catalyst for unprecedented growth. Literally translated, the entire purpose of sin is so that at the end of sin, a person will return in tshuva after all of this distance. So let's see this on 1 second. This is counterintuitive. If the entire purpose of sin is that I do tshuva, and what HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol knows about this sin, and is somehow everything happens because of Hashem. Is that a better idea? A better idea. If I don't sin at all, then what? There's no need for tshuva. So again, if you tell me the whole tachlis of sin is to be able to do tshuva, and everything is good, everything is by the will of God. So again, let's just call it even. I won't sin, and then there won't be a need for tshuva, and I'll be exactly at the same place. You see, let's say that there's a difference between a person who sins in both tshuva versus a person who never sins. The growth that a person experiences as a result of tshuva is greater than the holiness of a person who never tasted sin and never had to undergo the process of tshuva. Let's say if you take a look at footnote Shinyon Gimel, he discusses this. He says, "Re'ei b'takanas hashavim, kaladenu shevia adam mashud." The list goes. When I say this about tshuva, any avera that causes a person to ultimately enter into the cathartic process of tshuva, Shamuzal, also in Gemara, she'in sadikim gemurim yochol lamod. Also remember again, the Gemara says, "Makom shebali tshuva omvin," the place that about tshuva, that someone who did tshuva stands in. Sadikim gemurim, the absolutely righteous individuals cannot stand in. Which also tells us something absolutely amazing. We're often conditioned to think that, of course, the greatest level is not to sin. And tshuva is the band-aid, right? Tshuva is the remedy. If I did sin, here's what I do in order to go ahead and rectify that which I've done wrong. But it turns out that Tzaddik says that is not the case. Tshuva makes you greater. The Baal Tshuva is greater than the person who never sinned. Of course, you won't say, again, to be clear, the Tzaddik is not advocating sinning in order that I have the opportunity to do Tshuva. So one record is saying that. So what Tzaddik is saying is sin for most of us is a de facto status. I don't know what's happening, but very often we think that when we commit an Avera, what I've effectively done is I've compromised myself. And while that is true in the short run, at the end of the day, the ability to engage in the process of tshuva is one of the most overwhelming opportunities that a person has. He continues in that footnote. He says, Hari Harichu, we see what's here. We saw this statement last week. The Richok, the distance, is in and of itself the reason for coming close. The Richok is the Sibas Kiyum. Okay, see goes on. We actually referenced this footnote last week. Let's go on a little bit. Moshe Rabbeinu Islam. So this idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is aware and knows about my faith, and somehow again, then ultimately again, my faith is the Ratzon Hashem. When I sin, it is with the will of God. So let's see, what is that statement? So Tzaddik quotes a couple of psukim that speak to this dynamic. You know, Shamru Chachamim Zal, Molish Losha Psukim Elu. So the Gemara says, and we'll read the Borei Hasidus. We're not for these three psukim, which discuss the idea of even Sheish Yad HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Chakim Yitzchak, U'Lahasri Yitzhahara Mimenu, Nispotu to Raglim Shoshan Yitzchak. What's in our quotes? Seven brachos. We're not for these three psukim, which indicate that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does in fact have control over the Yitzhahara. But he chooses not to exercise it. Chooses not to exercise it. Klal Yisrael, we would have no excuses. I am spoken those Raglina Bavishpat on the left hand column, the Ure Hasidos, page Beitas. Ava Ayevish Losha Saksum Halalu, Yesh Lona Pismonta, Shugara Manu, Shebara Yitzhahara. The Echa Minatsuki Huma, Shelokim, Fala, Baruchu, Vata, Hasibosa, Eslivam, Halos. So it's like, interestingly enough, the topic over here quotes the Pasuk, which indicates that there are three psukim. There are more than three psukim. But there are three psukim which highlight the idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to squash the Yetzer Hara. Right? If HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to just eliminate this Yetzer Hara, he could do so. Of course, he could do so. The fact that he doesn't, therefore, means that the Ribono Shel Olam obviously wants it here. Right? He could stop my Yetzer Hara, or he could diminish my Yetzer Hara. The fact that he doesn't really indicates the idea that he wants me to have it. Well, if he wants me to have it, then that means, again, as Rav Tzaddik is saying, that although it sounds strange, when I sin, that is B'Ratzon Hashem. When I commit an Aveira, that is with the will of the Ribono Shel Olam as well. Because of here, Akasi, both Salino Lachonis, literally quoting Choskim Malachim, you went ahead and you turned your heart backwards. Turn their hearts backwards. Nasata lahem makom nosra me'acharecha u'dotcha haya lachakim le'vodcha le'lacha. Because HaKadosh Baruch Hu, behold over here, because of Basher Harihos. HaKadosh Baruch Hu nigaram yilohem shevaras yitzah. So again, Rav Tzaddik just quoting a couple of psukim which highlight this very dynamic. Namely, again, the Ribono Shel Olam has the ability to control the Yitzhahara, yet he doesn't. Why doesn't he? Because obviously feels that the dynamic of the Yitzhara is one which is exceptionally important and necessary for us. Why is it exceptionally important and necessary? This is the Tzadik's entire thesis. Because at the end of the day, remember this phrase, Harichot Sivas Hakiyus. Harichot Sivas Hakiyus. It is the distance that in and of itself is the catalyst, or is the very reason for closeness. Because without faith, it is not tshuva. And without tshuva, or I should say, without Yitzhahara, there's no faith. And without faith, there's no tshuva. And without tshuva, there's no true life here. And we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up the message and tomorrow as well. say, good morning, let us begin. We are talking Hashem on post men. Post men, so continuing the subject a little bit. So, continuing in the subject, again in post men. So we left off over the last two shiurim, focusing on the subject's idea that the is not supposed to use intentional averos to become a right parent when a person realizes that even their averos are committed for that direction. Even their averos are committed to the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What do you mean, will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So Tzaddik explained that since tshuva is something which propels me to incredible and overwhelming growth, it turns out that my averos are committed what he calls Ritzon Hashem, with the will of God. With the will of God is manifest in the fact that the averos themselves become the greatest catalyst for growth. So we continue on this a little bit because the topic now is going to explore this notion of what it means that averos are committed to your soul with the will of Allah. So Rob, take us, take us what we know that we really have to see this, the left hand column, the last paragraph. This time we get to the idea. Regarding this idea of this, now, the study is going to bring up what is the age-old question. Talking about the conflict between Yediyah, divine foreknowledge, and Yeshua. He has given we have free choice. He says, Shimei Sotei, יש הולכים שיש ידיעה להשם יתברך מראש, ממש עשו בדיוק בעולם. Also know that part of the fundamental aspect of our Amira is the belief that the Baruch Hu has knowledge about everything that is going to happen. What we call that was included in that divine foreknowledge, so included in the knowledge that our included in the reality that Hashem understands all that is going to occur. He says, Masha Asra al-Dimas. It also includes whatever so the emotional knowledge about the future also includes me and includes the reality that he knows all that I am going to. He goes on, he explains, ובעד דעת יש לנו גם לחיים, שבה שניתן לחדם האפשרוס לבחירה חופשית, אם לעשות טוב או רע, והוא יסוד בעיקר של כל התורה והמצוות. So it's a further part of said, but remember, so I have to believe that HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows everything. But I also believe that I have no choice. I have will, I have to feel. So say first plan that's called 50 child. Right? Remember again, it was Kodesh Nekarim, it was so near, so Zed the Hashem. So we'll say with a pure first glance that these two concepts are really for the meaning. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows everything will occur, then I don't really have free will. But if I have the true free will, that means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't really know what it is that I do. This is the whole question. The ability to reconcile free will with divine order. So Tzaddik writes, he says, Ahmad al-Zaharambam. Remember, the Rambam is what this Shuvah already addresses this. So remember again. So remember, the Rambam writes, the fourth chapter, right? Rishus Nesuna B'Kol Adam. That a person reads it in the chapter. Right? Rishus Nesuna B'Kol Adam. That every person has to do that. And then the Rambam goes on to say, how can I really have this love? If HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows what I do, which the Rambam explains the message, She'im Yes Hashem Baruch Hu Yaseh. It's interesting enough way the Rambam explains it, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu's knowledge is not like our knowledge. That when we say that HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows, it's almost like when we think about knowledge, we think about understanding of knowledge in one particular way. But the Rambam discusses the concept of a idea that's internal versus a idea of knowledge that is external. We're not going to get too much into this Rambam. But suffice it to say that Rambam says that we don't understand the concept of divine fortune. Aim was therefore, the Rambam writes that ultimately, again, there is no contradiction. So let's say this is very interesting because the way that the Rambam deals with this issue is by essentially saying we don't understand the historical and we don't understand the concept of divine fortune. So let's say this is the century Rambam. The Ravid attacks the Rambam viciously. right? And the Rambam says to the Rambam, what kind of answer is that? And if that's really the answer that you're going to give, better to have never raised the question altogether. The Rambam is very disappointed about this. If you look at footnotes, Shin Yod Hey, he quotes over here the Rambam. And I will say this is probably one of the most profound theological issues that we grapple with. This idea that I believe that I have free will, but I also believe that Hakadosh Baruch Hu knows everything, and He knows everything that's going to be. So the ability to reconcile those two is incredibly complicated. So if you look at Shimon Hay, he quotes over here from the Rambam. The Rambam, Shema Kamar Allah Hakadosh Baruch Hu Yodei Ma Sheyeh, putting up Muchas Tshuva. Maybe you'll say, well, first, Baruch Hu knows everything's going to happen. The Kodem Sheyeh Yeida Shezeh Yetzadik Rasha. If that's the case, God knows I'm going to be righteous, or He knows I'm going to be wicked, even before I make any decision. Although Yada, if Yada should yet tzaddik, he has to show this. So let's analyze this Rambam. If God knows I'm going to be a tzaddik, then I will say I have no choice but to be a tzaddik. If Tomar Shiyada, turn the page, Sheldea, Shiyi yet tzaddik, the Efsha Shia Rasha, Hare Lo Yada Hadara Albora. So I'm not right. And if you tell me that God knows that I'm going to be a tzaddik, but I have the right to be a Rasha, then God doesn't really know. So this is the ultimate theological quandary. He goes on, he says, Da Shechuvas She'ivazu Aruka Me'eret Nida Urukava Minya. The Rambam writes, he says ultimately again, he answers this particular question. It's as expansive as the sea. I'm just going to skip down a little bit. He says, Sha'Kodesh Baruch Hu Enu Yodeh Migeya Shechutz Mimenu Mimenu Kivnei Adam Shechim V'Daitem Shor. So the Rambam's answer is that our idea, our knowledge about something, or our awareness, our understanding, is something which is external to us. And we'll say, now, what does that mean? So we'll say, I can know something to be unequivocally true, but it's not that but internalized. We'll say, how do we know this? We know this because we make bad decisions all of the time, even though I know objectively it's a bad decision. Sometimes in life, I make a wrong thing, and it is the right idea. But more often than not, I know exactly what it is that I'm doing, and it's wrong, and yet I still do it. I know it's destructive. I know it's not helpful. I know it undermines my interests, but yet I still go ahead and do it. So that one says that's because my man, his understanding, is chutz mimenu. It's outside of him. Versus the Ribono Shalom, Elohu is Allah Shmo B'Daito Echad. Ve'im Daito Shel Adam Yichol Lahasik Davar Ze'adaram. The Ribono Shalom and his Dea and his knowledge are one. Man can't relate to this. From my comprehension, and in my intellect, as much as in my intellect and I, we reside in the same, we occupy the same space. At the end of the day, we don't always work in perfect harmony. Baharaya, there are many times that I make decisions independent of my intellect. The Hakadosh Baruch Hu, from him and his Dea and his intellect or his knowledge, they are one. Therefore, say when the Rambam says this, the truth is and we can translate the words. But at the end of the day, we don't really understand what the Rambam is saying. Really, what the Rambam is telling us is your understanding is very different than Hakadosh Baruch Hu's understanding. So our shayla about the contradiction between free will and divine foreknowledge comes up because of our understanding, our comprehension of knowledge, of what it means for knowledge. Therefore, we don't understand. Fine, that's the Rambam. Interesting enough, the Tzaddik now comes along and quotes the Arizal. Quotes over the Hamid Yil B'Kiva, Shebea Arizal. The Sof, page Tzaddik. The Sof, Sefer Arba Meo Shekel Kata. And I'll say ultimately again, the Arizal gives a fascinating answer. We'll begin today, and then America Hashem will continue tomorrow. He says, I'm reading back to the Uriah Hasidus on page Tzaddik. He says, Sefer Arba, Hayidiyah V'B'Chira, MS. B'li Shum. בלי שיש שום סתירה ביניהם כלל, אלא שכל אחד מופיע במקום שונה בפני עצמו. This is incredible. The Arizal says that that Tehira and Hidya operate in two different spheres. He said, listen to this. Ela shekol echad mofim b'makom shel כלומר, במדרגה מסוימת, דהיינו, שבמקום בהירה של מדרגה של עולם, וכל ששייך אליו, שם אין מקום לידיעה. ובמקום הידיעה, שם באמת אין מקום לבחירה. Because what's up with this, Teresa says something absolutely amazing. He says, essentially, the concepts of Yediyah and Bechira do not reside on the same plane. They don't reside in the same space. So because they don't reside in the same space, therefore they don't overlap. So we'll say, it's a fascinating statement. Fascinating statement. What it means exactly is not abundantly clear. But again, everybody's striving for the same thing. Everybody's striving for this understanding that at the end of the day, there is no contradiction between the Ribono Shel Olam's Yediyah and man's Bechira. The Rambam's approach is that our Yediyah is a different Baruch Yediyah. Ribono Shel Olam's Yediyah is inside of him, part of him. Our Yediyah is outside. Okay, so therefore we don't really understand what it means that God understands. The Arizal, Yediyah and Bechira do not exist on the same level. The Lashon literally is almost like where there is Yediyah, where there is divine foreknowledge, there is no Bechira. But where there is Bechira, there is no Yediyah. What that concept means a little bit deeper, there's a Hashem will see tonight. Alright, just like good. Let us begin. We are going to pick up this morning place and we see past. Although we didn't finish Postman, the Rebbe was arguing between the three depth. His primary idea being that even Averis have a Yediyah. Of course, the Rebbe knows about the Averis and to a certain degree, of course, the Rebbe allows them to occur. How could it be that a Baruch knows about the Averis, he allows them to occur? Doesn't that mean that some way, somehow, he is okay with my Averis? So then we're going to first, the Rebbe is not okay with my Averis. Baruch would much prefer that I not commit Averis. But of course, as we've explained, the Rebbe also understands that sometimes our greatest source of growth is not from our accomplishments, but our greatest sense of growth often is from our failures, from our downfalls, from our Averis. And that's why, again, the Rebbe said that it's his eternal process of his fears. This idea that the person does tshuva, that a person could transform his Averis even into merits. If ultimately, again, my downfall becomes the greatest happiness from a person of this growth, then by definition, even the Averis, even the downfalls, even the pitfalls, somehow become something happy. So let's begin with so if you're looking at the production that he has over here in the Rebbe Hasidus on page 5, I just sent it on the chat just a few moments ago. So the Rebbe writes as follows: as I said, the area of Hasidus, the area of Hasidus as follows: the El is better. She's the argument shows I did talk of Tila. Lafok as Shor Hara, the Op Shabrias Ish. A little while ago in the Islamic test, the Rebbe spoke about the incredible power of Tila. And Tila has the ability to go ahead and transform one's Shorsho Ra. Both in our Shorsho Ra, Shoresh is really one's youthful essence. And even if a person, unfortunately, is experiencing some internal Ra, some internal negativity, Tila has the ability to transform that Shoresh Ra, that negative root, but often Shabrias HP. I can totally create something dramatic and new inside of someone. Irrigation is a term that we find again used in the context of gracious, speaking about the concept of creation of something like that. This, of course, is a concept which seemingly defies comprehension, because at the end of the day, outside, so I see that one day I asked my grandmother, I never asked okay, so we're just talking about by introduction and Osman Aleph. You know, it's moral. So it's a good concept. It seems like you can get into the habit of something, the moment right that the habit is broken, you change the regular for just a moment, and I just want to thank you. Actually, that could be just thank you. So again, so what we have over here in the beginning of Osman Aleph in there is Satadek is this notion that Tefillah has the ability to go ahead. Tefillah has the ability to go ahead and transform the individual. So even if a person has what we call this Shoresh Hara, so we'll see what that means as we get into this. The person has something negative, something is rotting inside of him. Tefillah has the ability to transform that in a dynamic way. And by the way, his idea of the ability to transform it in Ishmael means sometimes the person, a person can go ahead and compromise themselves to such a great ability where it feels like there's nothing positive inside of it. There's just nothing positive. So even if a person now, of course, that's never really true. Because even if a person feels that they totally compromise their identity or totality, there's always good inside of it. Even if a person feels that the shoresh, the essence of it has become ra, Tefillah has the ability to transform a person Yeshua from literally again to turn something, even if it takes something from nothing. He goes on, he says, כאן הסבר שאפשר לאדם להגיע לכך גם על ידי כוח מוצץ האמור האלוקי. In this particular series, David is going to explain that a person can accomplish the same dynamic through the mitzvah of emunah. That goes in and say to yourself, what's the mitzvah of emunah? So this is actually very interesting. There is a fascinating focus on question regarding the first of the Ten Commandments. Right? The Baruch Hu says, "Anochi Hashem Elokecha, I am Hashem your God." So what's the mitzvah? Right? In fact, if you look at the first commandment, it really just seems like a declarative statement. Anochi Hashem Elokecha, Asher Tisichem Me'eretz Mitzrayim. Say, I am Hashem your God, which is God of Egypt. It's a statement. What's almost a contrast that with the other 9 commandments, like the other 9 commandments of mitzvahs. So what's the mitzvah in commandment number 1? So many of them are showing studies going to understand as well. It is the mitzvah of emunah. Different than what Anochi Hashem Elokecha is the mitzvah to believe in the Hashem. So the tzaddik is going to posit in the same way that Tefillah has the ability to affect a person's transformation, that even if the shoresh is not, even if I feel like I've compromised myself to such a degree that my essence is rotted, my essence is rot, but yet Tefillah has the ability to affect change, the mitzvah of emunah has the ability to affect change as well. It was extremely incredible that just by believing in the Ribono Shel Olam, just by reaffirming my belief, my faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that is the ability to transform a shoresh ra into something positive. With the hemshich, the mashing is bar ba'os akademic shadibur shalo yeh kolot kolalav shelo is bar kind of pisa kam shelo shadibur. I will clear some of that. Kodem lo yeh lecha Elohim. Remember again, first of the 10 commandments. I know clear some of that, which we're understanding to mean mitzvah of emunah. So the mitzvah of emunah, to believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, comes before lo yeh lecha Elohim achir. Second of the 10 commandments, do not worship other gods. So look at that it does. This is really quite amazing. Ki al yidei his bonus. I'm still reading in the Bibliya Hasidus, page Sanket Gimel, left hand column. He goes on and says, Ki al yidei his bonus ha'gvura, ba'anochi Hashem Elokecha, da'aynu mitzad ma'asher tusag la'adam ha'emunah b'nura la'Hashem yitbarach shu matzui. So it's like a person goes to have a program, which is the mitzvah to believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, now what does it mean? First of all, How does that mitzvah manifest itself? In other words, how do you fulfill the mitzvah of belief? He says, number one, the Ainu Mitzad, Mashetusab Adam Ha'amina Habriya Ba'Hashem, Shehu Matsu, Sheyish Elokah, Nekuyo Hamatzius, Nechol Makom Manish. So the Tzaddik understands this mitzvah of Amina in a number of different ways. I want to say, this is quite interesting. Number one, that Sheyish Elokah, Nekuyo Hamatzius. There is a God who drives creation. There is a God who drives creation. And without this God, there would be no creation. I will say, looking at footnote Shin Samet Hey, it's on the right hand column of the Makoros. He quotes the Rambam in Mor Nevuchim. And the Rambam writes, Mor Nevuchim, Amnam Yishin Siba V'Metzius, V'Hashem Yis'al Yisrael Levado. Zeu Inyan Amanu Allah Yisbarach Shemuchuyev Ha'Metzius. This idea that the Ribono Shel Olam is the Mechuyev HaMetzius. The Ribono Shel Olam is the Mechayev. He is the one who creates creation. Without God, there is no creation. That's Aleph, right? The Ribono Shel Olam is the creation driver. And without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is no Bria, there is no creation. Number two, B'chol Makom Nanish. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is everywhere. He is everywhere. Umansi Honimsa, he creates everything. The Chalan Tzar Mishmaim Ba'aretz Kumash Beneim Bonitsu Elami Amitas Hinato. And the creation and the existence of everything is a direct result of the Ribono Shel Olam's existence.
We're watching something too.
So this is Emunah. Now, of course, you can see further reading.
It just started.
It's on O.J. Simpson.
These visual concepts are developed each of them on their own, which I will say is very much in line with the Rambam's thinking as well. But the ultimate essence of Emunah is to believe in the Ribono Shel Olam, who is the prime cause for all other creation. That's number one. Without whom nothing else could exist. Two, and number three, he is everywhere. He is everywhere. That is the essence of Emunah. Now watch this. He says, if a person believes in this, I will say that is the mitzvah of Anochi Hashem Elokecha. The mitzvah of Anochi Hashem Elokecha is the mitzvah to have Emunah. So we'll say again, so how does one build this mitzvah? So on one level, it's cognition. I think about these things. I actively believe in these concepts. Of course, away according to many that the mitzvah of Emunah manifests itself is through the performance of mitzvahs. That when I serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm serving God because I believe in these things. If I didn't believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I would not be doing all of these various things. So the basic in this mitzvah of Emunah. So Tzaddik says, if you have Emunah, you need so mila'avor aladibor shelo yeh lecha Elohim achid. We'll have to stop with this. We'll pick up with this concept tomorrow. But Tzaddik says something amazing. The order here is, of course, exceptionally important. And then at the end of the day, why is Anochi Hashem Elokecha the first mitzvah? We'll say because if I have Emunah, then I am saved from Lo Yeh Lecha Elohim Achid. What's Lo Yeh Elohim Achid? The Pashtos, that is the Isser of Avodah Zarah. I'm not allowed to worship idolatry. I will say, of course, if we can organize this, Lo Yeh Lecha Elohim Achid also means what? Do not make other things your God in life. How easy is it to worship other things? By the way, I can pledge my intellectual, but theological allegiance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I could be worshiping a lot of other stuff. Like people have all kinds of gods, even though again they only believe in one HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If gods of money, gods of materialism, gods of career, there's many different gods that exist. So Tzaddik says something amazing. The order here is specific. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you believe in it, if you live a life of Anochi Hashem Elokecha, real Emunah, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the reason for everything. Nothing could exist without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and He is everywhere. Which I will say, for these concepts fuel everything else, then you will be saved from Lo Yeh Lecha Elohim Achid. Truly have Emunah. The true Emunah saves you from worshiping the false gods. I'd love to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with this concept. Meretz Hashem did more tomorrow. Let us begin. We are continuing this morning in Post Mem Adam. Spring reading yesterday. I started with very beautiful idea about it. Started with the concept that through Amuna, I think save themselves from Lo Yelecha Elohim Achir. Because it goes out the idea that the first thing that was mentioned in the temple, which many of the Persians struggle to understand, what exactly is the meaning of that? What is the commandment of Lo Yelecha Elohim? So Tzaddik understands, like many, that Lo Yelecha Elohim is the mitzvah of Amuna. It's supposed to believe and believe on Hashem. When a person believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu, and remember, Tzaddik spoke about the idea that belief takes on a couple of different forms. Number one, that ultimately again it is the existence of God that allows for the existence of everything else. Ultimately, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is the creator of all, and the divine form is everything. Once he goes ahead and has this amina in Hakadosh Baruch Hu, so ultimately again is saved them from this saves them from Lo Yelecha Elohim of worshiping other gods. Let's look at the idea that this worship of the other gods of all Israel. People worship many different things. Technically speaking, the only God they worship is Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He defies many things throughout the course of life. So if a person is solid in their understanding, it keeps them on the way. So David goes on and says, the Abu Hazal is actually about being tzaddik evil. This is the Uriah Hasidus on the left hand side, the last couple of lines. The Abu Hazal also mitzvah most human malach achad. Because the Uriah Hasidus that's what Hazal say. That the person goes ahead and performs one mitzvah, most human malach achad. They give him, he is provided with a malach. Provided with a malach. Shnei Amar, the malach of Yisrael, the Lach Yishmael, Shamra B'Lanam. What's the point of this malach? That I'm given, what's the point of this angel that I'm given after I go ahead and I do it? It's not this malach, this angel saves me from harm. Saves me from harm. If you take a look in the footnotes here, in Shin Manifest, so you guys will be very interesting. So Re'ei Mashu Kasar Abin Yitzchak Malach Yashayis. Asa Adam Achas, most from Malach Achas. The person performs one mitzvah, the devotion is given one malach, he's given one angel. Also Shtei, it's the person was given. Also Shmu Malachim, ultimately a person is given two malachim. Chulei, who became Chumash Shamis and Meshach Chumash. Me aim Hamalachim. What are these malachim? What are these angels? Edu Shemisham also these are the angels which save one from all harm. They see me from the Mazikim. Machmer is the part of the Omer, two covenants that Moshe HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which we should call the Odom Kugam or Yuchos from a Zikim. It's such an incredible message. When a person performs a mitzvah, which often gives a person a malach. Two mitzvahs, two malach. You want to the role of these malachim, they protect the angels. That's their job. They protect us. The more mitzvahs I do, the more malachim I have to protect me from the dangers of this world. Shekol Funny how all of the Malayan Varam Hamazikim Nefesh Shaitan. Once you see the type of how people level, the right chance and they tell us in this following. The world is filled with spiritual dangers. That's the nature of existence. The world is filled with spiritual dangers. Told Kasher Vishtamish the Rosh Hashem Zarava, especially on Mazikim. Gedol Azekieto, Moshe Shiva. Goes on, he says that essentially what this means is as follows: on a deeper level, the world is filled with spiritual dangers. How do you combat spiritual surrounding yourself with holiness and purity. That's see, it's interesting. Sometimes in life you can go ahead and negate or remove dangers, and someone you have to manage it. So at the end of the day, there's only certain dangers that I can't really, can't take them away. I can't remove them. The best thing I can do is I can manage. How do I manage the dangers of this world? By surrounding myself with fire. By surrounding myself with holiness and purity. So the more mitzvahs I do, the more Torah I learn, the more I bolster myself spiritually, the more I surround myself with this angelic protection, the better armed I am to deal with the challenges of this world. That's what Tzaddik is saying. Watch what he takes this. So if we turn to page 2000, he says, V'hinei, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mishalei, Schar Asa Mitzvah, Midah Kineged Midah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes, and remember in general, there's a concept. The emotional noise world, with the degree with Midah Kineged Midah, reciprocity, Kfi, Gadlus HaMitzvah, Kaf Ba Midah Yigado Gam Schara, with the same, Kol HaMitzvahs, Kiblu B'nei Yisrael, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yisraeliyah, goes into this. So, emotional noise is what we do Kineged Midah. So when it comes to the mitzvahs, how do we receive them? How do we receive the Torah? Through a Shariah, through a Bishop, through an agent, Moshe Rabbeinu. So we receive the Torah to Moshe Rabbeinu. Therefore, Umamela, Gam Saron Huma Shenimtzon Ba'usa Mitzvah Malach Hashem. This is so incredible. We receive the Torah through an agent, and therefore what? When you do Torah, you are rewarded through an agent as well. That's why I get the Medrash right. When I learn and I do mitzvahs, I'm given a malach to protect me. That's Midah Kineged Midah. The Torah was given through a malach. Malach also means that the agent through Moshe Rabbeinu, and therefore the reward for Torah mitzvahs is also given through an angel, given through a malach that is sent to protect me when I learn, or as a result of my learning, as a result of my mitzvah. Watch this. However, Ve'ulam, mitzvahs elu. Anochi Hashem Elokecha. V'lo yeh lecha Elohim achirim, harishamu kol yisrael pi yad kula. I will say now, while it is true that the Torah was given to an agent, while that is true, the Torah was given to an agent, that's true for everything but what? The first two commandments. Anochi Hashem Elokecha, I am Hashem your God, and lo yeh lecha Elohim achirim, you shall have no other God. That was given through the Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, I will say, Midah Kineged Midah demands that the same way that those mitzvahs were given to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so too their reward comes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. Watch this. This is how Yishamu Kol Yisrael Pi Yad Torah. All these all heard these mitzvahs through Hashem. I'm sorry, it says Lekach Yischar Sha'adam Mekayim Es HaMitzvah Shal Anochi Hashem Elokecha. Therefore, the reward of Anochi Hashem Elokecha יש לו זכות לפי ערכו, הנזקף מידה כנגד מידה לכך שהקדוש ברוך הוא בעצמו שומר מתורה וגשמיוס. What a beautiful idea this is. He says that Tzaddik, midah k'neged midah. Midah k'neged midah says that what? So remember, let's trace the progression here. We have the Medrash Tanchuma. Medrash Tanchuma says, well, sorry, let's trace the previous progression. The Tzaddik says that when a person fulfills the mitzvah of Anochi Hashem Elokecha, the mitzvah of Emunah, ultimately again they are guarded against Lo Yeh Lecha Elohim Achir, which you can also say is a very logical and intuitive idea. So I bolster my Emunah, I protect myself from falling false gods. Whether those be theological false gods, whether they be material false gods, the stronger my Emunah in HaKadosh Baruch Hu is, the more I am able to guard myself against Lo Yeh Lecha Elohim Achir. That's part one. Part two, Medrash Tanchuma. Every single time a person does a mitzvah, they're given a malach. Person learns Torah, they're given a malach. What's the role of that malach? That malach is there to protect from the dangers which are filled in this world. So the world is filled with dangers. Spiritual dangers, material dangers, all types of dangers, emotional dangers. So when I learn, and when I mitzvahs, and I bolster myself with holiness, I am given angelic protection against those dangers. why, and where does that come from? So Tzaddik is, that's Nida Kineged Nida. What's the Nida Kineged Nida? The same way that Torah was given by the day of Malach. Right, Torah was given through a Malach. Who is the Malach in this case? The Malach was Moshe Rabbeinu. So just as Torah was given through an emissary, given through a messenger, so too what? So too again, so too, the reward for the mitzvah for Torah is also given through a malach as well. The malach ultimately again is given to protect us. However, the first two mitzvahs in the Torah, which were not given to a malach, which were given to a Kodesh Baruch Hu, the reward of the protection from those mitzvahs comes from the Ribono Shel Olam himself. Therefore, again, when I fulfill the mitzvah of Amet Yashem Elokecha, and I bolster myself with proper emunah, the reward from that mitzvah does not come from the malach. The reward for that mitzvah comes from a Kodesh Baruch. And that's again, a person lives the life of emunah. A person bolsters their sense of emunah. At the end of the day, the protection that does not come from the malach. The protection comes from none other than the Ribono Shel Olam. Nida Kineged Nida. Baruch Hu gave me the mitzvah of Yeshua Elokecha, gave me the prohibition of Lo Yelachal and Machirim. If I bolster myself with proper emunah, the Ribono Shel Olam, not a malach who sent to guard me, not a malach who sent to watch over me. It's a Kodesh Baruch Hu with Lo Ba'atzmo. When I bolster my emunah, Kodesh Baruch Hu stands by my side, ready to help me, protect me, and help me engage Lo Yelachal and Machirim, fighting off the false gods that are around us today. We'll stop here for today. We'll pick up in the next one. Incredible you story. All right, say good morning. Let us begin. We are continuing today. Actually, have a little bit of a shorter shoot this morning. I think we're going to get a little bit of a head start back with a lot of people. So we got off in the middle, essentially, towards the end of post-knowledge test. So again, remember here, the Rebbe was discussing the idea that we all struggle in life how to figure out if we are on the right path. How do I know if my Kodesh Baruch Hu is happy with what I'm doing, and if the way that I'm living truly is in line, there's a conformance with the divine will? The Rebbe says, well, often we tell ourselves it's a very simple litmus test. Am I successful? Am I successful? Am I seeing success in the things that I do? And if indeed I see success in the things that I'm doing, that must be indicative of the fact that Kodesh Baruch Hu is happy with what I'm doing. Or again, if I wasn't successful, if I wasn't experiencing success, I would say differently. Success is an indicator of divine blessing of my efforts. And it's the concept, which again, a person not making it up, we have a concept like this, of habalit harmisan, so if somebody wants to become hard, somebody wants to accomplish something good, it helps them along. Conversely, habolitane, if someone comes to defile themselves to do something wrong, so postmill. Postmill means historical opens the door. In other words, you see a difference between Russian and Messiah. So if I want to do something good, the historical aids me, Messiah, he helps me. If I want to do something bad, postman, he holds the door open for me. Meaning, Shbaruch doesn't get in my way. God doesn't interfere in my choice. He doesn't interfere in my ability to make my life decisions and do things. But if I want to do something destructive, he doesn't aid me in doing it. He just doesn't stand in my way. Conversely, I want to do something good, and Shbaruch actively aids and abets. The difference is Rabbi Tzaddik, a person says, you know what, I have to ask myself, is what I'm doing with my life, the way I'm living, is it the Ratzon Hashem, is it the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Well, again, am I successful or not? If I'm successful, that would seem to indicate that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is happy with what I'm doing. And if I'm unsuccessful, I guess that's a sign that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not as happy with what I'm doing. So the Tzaddik says something amazing. He says, if you look on page 8 in the Be'uri HaChasidus, the left-hand side, last couple of lines. The Mikol Makom, so Tzaddik says it doesn't work. It doesn't work. In other words, that you can't use that as a, you can't use success in your life endeavors as the litmus test of divine happiness with how you are living. Why not? Look what he writes. He says, the Mikol Makom, I'm in Yush Efsharus, Gam Vilinisayon Siyon. Those is so profound. Because sometimes, in fact, I may be doing the wrong thing. So what about the fact that I'm enjoying success? That's Nisayon. That's a test. So sometimes the way I can just start off with tests, because there are different forms of tests. We often assume, really great fascinating, we often assume that tests come in the form of adversity. Right? That a test, Nisayon means suffering and difficulty and challenges. There's a problem that's not necessarily true. Sometimes tests come in the form of success. I'm successful, I'm just successful in the wrong things. And I'm successful in the wrong ways. So sometimes it says that Tzaddik's success is in and of itself the test in itself. So again, I want to be clear. Sometimes success is a display of divine satisfaction with how I'm living and what I'm doing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, let's just be clear, this is the first pasuk in the Torah. Hayotim Shema Shema Mitzvosai. He said in Shema every single day, second paragraph of Shema. If you listen to my mitzvos, it's what the Prophet say. I'll bless you materially. I'll bless you materially. So sometimes success, okay, we define it. I'm looking at this as success and real success. Sometimes success in life is absolutely a bracha from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a divine shkoyach. It's a divine pat on the back. Kiss on the you're doing a great job. Sometimes what Tzaddik says, success is my soul. Sometimes it's my challenge. He goes on, sometimes in life, Yesh Sharos, that my success is in a test. Rak Kidin the Nasos as late Adam, Atichon who Neaman, the mitzvos Hashem Sparach, Ozun of Hashemayim, כדי לבחון קרוי על אף שמסיינו בעשייתנו ומחמס עוד סיבוס קיוטי בזה. Sometimes I just said that HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps me along in ways that are not so good. He allows me to see success in areas that are not good, in ways that actually are not holy, and that's my test. That's a test. Now, he gives an example of this. That's the quite a profound example. Think over here. Story of Sefer Shoftim. You know Shoftim, where it had Pesach Micha. So you know what happened with Pesach Micha. So if you look, he says, "Lo Shnemar Micha, Shaylo Pesach Shalav Ezar Beisol, Upa Ilav Yehonasan Ben Gershon Shamshon." There's a guy Micha. Micha has an idol. He decides that he's going to make his own avodah zarah. He's going to make his own little mishkan for himself. What's the problem? So Micha again he's got his God, he's got his idol. What is he missing? He's missing a Kohen. After all, again, any self-respecting guy who's going to build a mishkan needs a Kohen. He doesn't have a Kohen. Then something amazing happens. Right? So he thinks. Then what happens? Another guy, Yehonasan ben Gershom, shows up. Now Yehonasan ben Gershom happens to be from Shevet Levi. So can you imagine that Micha put out a job, or he put out the wanted ad. If you're looking for some help, this guy Yonasan Ben Gershom shows up. Shamar liatzmo, Ato yadati creative Hashavim, ki hayot li halevi l'kohen. Supposed to listen to this. So Micha, when Yonasan Ben Gershom shows up, Yonasan Ben Gershom is a Levi. Now it's true Micha was looking for a kohen, but close enough, right from the right tribe. So sure enough, a guy from Shevet Levi shows up, and Micha, listen to how incredible this is. Micha takes the arrival of Jonathan ben Gershom to be a sign from God that God is blessing his efforts. I both say, now do you realize how incredibly twisted this is? Micha is worshiping an idol. He fashioned an idol. Now, granted, it could very well be that his worship of the idol was his way of worshiping. But at the end of the day, the Torah is quite unambiguous about how it feels about idol worship. See, yet Micha is building a house of idol worship. He's looking for a Kohen. This is all to replace the Mishka. He's looking for a Kohen. A guy from Shevet Levi wanted to Kisra Kadosh Baruch Hu. Look at the siyata, the Shemaya I've had. Look at this success. Hashgacha Pratis. The Ribono Shel Olam just sent me a Kohen. Listen, you read this story, what do you say to yourself? You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. Let's say, this is a tzaddik. How often do we do this in our life? How often do we go down a path that maybe deep down I know is not really the right one, but I'm successful in it? However you measure success. And so I take that success as a sign of divine pleasure with my life choices. And says the tzaddik, it's not correct. It's not correct. Sometimes this success is given to you. And you both say Nisayon doesn't always come in the form of hardship. Sometimes Nisayon, sometimes tests come in the form of wild success. And then my test is, do I continue down a path I'm successful, even though it's not the right path? It's incredible. He goes on, he says, B'sham, B'shavaya, K'di the Gemara, Shavuos, Arichashav, Shahayel, Siat, B'shmaya, the Hazmano, Alevi, the coin will the heat of life. And once he says that Tzaddik here, Micha goes ahead and thinks that at the end of the day, Kadosh Baruch Hu is blessing his efforts. Kadosh Baruch Hu is smiling upon his efforts because he sent him a guy from Shevet Levi to be his coin. And of course, those who read the leader see this story, say Micha absolutely not. It can't be that Kadosh Baruch Hu is blessing your efforts. You're building a lot of stuff. So everyone will say, we'll stop over here. But I'm saying, Tzaddik is teaching us an incredible lesson. First of all, the Yisod that at the end of the day, life is filled with adversity. And we'll say that's an incredibly important idea. Life is filled with adversity. And this is, the Ramchal talks about this as well, that this is the Yisod, ultimately again with Nisionos. Life is filled with Nisionos. That's the whole essence of life. Because growth only comes from tests. Growth only comes from adversity. Tzaddik introduced us to this idea that adversity comes in different ways. Sometimes, tests come in different ways. Sometimes tests come through adversity, and sometimes tests come through success. And our role in life is to make sure that we often engage in self-check. Am I living the right way? Am I doing the right thing? And just because I'm seeing success in one area of life does not automatically mean that is the correct path. Right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem, Osman tomorrow. All right, we'll say. But let's begin Osman with Kesed Sitkas Atzadik. So the Rebbe writes as follows. The Rebbe says actually take a look at his introduction in the Biguri HaChasidus. So he says, Ba'os HaKodemes in the right hand column, page 312. Ba'os HaKodemes is Bayer, Ki Ha'adam Aru HaKodemes. Also in the previous section, we discussed the idea that man is prone to make mistakes. Remember again, in the last sip, we spoke about the concept of Lama Goshon, Lama Ini Yodea. Teach your tongue to say, I do not know. See, he says these are this idea that a person is prone to make mistakes. The Hemshif Mekach, Isba'er Kan, Masha Anoshim Legilin Ulitos Ulahatzdik is Masayim. וטוען השם לא הם כיצד יש להם עזרה מיוחדת מן השמיים הזה. So let's look at interesting. And this is what we're going to focus on now is how sometimes people go ahead and justify their actions because they feel that God is supportive of what they are doing. They feel that ultimately, again, there's some type of simon because they're able to do what they are doing, because they're able to do what they are doing. Therefore, again, it must be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that there's like hashkafa, that the Rebbe Shalom is allowing them to be successful. You see differently. They sometimes interpret their ability to engage in certain actions as a sign of divine providence. Obviously, the fact that I'm able to do this and go down this path indicates to me that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is blessing my actions. And of course, as we're going to see, sometimes that's fundamentally incorrect. Just because a person is able to go ahead and accomplish something and do something does not mean that the Rebbe Shalom is happy with what it is that they are doing. We'll say in this scene, we're going to see about the general idea about how to interpret things in life. You know, a lot of times in life, I want to do something, I want to go down a certain road. And so if I interpret the signs to be favorable to my desired direction. But sometimes in life that's not the case. Sometimes if I'm going down a very wrong road and I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing, Biat Lamaisa could enjoy some level of success for a variety of different reasons. So again, this is part of being the mistake notice. So in the previous sit, we spoke out this concept that a person should teach their tongue to say, I don't know. A person should be careful about not talking until they're definitively sure about what they're saying. Not acting until I'm definitively sure that my actions are correct. So in this sit, we take this idea further. So let's take a look. Says the Rama. I'm going to read actually what the people react. You guys, Kamin, nidna la'adam sheyesh l'siyata d'shmaya v'davar shu oseh. Sometimes it appears that a person has divine assistance and divine providence help him in what he is doing. And to him, he feels like this proves to him Shashem Yisparach Rocha Ha'Pa'ula Hazu. And he understands this to kind of be indicative that Hashem wants me to go down this path. So we'll say, so sometimes a person is successful in a particular area and takes that success as a sign that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants him to go down this way. Amnam, ha'emesi, sha'al yismo ha'adam al davar zelima, lilmod mikach, shit davar tofu. But again, I will say, a person ultimately should be very careful with this. And a person should go ahead and not necessarily rely on his ability to be successful in any particular area as demonstrative of divine happiness with that direction in life. He says, the Lule came, because the person says, well, if I'm successful in a particular area in life, I'm good in a particular direction, the only way that success can happen is how. The Lule came, the Ozro, the Ribono Shel Olam would not have helped me in that direction if God did not want me to go in that direction. Rakuni Shabbat Taher, Messiah also, because ultimately again, what often happens is a person will go ahead and say, if a person comes to become tar, a person goes to become tar, a person who comes to go ahead and embark on a pathway of purity, Sakadosh Baruch Hu helps them along that particular path. So let's take a step back. So this is really quite profound. The Sir of Tzaddik is saying is, so we often assume that if I'm successful in a particular area, that must mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to go down this road. But at the end of the day, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't want me to do it, then why would He allow me to be successful? Then why would He allow me to be successful? But the Tzaddik says that's not necessarily the case. He says sometimes, the Messiah knows so because in general, again, what's my logic? There's a concept that if somebody comes to the car, right? If somebody comes along and seeks purity, HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps him along that path. About the Tame, But if somebody comes to have Shalom become Rasha, Amru Sham Chazal, Shrak Toschim Lo Mina Shamayim, Pesach Toma Vikanisbo, Maskikim Biyado, Ve'imolim Mena Mina Shram La'akbo, U'ulam Lo Messiah also. Let's get you interesting so. In general, we say Habal is tired, Messiah also. Somebody wants to become Tahar, HaKadosh Baruch Hu actively helps him along that path. If somebody comes to becoming, a person comes to defile themselves, so what does Chazal say? Post-Chazal. Post-Chazal means Kadosh Baruch Hu opens the door, throws the door open, but he doesn't help me along that way. Because he gets a feeling, if I'm doing something wrong, Kadosh Baruch Hu is going to sign also. Baruch Hu is going to help me. If I'm doing something wrong, Kadosh Baruch Hu doesn't prevent me, because at the end of the day, the Ribono Shel Olam does not take away my bechira, doesn't take away my free choice. So whatever I want to do in life, God will help facilitate that. But if what I want to do is pure and good, the Ribono Shel Olam actively helps me. If what I want to do is not good and is impure, Baruch Hu holds the door. If I open the door, Baruch Hu holds the door open for me, so to speak. But he's not going to aid me on that journey. Therefore, sometimes in life, when I enjoy success in a particular area, therefore, so using this logic, a person will say to himself, look, therefore, if I am successful in a particular area in life, that must mean that what? That must mean that what? That it's good. Because after all, if I'm successful, that is demonstrative of divine assistance. And God only assists people down a path which is good and which is tolerant. So therefore, anything I am successful in must be because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to be successful. He goes on, he says, Mika Makom, ha'emes hi, she'im lochiach midavar zekla. The Bible says, so this, by the way, of course, you can understand, this is a very dangerous mindset. In general, this concept of abolitar Messiah also, that if somebody comes to become Tahar, but he don't show helps him along down that path. So the truth is, remember, there's another piece to this, which is sometimes I want to embark on very meaningful activities, and yet they're incredibly difficult and incredibly challenging. So it's not the shock that every single thing that's Tahar is automatically being able to sign also, God helping me along that path to look many different ways and many different circumstances. The point that the Tzaddik is trying to make is that too often we interpret the divine will in a way that suits us best. Right? All of us deep down want to go ahead and fulfill the Ratzon Hashem, want to fulfill the will of God. But how I intuit the will of God very often becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if I want to do something in life and I happen to be successful in that area, it's very easy to interpret that success as demonstrative of, oh, I'm doing the will of God. I'm doing the will of God. How much damage happens in this world because people think that they're doing the will of God. So therefore, says that no, it's not necessarily the case. Even though, yes, about the time Messiah also, when you come to do something good, ultimately, again, when you come to do something good, this will help you along that way. But not every time you are successful is that demonstrative of the fact that God is happy with what it is that you are doing. So we'll stop over here for today because that's done. But then so we'll see tomorrow then how you reconcile that. So if that's not true, if that's not true, so that every time I'm successful, that's demonstrative that God is happy with what I'm doing, then how do I interpret, how do I understand that success if indeed the Ribono Shel Olam wants me to go down a different path? There's a chance to be continued also on the test. Into Egypt. So remember again why Kichatos one that like Chatos, so Moshe Rabbeinu was concerned that the astrologers of Pharaoh would think they knew when Chatos was, but they really didn't even know when Chatos was. Therefore, in order to avoid not say anything misleading, Moshe Rabbeinu says Kichatos. So the subject again builds on this idea. Lama Kushonka Lama Inyodim. The subject puts up this concept to really discuss that never say what we learned last week was don't say something that can be misinterpreted by others. Because when you go ahead and you speak, make sure that you speak in clear, definitive terms so that your words really convey the meaning that you need to convey. And they do not potentially convey something that someone else could read into them. So we're picking up on page Hey, we're actually going to do Ilya Hasidus on the left hand column. Right in the middle of the column, it says, Ya Adam, Alu Hatayos. Was reveals that the sheep is like the Hasidus. People make mistakes. And so it says, people make mistakes. Just the data of the individual. Actually, really what he's saying is, people are prone to mistakes. The fact is, the Zarmo, Shekol Gulu Machshav Kobekoel, the master of the Vajra Yekol Zorin Zorin Gam Koel. If it's something is a person has to live life, is actually what they incredibly profound. A person has to live life making sure that every manifestation of his thoughts, whether that be through his actions or through his speech, are explicitly clear. And they'll say, when the topic says, you rock Zorin Zorin Gam Koel. Like when I say something and when I do something, my actions and my words should be explicitly clear to everyone. So first we're saying two things. He's saying number one, on an individual level, we make mistakes. We make mistakes. Sometimes we think that we have such clarity on something that you can't imagine that we're wrong. So first of all, understand that just because something is clear to you doesn't always mean that it is correct. An incredibly profound result, something that requires us to feel it, requires us to be humble. Recognize that even if I see something to be explicitly clear, explicitly correct, maybe it's not. But basically what he's talking about is the way we convey things to others. And at the end of the day, a person has to make sure that what they do in terms of their spoken words and in terms of their deeds is beyond reproach. And it doesn't leave room for anyone to misunderstand or for anyone to be in some type of negative narrative. The Rothschild expresses this concept in the idea of the use of the key. What's really the use of the key? The idea that my life should stand on its own. I actually, so the moment I do something and I have to explain it, not a situation like this. I do something and I have to explain it. If you have to explain why you do the things that you do, then maybe I could behave that I shouldn't be doing. It don't should be that my actions and my speech should stand on their own and should be understood. Yahoo Vidabra Olasos Duror Rock Low Nevada Machshata. We'll say it's not a good idea, says Rabbi to do something or to say something that's only clear to you but could be misunderstood by others. The Heva Shula Yispara Africa, Shekin Tabaza, the rest of the scene incredibly so. Because sometimes something appears right to me, but it appears wrong in the eyes of others. Whether it's something I say or something I do, I have to do a self-check and ask myself, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the thing that I think is correct is not really all that correct after all. So the guy says, the table should like inspire ולא יחליט לדבר או לעשות את מה שמוגדר רק לבדו מהשקל. וכיוון שאולי יספר אפריקה שהחלטה בזה, ושוב לא יוכל לבטל את עצמו ושברם במעשה ובגבולות. שכיוון שכבר הוציא את השקל בפועל, ובגבול המעשה. So here comes this once you do something or once you see something, it's very hard to take it back. Very hard to take it back. Normally the subject because we all know this because we all live experiences like this. You see something in our body like this, even in the body like that. It's very hard to try and get back. If the subject says the only thing I can do is to and methodical before I speak and before I act. In a general sense, to make sure that whatever I say and whatever I do satisfies two criteria. Number one, it's really correct. It's really correct. That what I'm saying is really correct, and what I'm doing is really correct. That's Aleph. That's Aleph. And if not, by the way, if I can say that, and a lot of times in life, I can't say that. I have clarity on everything. So I'm not sure is what I'm saying correct, what I'm doing correct. So if you can't, you're not sure that what you're saying or what you're doing, that your Hebrew or your Maisa is not correct, then better not to say it. And better not to say it, better not to do it. That's the Kichatzos Halayla principle. That's base. That's Aleph. Base is even if you know that what you're saying or what you're doing is correct, will it be understood? Will it be heard? Will it be seen by others in the correct way? I was going to say sometimes I could be 100% correct about something, but the way I say it, the way I articulate it, or the way also it's have nice thing about I'm saying something correct, but I'm not saying it in the correct way. So what happens when you say something correct in an incorrect way? Not usually very helpful. Not usually very helpful. That's base. So Aleph, one more time. So Aleph, make sure that what you're doing or what you're saying is correct. And if you're not 100% sure that the Dibor or the Maisa is correct, maybe don't do it. And even if it is correct, even if you're 100% sure it's correct, make sure that you express the Dibor, that you perform the action in a way that is not misleading or prone to be misunderstood by others. About Machshavta Yachalachshav, this is what he said. Of Machshavta Yachalachshav, Ulahachmin Bevados, Tevav, Jarman was Rob Lamidam, רק לא בלבד, ולא לחכמים האחרים, לחייבון, שגם אם מספר אחר כך שטוב לזה, עדיין לא אפשר לו לבד להסתכל בפרטו של רגע. Let's listen to this. This is something amazing. So he explains, so one second. So this is a very high bar. If you think about this, it really is an incredibly high bar. This idea that don't say something unless you know it's 100% correct. Don't do something unless you know that it's 100% correct. And make sure that it's not just correct in its content, but in the way that you say it, in the way that you do it, that it should not be misunderstood by others. So it's like, well, what about the fact that sometimes we need to work things through? Right? What about the fact that most of us don't necessarily arrive at unequivocal truth in word or in deed, just like this? It's a process. There was a list there. David says, of course, that's where thought comes from. What's the role of Machshava? The role of Machshava is the role of Machshava is where I go ahead and I allow things to swirl around inside until ultimately again they make sense. Because this is such an incredibly profound result. Because where do we get ourselves into trouble in life most often? When I go ahead and I rush to Dibor, I rush to myself, and then I realize afterwards, that wasn't correct. Or even if it was correct, it wasn't expressed in the correct fashion. That's the only Machshava. Machshava, I will say, is where I take ideas, or I take concepts, and I allow them to swirl around. That's what thought is about. Let me think about it. Let me contemplate. Let me dwell on it a little bit. And then after this idea, this concept, this intended Maisa, this intended Dibur, it goes through the process of Machshava, and I think it through. Then if I think it through and I realize, A, it is correct, and B, I know how to say it correctly or do it correctly, then you can do it. Instead of telling other people what Machshava is, who knows about Machshava? Who knows about Machshava? Who knows about your thoughts? You. So remember, if it turns out that I was wrong about something, here's the great news. It's just limited to me. I haven't said anything. I haven't done anything. So the Maisa, the effect of that, Maisa has not been conveyed yet. Right now, it's only in my mind. So we'll say again, that ends the oath over here. He goes on, he says, "Oh, we could go and Zav, just what the sun is. This is what Chazal meant when they said, Liba lekuma lo dalya." Literally, again, the heart doesn't reveal its secrets to the mouth. Thank you very much. The heart doesn't reveal its secrets to the mouth. Those things that are in your heart don't automatically come out of your mouth. You can go ahead and think about things and dwell on things in your heart without allowing them to come out of your mouth. Some people say, the tzaddik teaching us, again, what I think is a very simple yisod, yet a profound one that if we actually internalize, to save us an incredible amount of advas nefesh in life, which is number one, recognize that before I speak and before I act, my speech and my actions must satisfy two criteria. Number one, it should be correct. It should be correct. I will say to make sure that whatever I'm going to say is really correct, and whatever I'm going to do is really correct. And if I'm going to say something or do something, and it needs a whole bunch of Rashi and Ramban and Arachaim and Christine, it needs a whole bunch of Mefarshim to explain why it's correct, then it's most probably not correct. If your actions can't stand, right? If my act, make sure that what you're saying and what you're doing is really honest. That's Aleph. And days, make sure that what I'm saying and what I'm doing doesn't require additional explanation to be understood by others. That's the goal. My actions and my speech should be able to stand on their own without having to explain them to others. Says Reb Tzadok, this is the power of machshava. It's in my mind that I think about all these things I want to say, all these things I want to do, analyze them, understand them. Are they correct? And will they be understood correctly? And if they satisfy those two criteria, then that is something worth saying, that is something worth doing. All right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up a minute Hashem on the test. emotionally vulnerable, emotionally should significantly so. Reveals multiple more, especially if 17 years from 6 days. Also, what you think of speech, but give it a golden expression, bring it into the world, share it with the as you are in the field as the sun. Because if you the topic is saying, the topic is saying like this, to pick cards, part one, be careful about what you say, even if it's doesn't right? So the that show, for example, I'll be precise with your joke. Sometimes I say something, I know what I mean. I know what I mean. You don't know what I mean. And because what I mean, words cannot understand what I wrote next to different. And because I have a lot of dictionary, I have a lot of different. So number one, make sure your words are clear to you and others. Number two, if you don't know something, you don't use it as I don't know. Number three, which is actually what the subject is again, is that even if you're unsure of something, say I don't know. Even if you're unsure of something, say I don't know. Don't try to fake it, but don't try to come up with an answer. Avoid that desire to always have an answer. And before you listen up to say, I don't know. What is your subject that builds sentence? And so the truth is, whenever you're dealing with a matter, which ultimately will be that maybe personal point to you, there is a source of doubt. Say, even if you have incredible intellectual merit, go back, show us a crystal clear. When it comes to others, if they are grappling with this issue and are unsure about it, better to take it for an approach. So let's start with it today. I have married my husband. Not immediately pull out some sentence. Why? If we're having a discussion and you're unsure about something, but I happen to be unsure about it. So why can't I express an assertive opinion? So we're going to discuss. So yeah, the topic is saying, I'm sure, but you're unsure. Better to say, so you see why see the books circumstances, the topic ultimately are going to be all right, Kevin, so good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing this morning after finishing OC Lama Kino in Sitkas outside. So remember again, yesterday, the other introduced us to the concept of the parameters of reasons. That as much as we are all familiar with the incredible meaning and complexity of the concept of reasons, alacrity, not just the performance of results, performance of results in the sense of zeal, in the sense of improvement, in the sense of commitment, in the sense of purpose. Nevertheless, it doesn't point out that even reasons have its parameters. So, for example, again, according to the example by the Yakuza, Dayashki Abraham Baboker, Amalina gets up early in the morning. Why doesn't he just go the night before? Why doesn't he go immediately after that? So you see, even those reasons, there are parameters. There are parameters which I will say again go to the general idea of the need to find balance in life. Because if a person doesn't achieve a sense of balance, then even those beautiful and meaningful egos could somehow go out and totally go, all right, totally go out of whack. Therefore, again, a person who recognizes the sense of Jesus, which is incredibly important, but that Jesus must be tempered with a certain degree of reality or contextual reality as well. Even anyone who gets up early in the morning but doesn't go the night before. So Tzaddik goes on and says, I'm continuing now along in the Be'uri HaChasidus on page Ayin Page, which is the page I sent out on the WhatsApp chat. In the left-hand column of the Be'uri HaChasidus, about 8 lines talking about Zehu Rak Mitzad Hazrizus, הראויה להיעשות על ידי אדם לצורך מצווה מזל. It says of Tzaddik, when we speak about the parameters over here, these are the parameters that are made for the purpose when a person performs a mitzvah. Now, we will define what he's explaining in just a moment. About Kishimutsubar the mitzvah and the mitzvah l'shaita, but when there is something that is urgent, I will call it a matter that is a little bit l'malam l'hazman, a little bit above any particular time frame. He says, as each la'adam v'hizdaris yosef. Then a person must consider even an additional level of Jesus. They chilik me'iz's mind. Ela ro'i lo gamba hashkim u'lehizdaris old kodim zmana. So I say, it's actually very interesting. So Tzaddik points out, and there's like two different types of situations. There's we'll call it a mitzvah, or an opportunity or an obligation, that is confined to a particular time frame. So, okay, so you have a mitzvah. So what does Jesus say? Jesus says, perform that mitzvah in the earliest part of that time frame. So this is Jesus in general that we are used to understanding. It's a mitzvah to take the lulav during the day. So what's the halacha? The halacha is ideally is waiting for sunrise. But Jesus, let me do it follows. If you already have done, that's not. Once once sunrise comes along, then Jesus says, try to do it as early as possible. That's what Jesus says. But for example, there would be no Jesus doing it before night, or certainly no Jesus doing it at night. Like that doesn't. Yet then there are other things that are not necessarily confined to a particular time. There are just things in life that have to get done. So those things in life that have to get done that aren't confined to a particular time, when should you do them? When should you do them? Now. This resource set as do it now. Don't wait until tomorrow. Don't wait until it's convenient time. Don't wait until it's better. Do it now. So they'll say in Birkavas, in the Achshav, in the Saif, not now, then when. So this is such a fundamental distinction in Jesus. So Jesus means different things in different contexts. In a mitzvah which has a defined time, Jesus means even mitzvah at the earliest time, but not before that time. Because I will say, so the paradigmatic example of this is, Avraham was somehow intuitive that the Ribono Shel Olam did not want him to leave before daybreak. So Vayashkin Abraham Chaboker, he gets up early that day. Chassidus said that for him, his reason was to leave that day, not the night before, not 2 days before, that day, that morning. Lulav and Esrog early that morning. But then there are other things in life that just have to get done. Other times in life there are things I have to do personally, things I have to do for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, obligations that I have. So at the end of the day, says Tzaddik, when you do those things, now. That's Jesus. And then ties us back. Don't take remember again where the Tzaddik began this particular oath was to go ahead and talk about the Beis Hamikdash. We'll go at Beis Hamikdash. So specifically getting quoted the Gemara, which was from the pasuk from Nehemiah. And Nehemiah said that we were working in the Beis Hamikdash, Ba'anachnu osim b'malacha me'alos hashachar ad seis hakol. So also remember again, we so Nehemiah worked on Beis Hamikdash from dawn until nightfall. So remember again, we've already used this concept to show the parameters of day. That the definition of day is from halos until seis. I think the Gemara said, well, maybe not. Maybe that's not the definition. Maybe, in fact, the Beis Hamikdash, they were just zoris. They just had Zrizos, so they started working even before daybreak, already from dawn, and they continued working even after the conclusion of day, even until the second Shabbos. He says that Tzaddik, he says, say Ulamada, the Dharma Minago, and the Yamagashmian. Well, sorry, before we get to that. So the Tzaddik says, to learn this lesson, by the way, from the way we relate to the material world. What happens in the material world? He says, Sharimishu Paul Bitiskia Olamazeh, the Davar, turn the page, the Davar Hanachot, slow, Aim those Jesus cool most of us. When you have a business deal, says Rabbi Rothschild, or some type of material pursuit that is of great interest to you. No one ever says, you know what, it's too early in the morning to start working on this. Right? You know what, it's a great deal, we could bring in $1 million, but you know what, it's after 5. I clocked out already. So if I clocked out already, it's after 5 p.m. I'm going to work on a business deal. Plus, my doesn't make any sense. The work is over. I'll start tomorrow. But Tzaddik says no one says that. No one says that. The opportunity for a great opportunity comes along. So when do you take it? You grab it. Someone calls you the great business deal at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Someone says, you know what? It's $1 million deal. It's 7. I kind of stopped working at 6 o'clock. Let's put this up tomorrow. At least I don't think about it. I'm not a businessman. But I would assume that somebody calls at 7 p.m. at the most inconvenient time. Right? And that they call it $1 million business deal. I'm pretty sure most people take that call and do what they have to do. Says the Tzaddik, that's Jesus. So again, in situations where opportunities come up to do something great, to be something great, so Zrizo says, grab it and grab it now. That's different. There's other contextual Zrizos, like mitzvahs. So I can't take lulav at night. As soon as I am for lulav, that's not the mitzvah. The mitzvah is by day. So I do it as early as day. So sometimes Zrizos has to operate within a particular framework of time, and sometimes Zrizo says, grab it and grab it now. And he ends off tomorrow. Tzaddik ends off by saying, this is why the Gemara ends off by saying that the Gemara says you're using the pasuk in the definition of day and night. That day begins as an almost nighttime, and nighttime is safe. But maybe not. Just sorries. So we'll say, so what kind of example is the Beis Hamikdash? The Beis Hamikdash is not like the Rudolph, right? The Beis Hamikdash rather is like the business deal, right? So again, what the Beis Hamikdash was not confined to any particular time. And it was not the malacha of the Beis Hamikdash was not confined to any particular time. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara said maybe the example of the Beis Hamikdash is because they were being sorries. Bashmalom, the Gemara says no. The pasuk in Nehemiah is coming to give you the definition of day and night. But I will say, but the takeaway for us is quite profound. We are all familiar with the need and the importance of this resource. But what we learned from Tzaddik is really 3 things. Number one, like everything in life, you have to figure out the right way to apply any particular midah. We will say sometimes you can take the most beautiful midah, but if you misapply it, it's disaster. Right? Remember, we had this example in the discussion with Rav brings down this example by the midah of Hasidus. He says people do some crazy stuff in the name of piety. We see this all the time. People do crazy stuff in the name of piety. That's not Hasidus. That's misapplied Hasidus. So Jesus on the other side, the person has to know when to apply Jesus. We're not going to say there are some people who are just too eager to act. What ends up happening is they just end up messing stuff up because it's well intentioned, but this reason just is applied in all the wrong ways. You try to take a lulav at night. It's reasons. No, you're actually messing up the mitzvah. 2 types of reasons. What we'll call like mitzvah type reasons, where again I have a particular time frame, do it as early as you can in the time frame. And then what we'll call situational reasons. Situational reasons arise. When opportunities arise, as Jesus says, when you grab them, now. Just imagine the mitzvah like the incredible business opportunity. No one says, I'm after hours, I can't talk to you about this opportunity. Rather, they grab it when it becomes a business. You have to apply that same knowledge of Tzaddik in our ruchni, in our spiritual lives as well. recognizing that when opportunities come along in life, Jesus demands that we grab them as quickly as possible. I will stop here. We'll be Hashem take off with Lamed Dalit. All right, fellas, have a good morning. Let us begin. Let's just begin Sitkas Sadik, and it's been a very long time. So we are picking up this morning in post Lamed Gimel. I sent it out on the yesterday, which you got the PDF. Post Lamed Gimel. So let's actually begin. If you're going to the introduction that it has in the Biblia again, for those who are joining this show. So Sadik, so the top, right, the large print is Sitkas Sadik, Sadik himself. The section below that kind of the Uri HaChasidus is like a better commentary on the Sefer, which helps provide a lot of background to the subject idea. So take a look in the Uri HaChasidus, the right hand column, the bottom of that column that says Lutanu is reason Mahdimin after Halayim. Look at the right, Lamed Gimel. La'el Ubahabrai Sabidwachis, and the Dayakas in Apostle Kedin, that these Hamikoshin, Banachim Usim Malacha, Mealos Hashaka, Atisa Kofam. Shantisa Kofam Nefshap process, remember again, the Tzaddik really throughout since the beginning of the Sefer has been focusing on different pieces, different ideas, extracted from the beginning of the Sef's Brachos. So if you are that young days, the beginning of the Sef's Brachos is really focused on the definition of day versus night. More specifically, again, night, because remember, again, the first Mishnah begins with Kriya Shema Shel Arvis. So here, the Tzaddik says that the Gemara quotes the idea that in the second Beis Hamikdash, the Gemara goes to Pasuk that said they were working in the Beis Hamikdash. The Alos Hashachar Tzitz Chacham. That's incredible, right? Very right. It's one of the wonderful readings from last night here. Right, last night we were speaking about again the Chemia vis-a-vis the So I was starting the Gemara again, quoting the Chemia vis-a-vis the Beis Hamikdash. And Chemia writes that they worked in the Beis Hamikdash. The Alos Hashachar from dawn until nightfall. But what's interesting enough, the way the Gemara uses that pasuk is that Nehemiah is kind of creating an image that we work the entire day. So you see from the pasuk in Nehemiah, when does the day begin? The day begins as of Alos. And when does the day end? The day ends as of Tzeisak Kochavim. Shad Tzeisak Kochavim Nechshaviyot. Those are the whole reason the Gemara brings up this discussion. To show that until Tzeisak Kochavim, until nightfall, it is considered day. Umosifa Habrais Yava Omer, and the Brisa continues and says, Vahayulano Halayla Mishmar, Vahayom Malacha. And then the Pasuk again says that the nighttime was for us a watch, and the day was for work. Umiva'eres HaKimar Shaviyah Pasuk Hashim, Hayisi Omer, Shemishkias HaChaman Nechshav Kibar Shiyaret Halayla, Rak Shebebinyan Beis Hamikdash Hayu Mashkim, B'fnei Shehismil Hayom. So remember, the Gemara says without that second qualification possible that we worked during the day, I'm at a thing. Really, day extends from when? From sunrise to sunset. The fact that they worked on the base from dawn until Tzeisak Kochavim was just because they were putting in longer hours. Kamash Malon, the Chemia comes along and says that no, the definition day is from Alos until Tzeisak Kochavim. Good. That's the Gemara in the Sef's Brachos. So that's what that Gemara does for us. It tells us that Halacha L'may said daytime is going to stay in the Gemara until Tzeisak Kochavim. So look what Rabbi writes. He says, Afal Gab, it's really such a beautiful and incredible piece. Afal Gab, Shahadin L'chol HaMitzvos. There's reason Makdim in HaMitzvos. Also, we're familiar with this concept. Reason Makdim in HaMitzvos. Namely, again, that it's not just enough to go and perform the mitzvahs, but mitzvahs must be done with this resource and alacrity. And how does one go ahead and demonstrate the sense of Zrizus Makdim. Do things as quickly and as early as possible. So even though we know this principle's reason, those who are Zoris take the first opportunity to perform this. And I will say, obviously, the entire essence of it. What does this mean? Why isn't it enough just to get the job done? Why must there be an element of Zizus? Just remember again, it's the Zizus, the alacrity, the eagerness and zeal with which you approach something that is truly demonstrative about how you feel about that particular endeavor. So, in other words, doing something with this resource shows that this is something that is important to me. Let's say anyone who's married knows this lesson. It also, which is there are certain things that I'm obligated to do. There are certain things I have, but how you do it makes all of the difference. It's how you go ahead and relate to that particular thing that makes so the task might get done at the end of the day. The garbage might go out, or the errands might get accomplished. But how you do it, and the speed and the zeal with which you do it shows how you feel about it. Same thing in our Avodas Hashem. That's his reason not to do the mitzvahs. Look what he writes. This is incredible. He says, "Ubereka harishon shelo yochel l'kaimo." And we'll say, obviously, the idea of Zrizus says the first opportunity you have to do a mitzvah, you should do it. Bechozos, ein aleim lios makdimin k'tei mitzvah. So we'll see, interestingly enough, even Zrizus apparently has its limitations. Right? Has its limitations. He says about the Chozos Inaleim Lios Makdimin Tfei Mitzachra Ahashkim L'Shenka L'Fei Tchila Sabota. So it says there are limitations to Jesus. In other words, I'm not obligated to go out and do a mitzvah in the first moment of life. For example, so let's say there's an obligation. I have an obligation to do a chesed. The chesed opportunity that comes before me. Zviz Makdimin is I have an obligation to not go to sleep at night in order that I can be able to perform an act of myself. Just know, right? I'm allowed to sleep. But what does Jesus say? Jesus says that as soon as you're up for the day, you have the opportunity as soon as you can. See, this is an important thing. So even Jesus itself has certain limitations to it. In other words, it means these is in the general context of performance. But one is not necessarily obligated to go ahead and, in his example, be Zoris before the day starts. So he goes on and explains it beautifully. He says, Moshe Amru Chazal, the Parakama de Psachim. So we'll say this is great. So we also read Gemara Psachim that says as follows. Al Sheilas HaGemara, Lama Tiknu Chachamim Lahaktim Chalibdok Es HaChametz, Relel Yudalit, Velo Dai V'kach Sheyibdok Es HaChametz Yom Yom. So we know B'dikas Chametz takes place, first Mishnah says Psachim, or La'arba Aser Bolkin Es HaChametz. On the night of the 14th, we check for Chametz. Why do you have to do the night of the 14th? Why can't you do the morning of the 14th? Im Tomar, so we'll say Im Tomar should take those Mishum should be Makim Mitzvahs. Harirak Papoki Eshak Damon Zizos. So he will say, oh, Zizos, there's a mitzvah to Shpisu, there's a mitzvah to destroy all the comments you have in your home. And therefore, again, although technically speaking, one could have performed that mitzvah on the morning of Erev Pesach, because of Zrizin Makim Mitzvahs, we do the B'dika at night. Right, the night of Erev Pesach. Moshe Nilma me Avram. So don't say Hari Rak Papoke Yesh Akdam Zrizos. Also, as we just said, even Zrizos has its limitations. Right. So remember again, I will say, if I want to be Zoris, I want to be alacritus, I want to be eager and zealous to perform mitzvah of B'dikas Chametz. At the end of the day, does that obligate me to do it the night before? No. Where does it obligate me to do? Where does it obligate me to go ahead and do it as early in the day as I can? Which is very important. Where do we learn the concept of reason back to mitzvahs? Where do we learn it from? Vayashkim Avram Baloker Vayachaboshes. Right? Avram got up early in the morning for the Akedah, and ultimately again he settles his own authority. Avram is the paradigmatic example of this reason of mitzvahs. But most interesting enough, what didn't Avraham Avinu do? What didn't he do? What didn't he do? He didn't leave the night before. Right? If you're so sorry, don't go to sleep. So Zars don't go to sleep. So Zars like every. So over here will say that even Zrizus has its parameters. So Zrizus says on any given day to perform your opportunities as quickly as you can say, just as you should appreciate. It's such an incredible so because what it says is like Shlomo says in Koheles, Lakol Zman Va'iz Hakas Hashanah. There's a time for everything, and everything must be exercised in moderation. Listen, do you know what happens if a person exhibits hyperviews? What do you call that? Right? The anxiety, right? It can also be OCD. There's a lot of times, by the way, a lot of times that in our community, interestingly enough, OCD goes undiagnosed because it often presents sometimes in the form of like super diligence with health mitzvahs. There comes a point where again there's an unhealthy tip, and that's not dangerous. That's not dangerous. Unfortunately, again, that's something much more significant. So you see here that even Zrizus itself has its parameters. Kozman base, every mitzvah, even the best one, has to be applied in a normal, balanced fashion. Because if it's all Zoris all the time, and at the end of the day, again, no matter what going, that becomes a bit problematic. So let's just listen to this. So given that reality, we have an interesting dynamic here by B'dikas Chametz. Because you must say, so remember again, so why is B'dikas Chametz then done at night? At the end of the day, it can't be because of Rizos. Because Rizos just says that halacha l'maisa, whatever you have to do it early in the morning, do whatever you can in the day, to which Reb Tzadik says, in Tamar take no Kimoshua Aravinu. Lo hischa lechas ma'alayla elam elas shachar. Because again, that's learned from Avram Avinu. The Avram Avinu only went ultimately to the Akedah first thing in the morning, didn't go at night. So we'll say, I'm going to leave you over here. We'll stop over here. You have to pick up with the daf now. But understand, we'll leave off with this. We'll say, so now Reb Tzaddik introduces us to the power of Zrizos, which we already went through. Avram Avinu gives us the parameters of Zrizos. Parameters of Zrizos ultimately, again, being early in the day. It doesn't require you to do anything before the day. It doesn't require you to give up your sleep. It doesn't require you to perform this in the middle of the night. So interesting enough, yet B'dikas Chametz is done at night. I will say, the truth is, the Gemara tells us why is B'dikas Chametz done at night? Why? Because our ner yafa balayla. B'dikas Chametz is B'dikas Chametz. You're checking the cracks and the crevices in the home. You need a candle. Candlelight works much better at night, but I'm telling you, it's going to understand on a deeper level that the fact that the B'dika is done at night teaches us a different form of Jesus, and there's actually to be continued. All right, so we'll see. Let us begin. So we are kicking off the Nerd Hashem and Oslav Days. Listen, do me in your okay? So we are picking up this morning on Sikha Satadik Oslav Days. So remember again, just to orient ourselves today. We started this beautiful city yesterday where the Tzaddik, taking the story of Rabbi Yosef and Rabbi understood this idea of being a Muslim approval. Don't enter into the Torah, so the Tzaddik understands it as a metaphor for entering into materialism, entering into the physical world. The goal of the Jew obviously is to lift up everything, to be the Galad in itself, to reveal the hidden sparks of holiness, which resides in every single thing in this world, by taking everything, even that which is material, and using it in a spiritual, holy, uplifting way. One removes the people, one removes the shells, and one exposes the sparks of holiness inside. That's the idea of going into the purva. Going into the something that says the purva is something that is void, something that is empty, a reference to something that at first glance looks empty and void of anything holy. But then when you go into it, when you walk into it, you see the hidden sparks inside of it. Which of course, again, from the aspect, certainly from the philosophy of Chassidus, is probably the Iker Avoda. It's the primary application, primary job and mission of an individual in this world to be be Megala V'Nitzotzos, to reveal the hidden sparks of holiness inside of everything. So Tzaddik says, however, if you do this, you must be careful because of three things. Remember again, the Gemara itself said that we don't enter into the Torah because we are concerned regarding three things. Number one, Mipnei HaShad, Mipnei HaMapoles, and Mipnei HaMazik. Literally Hashad, because ultimately, again, that's where people used to engage in illicit activities. Mapoles, collapse of the structure, and Mazik in shaving. So Tzaddik understands that these three things as well are a metaphor, in addition to the literal meaning, of course, also have a metaphorical meaning to the dangers associated with steeping oneself in materialism, even if the goal is to go ahead and uncover the sparks and lift them up. So once there's a, it's an interesting research. There is everything we do in life, there's always a risk associated. There's always a risk with anything. So the best thing a person can do in life is to be acutely aware of all the risks of what it is that they're doing before they do it. Now again, I still may choose to do it even with the risks, because ultimately understanding the risks, I do my risk benefit analysis, and I choose that it's better to go forward. But the worst thing in life is to try to do something and be totally unaware of the risks associated. So Tzaddik said, this notion of going into the Torah and going ahead and lifting up materialism and making it holy and finding holiness and spirituality in the mundane is an incredible thing. It's an incredible thing, but you must be acutely aware of the dangers. So he goes through an page Ayin Gimel. So he says, we'll actually look at it in the Orya Hasidus. Take a look on the right hand column where he says, Moshe the Gashmi is Kurbo, Makom Shinitza Bo Hashid, Sherotza Lasos Sham Abeirov Asisel, Ubeim Roed. Mostly just like we said before, that in the actual world, in the physical world, so you're not allowed to go. Well, if you are, obviously, one of the issues with the is that if you look suspect, that's where people went for illicit activity, immoral activity. So a person who goes in there looks suspect that he's not going in there for any type of good purpose, but he's going in there to satisfy his desires. So Tzaddik writes, he says, Kimokain, Yesh the Adam the Himanam his aspect to give a rishus, Evan Sharau Yivo Shiyachshu Atzmo, Shiish Shema Yesh the is a type of witness Kadava. So this is really incredible. Although Yuchal is Alos Kuroi, Evan Shidis Aribo is a Machshav. So Tzaddik says like this. We're going to use the specific example, but then we'll expound on it a little bit. So Tzaddik is saying that we'll say sometimes, so we go ahead and we get involved in things, right? So let's say again, he's talking over here, a person who wants to get involved in the material world in order to go ahead and boost the shells, remove the peoples, reveal the sparks of holiness in every single thing. That works as long as that's really your intent. That's really your intent. But sometimes a person will say that's their intent, but their intent really just to steep themselves in the world of materialism. I'm walking in this Mipnei HaShad. A person has to suspect their own intentions. Are my intentions really good? Are my intentions really pure? Are my intentions the right thing? Because if my intentions are correct, then in Hashem, hopefully I have a better chance of being successful. But the worst thing in life is when you pretend you're doing something noble with the right intentions, and it turns out that I'm totally just self-serving. We'll say this in general is one of the greatest challenges when it comes to witness. When it comes to anything spiritual, that to know, am I doing the right things for the right reasons? It's nice and that sometimes the greatest machlokas erupts. What is the greatest machlokas erupt? It's interesting. At least in my limited understanding, the greatest machlokas doesn't seem to erupt in for-profit ventures. The greatest machlokas seems to erupt in not-for-profit ventures. When people are engaged in Chesed, and people are engaged in Avodas Hashem, and people are engaged in religion, that's like when everything falls. People want to make money. I just want to make money. I just want to make money. Like let's just all be successful. Okay, we can argue. I want more money. You want less money. I don't want less money. But, we can argue about that. But Lamaisa, there's absolute clarity of intention. Sometimes the worst machlokes comes up in the world of Avodas Hashem, in the world of Chesed, in the world of Tzedakah, and all. Why? Again, when I think that I'm doing the Lord's work, right, then a lot of things become justifiable in my eyes that would not otherwise be justifiable. When in fact what's really happening is, it may look like I'm doing the Lord's work, but my machshavas, my intentions are not correct. And when the intentions are not correct, it throws everything. The Tzaddik says, that's what it means, Nichnasim l'churba b'fnei hashad. Be careful. Be careful. We don't enter into the ruin. We don't go and enter into the world of the material. We don't try to do things to go and remove the klipas and the medal and exosos unless you have purity on the heart. It's really important, especially when it comes to anything to do with the Ribbon Shalom. I will say, now that being said, there's another philosophy. The other philosophy is, you also just can't worry about intent so much. Sometimes you just have to worry about action. Meaning, it is better to do the right thing for the wrong reasons than not to do the right thing at all. It's a very important episode. Because at the end of the day, the Baruch is not as much focused on what you think, or what you are, but life is about what you do. So there's like these conflicting, dueling ideas. On one hand, purity of intent is so important. Don't go into the churba wine with Neach Hashak. So many times, people set out, they say they want to do the right things, but they're not doing it for the right purposes, and that's where everything gets lost. On the flip side, don't wait until you feel the right purpose in order to do the right thing. Do the right thing, and a lot of times, again, the purpose, the right, the feeling of the right purpose comes along after. But in any event, the person has to be careful of this thing. Whenever you go, and if you're going to go into the churva of life, if you're going to do something that has associated spiritual risks, what your intention is, and also remember, his example is the material. A person wants to enjoy the material world, but I'm going to enjoy the material with a pledge that I'm going to use it in a spiritually responsible way. Make sure that's really your intention. Because listen, we all know this. It is easy. Materialism is the easiest thing to lose yourself in. A person starts off with something saying, I'm going to buy this, purchase this, enjoy this, and I'm going to use it in some type of holy and elevated way. And then before I know it, I'm just up to my neck in gashmias, and there's absolutely no witness involved. Next, Bays, with Mazikin. Very interesting. He says, at bottom of the right hand column. What does that mean? Moshe Gashmias, Yesh, Sakara Lihikanas, the Korban Yashiv, Hamazikin, Hamiskorin Ba, came to a governor Gam Yakas Lidbar Harishus, Shekayama Sakara Luchanis, Lipne Mazikin Luchanis. Mishum the Mikom of Isek Haponim Tusha, Shein Bazash Mishum Tzadnikah. I will say next. Why can't you go into the korban? Mazikin is going a little bit out of water. Shaitan. Going into the korban poses a spiritual danger. I will say whenever you spend your time engaged in something that is not clearly a spiritual pursuit, even if your intention ultimately again is noble, understand the spiritual dangers that poses. We'll say we see this all over time. Any person who has to spend their day in the world. A person goes to work, right? A person goes into the world. Again, a person could conduct themselves like in a pious, holy, and upright way, but you often can't control the way people speak around you. You can't control the way people act around you. You can't control the way people dress around you. And so the Maisa says Rabbi Tzaddik, so a person goes into the world again with the most noble of intentions. My goal is to enter into the world of the material, not in order to lose myself in it, but ultimately again in order to lift it up. Let's say, why does a person go to work? A person goes to work because they're hoping that they can make a Kiddush Hashem in their respective field, that they can do something meaningful, that they can do something purposeful, that they can be Mekadeshim Shamayim, that they can make a difference in this world. Yes, earning a paycheck is very good also. And then I can do all of the wonderful things with that paycheck as well. But when I said there's a noble experience in going into the world, what's the world? The world sometimes can be like a pretty big kurva. Right? It's kind of what the world is. It's a place that's very hostile to our values, and a place that's very hostile to our ideals. But yet I need to go. I want to go. I want to make a difference. So it says, beautiful. You just have to be aware of the dangers. So the second danger is mazikin. There are mazikin, there are shadim all around you. Shadim all around you. There are destructive spiritual forces everywhere we turn. I will say, and by the way, I want to point out, lest you think that those of us who don't work in the secular world don't face these shadim. Shadim are everywhere. Any person who has to leave the confines of the base medrash, that can leave the confines of his home, encounters these shadim in the general world. Be aware of them. Be aware of the shadim. Be aware of the dangers that are all around. Because the more aware you are of the dangers, the better equipped you are to deal with them. Let's see. I know. Let's just finish this. Gimel says that Ne'amapolis. This is incredible. The Ne'amapolis says of Tzadik Moshe Begashmius. Ein lehikanis b'kurba, mishum sheyish ba sakana mikrisasa. Just like I was saying, the physical kurba, you don't walk in. Why? Because there's a danger of collapse. The walls can pass a shalom collapse on you. So he says, the tzaddik, even the stam kurba, hiru'ah v'amedasi, both as well as the internal ruin, doesn't have a lot of structural stability. כן הוא גם ביחס לדבר הרשוס שמצד עצמו הוא עומד ליפול ולהסבטו שאין לו קיום אמיתי ונצחי מאחר שאין לדבר זה שייכות לתואר שמסבר כמו שהרספוס listen to this. This is incredible. He says, what's the third danger with the curve? This will conclude. The third danger of the curve is the curve of collapse. I will say, a lot of times in life we do things and they're not stable endeavors. And I don't think things through enough. And I begin on certain something, and because it's not a stable, appropriate endeavor, what happens? It collapses and has to show it. It varies. I will say sometimes we start things in life and it started for good purposes, but either I don't carry through on the purity of intent, or really has to show maybe I deluded myself and maybe they were doing nothing for me in this particular endeavor. I just wanted to do it. And then I started and then it varies. And also you can see that Tzaddik here again is referring specifically to nationals, specifically referring to material. And we can all relate to this on a material level. And sometimes even a person who kind of gets involved in the material world in a wholly meaningful and measured way, you can get buried by it. You can get buried by it. It can literally, again, totally subsume and consume you to the point that that which you think you're doing for spiritual purposes now went ahead and totally buried you. So therefore, I will say, the Tzaddik says, this incredible metaphor represents a person going into the world. Specifically, the Tzaddik says, into the world of the material. But it means embarking on any life endeavor for the purpose of doing something holy. Whenever you're going to enter into the kurva, you're going to enter into the unknown of life with intention to do something great. Just be aware of the three things. Number one, hashad. Make sure your intentions are correct. Because so many times we start things in life with the right intentions, but they're not really the right intentions. And when you do things in life not for the right intentions, unfortunately, we know over time, it may take a long time, they unravel and don't really get you anywhere. Number two, mazikin. Be aware of the dangers that lurk in the world. Be aware. Whenever you enter the curve of life, whenever you leave the safety and security of the base marriage, safety and security of the home, be aware of the dangers that are present in every single corner because they're always there. You can't avoid them. So we don't say, therefore, don't go into the world. But lamaisa, be aware. Go in with eyes open. And lastly, again, be careful that which you seek to dominate is not dominate. And sometimes we seek to go out to do things in life and we think we can control the circumstances. And then unfortunately, again, those circumstances collapse all around us. I'm buried in a life. I'm buried in a lifestyle that I do not want for myself. And I find no way to extricate myself from the life. So don't be afraid to go into the khurba. Just make sure that you are ever aware of the hashad, the nazikin, and ultimately not. Alright, so we'll stop over here. This is actually going to be our last shir in the Tzaddik until after Yom Kippur. As a Hashem, next week we have sleepless. We'll be starting the daf a little bit earlier, but in Hashem we'll pick up with Oslam and Gimel, hopefully again between Yom Kippur and Sukkot. So the Tzaddik gets a few extra minutes, so you know, in the last year. Sorry. Okay, so Rebbe is discussing the Islamic days, the continuation of the Gemara of Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, again, remember, entering into the Korba, entering into the ruin, in order to be able to daven uninterrupted, and Eliyahu Hanavi telling him that we don't go into the ruin. So remember again, yesterday we were focusing on the idea that Eliyahu was teaching Rabbi Yossi that better to daven a little bit with Kabbalah than a lot without Kabbalah. Okay, so now the Rebbe continues to use that tomorrow. So if you take a look at the Islamic days, let's actually look at it through the Uriah Hasidus. So it says, "Old Nubba B'Braisa de La'el, Va'osa Shal Lamanati Lana Shlosh Dvar." So the Gemara continues. I sent this out on the WhatsApp chat yesterday as well. So the Gemara says, after that exchange between Rabbi Yossi and Eliyahu Hanavi, so Rabbi Yossi says, in that moment, I learned three things from Eliyahu Hanavi. Number one, I learned that you don't enter into a ruin. Right? And remember again, the Gemara says that why don't I enter into a ruin? The Gemara says because of three things. Number one, chashad, because of suspicion. That's the suspicion that a person is engaging in immoral activity. As such, I guess that people used to, I guess because the ruin offers some level of privacy or secrecy, people would offer arrange illicit activities there. So chashad, out of a concern that perhaps the structure would crumble. So there again, it's interesting. So chashad is, a spiritual danger. Polis is a physical danger. The structure may crumble and fall down. And the third thing was shaving. But apparently shaving demons go ahead and occupy this space of the Torah. So this is what the Tzaddik says. Sukizu, Yemedes Avodas HaTadikim Ba'alas and Itzozos Gam Inosoros. La'avoda Niskavuzu, Zichali Adam Yosef. So now, the Tzaddik touches on what is perhaps one of the most incredible and fascinating aspects of Hasidic philosophy, which is the concept of Nitzozos. Nitzozos literally means sparks. So Hasidus teaches, the Rothschild teaches that there is Kedusha, there is holiness in everything. Holiness in everything, holiness in everyone. But how come sometimes you see the holiness, perceive the holiness, and sometimes you come into situations where you see people, or you see things that seem to be devoid of any holiness. Because sometimes that holiness is covered by a klipa. A klipa is called a shell. A klipa is a shell. So sometimes there's obvious holiness, and sometimes there's obscure holiness. Obscure holiness means that it's covered by a klipa. You could have a spark of holiness that is covered by one shell, one klipa. You could have a spark of holiness that's covered by thousands. And obviously, the more klipos there are, the more layers of shells that there are, the more difficult it is to detect the holiness in that situation or in that person. So in general, the Baal Shem Tov said that the job of a Jew is to go ahead and to remove the klipos and to expose the kedusha anywhere we are. Like Rabbi Rothschild says that Mashiach will not come until we expose all of the mitzvot of kedusha that are literally all over the world. He explains this dynamic as to why Israel. Why have we suffered dispersion for 2,000 years? So the Rebbe says because there's a lot of sparks that need to be uncovered. A lot of sparks need to be uncovered. I often say to myself, if you want like a living example of this thing under the leadership of the last Chabad really embraced this type of approach of wherever they go, being Megala, being Megala in itself. So let's say, one of the ways in which we are Megala in itself, one of the ways in which we reveal sparks, is by taking something mundane and lifting it up. Taking something mundane and lifting it up. So for example, in many Hasidic writings, this is part of the idea behind the Dalit Minyan on Sukkot, behind the shofar on Rosh Hashanah. I'm taking something that is totally physical and mundane. What's a shofar? A shofar is a ram's horn, right? It's the horn of an animal, right? It's the horn of an animal. And what am I doing? I'm using it as the vehicle for the greatest form of spiritual elevation that we experience over the I'm going to take a lulav, right, a palm branch, a citron fruit. Again, these are just basic natural items, and we're now going to use them for avodas Hashem. So we see this out, and again, in general, one more piece of it, this is why also, what's Judaism's view on materialism or material wealth? And what's the answer? The answer is, it depends how you use it. If a person goes in and loses themselves in the acquisition of the material and makes the material the be-all, end-all of their existence, that's bad. But if a person somehow uses the materialism in a kaddish in a holy way and then somehow goes ahead and utilizes it for meaningful and positive purposes, then I take the sparks of holiness that are embedded in the material and I lift it up. Therefore, says the Rebbe, the ultimate, the ultimate, the ultimate accomplishment of the tzaddik is the ability to take that which looks mundane and to go ahead and peel away the layers and to expose its sparks of holiness which reside within. So he goes on, he says, left hand column, beginning of the column. I will say, there is a danger in this avoda, and this is really, really quite fascinating. There is a danger in this avoda. What's the danger? שלא תהיה בה שום צד ותעלובס של הנאה גופנס. So I will say, sometimes, in the quest to go ahead and peel back the layers and expose the sparks of holiness, a person could lose themselves in the material. First of all, it's kind of like, it's kind of like if you delve too much into the material, even though, again, it's for the right purposes, you could lose yourself in that which you are trying to elevate. So the Rebbe says, this is the meaning of this beautiful Gemara. What does the Gemara say? Well, we start this today. Ein nichnasim l'kurva. So in Chazal says you can't go into a lure. So the Rebbe understands the kurva is a metaphor for Perish Hadavar b'derech hadanasun she'in lahagam lahachnis as asma be'in halos davar rishus al yedei shemehavin bo b'mitzvah l'shem shemayim. Davar harishus nikra kurva mishum shu makom panoi moshe b'nei adam ha'amitim tainu she'u panoi be'in mitzuyim bo b'nei adam tzadikim. Listen to this. So the Rebbe understands that the kurva in this case, we're gonna translate a little bit differently. The kurva could be a metaphor for that which is material. Kurva is a metaphor for materialism. There is defining it in a little bit of a broader fashion. I think for our purposes to highlight the Rebbe's point, we're going to see what's a kurva. So kurva means something that is void. Right? Charev means destroyed, but it means something that is void. Right? Charev means banehat, destroyed, empty. So sometimes when you look at the material world, so materialism is often devoid of any type of holiness. It's often devoid of truly pious people. So what happens? He says, "V'gam she'im be'inyan shum makom mitzvah, rak kol kulo u'machshavas harishos, she'ino mitzvah ve'ino avera." So we'll say here what the Rebbe says. So a person says to themselves, I want to go and I want to be ma'alev so I want to go ahead and literally lift up the sparks that are within that which is material. I want to embrace the material world, but at the end of the day, not because materialism is an end, but because I want to go ahead and display and uncover the sparks of holiness which reside inside every single thing, including the material world. So the Rebbe says here, the Gemara tells us, you have to be careful because of three things. Aleph, remember again, what did Rabbi Yossi say? I mean, three things, or you can't enter into a kurva. What were the three things? Mipnei hachashad, because of the concern of immorality. Mipnei mapolis, as concern of collapse. And number three was, Mipnei hachashad, Mipnei mazikin, because of shading, and Mipnei mapolis, because of collapse. So with Tzaddik, we'll stop over here for today, and we will have a cliffhanger. But the Tzaddik says this is the message. Ein nichnasim l'kurva. Be careful what situations of materialism you put yourself in. We'll see. Again, this is going to give pleasure. The tzaddik over here is not preaching asceticism. What he's saying is there's something beautiful and noble in the pursuit of lifting up the material. But before you go ahead and you undertake any mission in life, you must always be acutely aware of the danger. And Rabbi Yossi said, I realized, sometimes it's better not to enter into the world of the material. Or at least, if you're going to enter into the world of the material, you must be acutely aware of the dangers. And what are the dangers? What those mean in the world of the material, and Hashem, we will see tomorrow. All right, good morning, let us begin. So we are putting off in Eretz Hashem in 6 months. Post-Lamed Aleph. So the Tzaddik writes as follows. Let's remember again. Once the Tzaddik introduced his teaching, which really nice and dramatic and beautiful, with the story of Rabbi Yossi in the Korban. Right? And Rabbi Yossi going ahead and going into Davin. In the Korban going into Davin in the ruins. And the Tzaddik's idea that you see from here that sometimes if you see someone who's performing a mitzvah, albeit not in the best way, but the person is trying their best, and the person is putting in the effort, sometimes to leave it alone. Very, very profound life episode about to know when to say something to someone in a constructive fashion versus when to leave things alone. It's evidenced by Eliyahu Hanavi allowing Rabbi Yossi to continue his tefillah. So in Lamed Aleph, the tzaddik continues to learn something incredible from this tefillah. So if you take a look, let's start actually from the Biguri HaChasidus. I sent it out to you yesterday on the chat. Post Lamed Aleph, page Ayin Aleph, left hand side. Od Yish Lumod Mehabraisa Hamilazda. Says the tzaddik, there's something else to be learned from the Braisa that we began yesterday. Mash Amar Eliyahu Rabbi Yossi, Hayu Lachal Hispalo Badera, Bahayu Lachal Hispalo Tula Kutzah. Remember, after the initial exchange between Rabbi Yossi and Eliyahu Hanavi, so Eliyahu Hanavi tells Rabbi Yossi the truth is what you should have done going forward.
Right, sir.
Is you should daven on the road. Remember,
right, sir.
Rabbi Yossi, you should not have
right, sir.
to the ruin. So remember, you know, the Gemara gets into there. There's a whole discussion what's wrong with going into the ruin. So there's a discussion of Hashad that often that's where immoral activity would take place. So Eliyahu Hanavi tells Rabbi Yossi, you really should daven on the road. Which Rabbi Yossi responded, but I was afraid that if I davened on the road, I would have get interrupted by pedestrian traffic. To which Eliyahu tells Rabbi Yossi, you could daven a tefillah kitzara. Daven a tefillah kitzara, just daven a short tefillah, and that's it. So he goes on and says, She'in la'adam mispala ba'aribus, v'baqas I will say, what a profound he said. Sudden. But Rabbi Yossi,
Can you hear me?
Rabbi Yossi is in general, he shouldn't daven a long
protracted
tefillah when there's the possibility of getting interrupted in the middle. Better not to daven a long protracted tefillah when there's the possibility of getting interrupted in the middle. Ella, adif lo sheyispalo sham tefillah kitzara. Rather, again, when there's the potential or fear of getting interrupted in the middle, better to daven a shorter shmona. As they shelo yispal delta. In order that you should not go ahead and get mixed up, which again, let's say is a very logical thing to say. Eliyahu Hanavi is saying, there's the possibility that you're going to get interrupted in the middle of your tefillah.
There he is.
So better to daven
big dog.
shorter with
Big dog.
interruption. To daven something longer and run the risk of interruption.
Okay, so we're like
halfway
through.
Halfway through.
Was too much for that for me at this point.
Alright, so who killed the Pope Brown and Ronald Goldman?
than to say a lot without. In general, you understand what makes sense? The whole you see
I don't know, it could be some third party that
so at the end of the day, better
no one knows about. Could have been a random murder.
Have you been paying any attention?
Yeah, I have. I've been watching the thing, and they've like been following some trails and trying to prove some shit's bullshit, and clearly they haven't proved enough because you're just still walking around.
Well,
who was the second guy who got murdered? I know he was like a friend, like Rod or whatever.
His name is Ron Goldman. So he was a waiter at Mezzaluna, the place where Nicole actually did end up eating with her family, and they didn't go to Jackson's, which is where Jason Simpson was working. And allegedly, Nicole and Ronald Goldman, they were friends. They were supposedly just friends, but there are arguments to be made that they may have been more than that. Ronald Goldman was very charismatic, good-looking dude, and perhaps was like a runner of cocaine, which Nicole Brown like absolutely loved. She was like a cocaine fiend, and she. There are some parts of that none of the documentaries go into that much, and some of them not at all. The first is how much all of these people love cocaine, and the second is illegal gambling on the NFL. So there was a big reason why there's a big reason why the media and such did not want the full story coming out. That's because if it did, more than just the drug aspect of it, is the illegal gambling aspect of it. So O.J. Simpson at the time was working for CBS Sports. Or NBC Sports, one of them. He was like a sideline commentator. You don't know, O.J. Simpson at one time was arguably the greatest running back in history. He was a really good player. He won the Heisman Trophy at Southern Cal. He was just an incredibly
athletic.
More than that. People used to ask him like, "Are you black? You black?" And he'd say, "I'm not black. I'm OJ." What did that mean? It meant that like he had transcended race. When people saw him, they didn't see a black. They saw O.J. Simpson. And he was in movies. He was in a bunch of movies. He was in commercials. He was everywhere. And he was doing allegedly a bunch of illegal gambling. You weren't allowed to bet on the NFL. If you were that close, you were like a spokesman. If you were like a sideline reporter, because the sideline reporter would get like all kinds of news, inside news that nobody knew about. They would be able to talk to their players, like he would know about injuries, like how serious things were. There was no internet that people were using back then. In mass, it was less than maybe 5% of all people in the United States were connected to the internet at the time. So there was no internet, there was no social media. So it was quite an advantage. And allegedly, O.J. Simpson had inside information regarding a lot of games, and there were some major gambling debts that were piling up as well. Perhaps I'm not exactly sure on the amount, but they don't talk about that in any of the.
So that could be motivation, a motive for someone to kill his wife.
No. They didn't have any. It wasn't his.
It
wasn't his wife at the time.
It wasn't his wife at the time. They had divorced.
Sarah a little bit shorter.
So, like, they already knew that he didn't like.
They already knew that he didn't.
And the part that you didn't see yet, but they have shown a little bit of it, is after the slow, the Bronco chase, and they arrive at Rockingham. The first person to meet OJ at the door is his son. And it looks like they're about to arrest his son when he gets out of the car. And his son even instinctively puts his hand behind his back and they just pull him into the house.
But there's a reality that sometimes.
As for the families, they eventually won a $33 million payout from the estate of O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson hid all his money. So they really didn't get that much of it.
Who won the payouts? The
Goldman,
the Ron Goldman, and the other.
Yeah, exactly. And so while they didn't get the money,
they didn't find him guilty.
They did in the civil trial. So the criminal trial, he was found out guilty. You can't be tried twice for the same crime. In the civil trial, they found him guilty. And the verdict was $33 million, which in the mid-90s was a huge sum of money. It's still a lot of money. $33 million basically meant that O.J. Simpson was never going to be able to because he would have this huge debt over his head. So he moved states.
What did they find him guilty for in the civil trial?
Because sometimes there are things that I need in life that I don't have the requisite merit to go out and get. But you're next to me, and you do.
Civil trial, O.J. Simpson trial,
you can't carry your own future, but I can help you carry it. So Rabbi Yossi says, I thought I would have the most kavanah.
That seems wild. Like they can't prove that he murdered him.
He was found liable for the wrongful death of his ex-wife and as well as battery against both victims.
Never give up the power of being with the
Can they prove that he? So they're proving they proved assault in the civil case?
No, they proved liable for the wrongful death of both victims. And then also battery.
Yeah, isn't battery assault?
No, they're separate. Battery is unwanted physical contact, assuming without consent of another individual. Assault is let me get the exact wording. Difference between assault and battery. It doesn't have to make sense.
Well, they're similar, is my point.
And even if your actual
assault doesn't have to be made
is a little bit less.
Assault is the threat or attempt to cause harm. Battery is the actual physical contact. Assault occurs when a person intentionally causes another to reasonably fear imminent bodily harm, requiring the victim to be aware of the threat and the ability to carry it out. Contrary, battery is the completion of the act involving the intentional and harmful or offensive.
But at the mice, I'd have a better
try. How do they prove that he made physical contact with those two people?
Like we said, they had evidence. There was, they had been stabbed to death and bruised, and that's considered battery. They couldn't prove though that they had been assaulted.
Do you think that civil case was like politically motivated?
Yeah, it totally was. Right? It totally was. So the criminal case originally was supposed to take place in West Los Angeles, which is one of the most exclusive places in the United States. Extremely well. And they got the case moved to downtown Los Angeles, which is much more urban, much less affluent. Still nice, still very nice, but less affluent, which meant there was a much higher chance to get African American jurors, and just minority jurors. When West LA basically is pretty predominantly white. The civil trial took place in Simi Valley, California. The place we were talking about yesterday. I was telling you that it's like it could be perhaps a place for witness protection program, but definitely a lot of police. It's very Republican, very white, and that's where they got it. That's where they got it for $33 million. Which to me kind of seems unfair. Like you would think they'd have to have it where the crime took place, because all of that is in LA County. They were able to make them. And LA County's huge. LA County's bigger than not just in population, certainly in square miles. So then after that, a very interesting thing happened. OJ had no money. And he would be caught on camera on the golf course saying that he's searching for the real killer. He put out a book called If I Did It. All the funds of the book basically went to the family. He then, I believe, moved to Florida because it allowed him to protect his assets a little bit better. He wouldn't have to pay out as easy. Then what he did, now this was a weird thing, and I'm going to look this up because I don't want to make it wrong, but he used to do autograph signing because he could make money with the signature. Like, he couldn't make money with the job. Nobody would hire him. Persona non grata. He used to be on TV. He used to be in movies. He was like a real, he was in like several movies, including The Naked Gun. He was in Poseidon Adventure. He was in a bunch. Yo, dog, what happened with O.J. Simpson in Las Vegas? So then one day, this happened like 15 years after the murder. Or it happened 12 years after the murder. O.J. Simpson was arrested in September 2007 in Las Vegas following an incident at the Palace Station Casino Hotel, where he and a group of accomplices entered the hotel room and seized sports memorabilia that Simpson claimed had been stolen. He was charged with armed robbery, kidnapping, assault with a deadly weapon, and murder. Now that all sounds really bad. But he didn't really do any of it. One of the people he was with had a gun, and that was considered armed robbery for the mob. The kidnapping is just like the intentional prevention of allowing someone to movement. Assault with a deadly weapon, again, that was somebody else. He was just trying to steal his shit back, or take stuff back that he felt was stolen, leading to a conviction in October 2008, where a jury found him guilty on all 12 counts. Simpson was subsequently sentenced to 33 years in prison. Keep in mind, number 33. 33 was how many millions he owed the family, and then 33 years in prison, with a minimum of 9 years for parole eligibility, and he served that time at Lovewood Correctional Center in Nevada. After being granted parole in July 2017, he was released in October 2017. Simpson spent the remainder of his life in Las Vegas, residing in a gated community in the Summerlin area until his death from prostate cancer, April 10th, 2020. During his post-prison years in Las Vegas, Simpson frequently played golf at local courses, the Canyon Gate Country Club and Red Rock Country Club. He remained a public figure, attended events, signing autographs, and maintained an active presence on social media. Faced a dispute where his youngest son, Justin Simpson, moved into his Las Vegas home and claimed ownership, leading to a lawsuit by his estate in January. Okay, but anybody who knew him, like, had any interaction with him, said he was the nicest man in the world. He was very jovial. He was funny. He was
he was
extreme, like overtly charismatic, like above and beyond,
above and beyond,
just the nicest guy,
just the nicest guy to you.
What is this? This is of tzaddikim mashma.
I mean, you watched the OJ Innocent video. In that video, they said that OJ like didn't spend time with his son. His son wanted to spend time with OJ, and then OJ beat him and was abusive and sent him off to military school. So if his son committed the murder, he potentially is at fault for that too.
That's not how that works. But I get what you're saying. You're saying that the abuser situation caused Jason to have this reaction. No, that's not how that works. You can't blame the actions of a parent for a long period beforehand on a more recent crime. And just
I'm not saying he would be like legally responsible, but as far as like the chain of events happening,
I would say that he was a terrible dad. Oh well, I shouldn't say that. He stood up for his son, so in his own way, he was. I shouldn't say that. But he wasn't good at raising his dad. He cheated on their mom. He was a philanderer. He was doing all kinds of drugs. But at the end of the day, when his son needed him, he was like father the son. He was just unbelievable. Can you imagine basically jumping on a grenade for your kid and having your name just absolutely destroyed because of a mistake that your kid made?
Because of a mistake that your kid made?
Yeah, I mean, in a dark, twisted way.
It is a dark, twisted way, I agree. Yeah, a dark, twisted way, I agree.
Yeah, you could have prevented all that from happening.
I don't know if he could prevent it all, but he could certainly have made the situation better.
And says,
and Nicole Brown Simpson was not an angel. Extremely good-looking woman, who loved the party life, and liked that party life a little bit more in some ways than she liked being a mother. Her day was like a lot of women in West LA. It was waking up, having a martini or two, at the Racky Club or whatever, by the pool, driving around in a Ferrari, having nothing to do, not having had a job since she got married, and getting bored doing cocaine, and getting robbed by some random dude, and then coming home in the evening where the nanny's like been raising the kids, it's like her day, and it's just a sad situation. But when I first, I just always known that. Not just thought that OJ was guilty. Just known that OJ was guilty. 100%. It was like 100%.
I thought you thought it.
Wait, I do. But what I'm saying is, I was so confident, along with everyone in the United States, that there's just no way that this man could have gotten away with it. This is the ultimate failure of the justice system. And perhaps his anger at the jurors, and perhaps anger at the justice system in general. And then, I don't know.
How much time off did those jury people get?
This was like a trial for like a year.
So those random people just had to stop what they're doing for a year.
And they had to stay sequestered. They couldn't read the newspaper. They couldn't really be around the newspaper. It was a weird situation. It was a weird situation. And most trials don't take that long.
They can be around their family for a year. That's
limited. I think it had to be they had to have like an overseer, or it had to be
an overseer,
they had to
or
chaperone. So, because if not, the family could be like, "Hey, did you see what's going on?" or whatever.
Hey, did you see what's going on?
They don't want that to happen, because then you have a hung child, a hung jury, and then a lot of things can happen. So when it came out, it was just a shock. Like,
it was just a
no
shock.
way.
No way.
And then I just maybe went like 15 years in my life, just absolutely thinking
because
I had never really looked into
it.
And then
um,
I don't know, something caused me to one day go to one of these documentary websites and just start watching documentaries that I really normally wouldn't watch. And it was like, wait, and it just gave me like, it opened my mind to like all of this, like, wait, you mean I had heard ABC my whole life, but see, at the end of the day, it's really XYZ. How could this be? And it changed. I was seeing like I was being lied to, or there was misinformation or deception. Just a lot of things in my life that I could see it like around the public and people I knew. They just, understood what they had heard on the news or whatever. And
Do you think Michael Jackson did it?
I am less likely to believe that Michael Jackson is, but I do think that there's a chance that he was much more innocent than it came out. And there is a chance that he was not guaranteeing that, but there's a chance.
Even after the documentary, you think he's still
There's just
guilty?
a lot of firsthand accounts that I However, after seeing that, they all basically ride on that 1993 case. And if that 1993 case was manipulated, like it seems a lot of the other things were manipulated. But and
I think because Michael Jackson looked like as pale as a ghost and no surgery.
that hurt.
He looks very scary almost, in my
I
opinion.
agree.
But it's easier to frame someone that looks so weird as being a monster because the people will buy it up.
And they they changed his name in the press. Normally they go by Michael Jackson. He's gone by Michael Jackson forever. And they changed his name in the press to being Jacko, which is a creepy name, in itself. And
Jack-o'-lantern.
Jack off, as well. That's just a demeaning name. Again, it's an ad hominem attack.
It's an ad hominem attack.
And I really don't think OJ did it. I think though he wasn't innocent. I think he went to the crime scene after his son told him what happened. That's why there are two sets of But it's also why when they did DNA testing, there were multiple sets of DNA. And then a lot of the DNA that they found matched O.J. Simpson. Well, back then in 1994, DNA was not advanced enough to be able to tell the difference between a father and a son. So it would have looked the same. If you understand what I'm saying. Basically.
Well, then how could they prove that it was either of them?
So there was something perhaps they found the blood. They couldn't tell the difference. Perhaps the hair. Oh no, fingerprints. It was fingerprints. No, it was fingerprints. Apologies. There were two sets of fingerprints. Two sets of shoe prints. That didn't match. But the DNA did match. But the DNA test at the time was not good enough to be able to tell the difference between the father and son. And another thing, that case, It made the Kardashians famous.
It made the Kardashians
At
famous.
least the thing that made Kim Kardashian famous.
The thing that made Kim Kardashian famous.
But the thing that made the Kardashians famous, just in the eyes of the public, was Robert Kardashian. He ended up dying of cancer.
Allegedly.
The Ford Bronco used to be a very popular vehicle.
Used to be a very popular vehicle.
You'd see
Ford Broncos around all
the
the time.
fact that O.J. Simpson had a Ford Bronco, his son also had one, by the way, though.
His son
But
also
the
had
fact
one,
they
by the way,
had a
though.
Ford Bronco, and
With
the Ford
fact
Bronco
they
was
had a
just
Ford Bronco, and the
talked
Ford
about
Bronco
so
was
much
just
because of that
talked
slow
about
speed
so
chase.
much because of that
They had
slow
to
speed
stop
chase.
making it for
They had to stop making it for
25 years.
25 years.
I mean, it just killed that.
That's funny.
It's
Killed the entire car.
It started True TV and Court TV. So Court TV started, then it became True TV. I don't know what it is now, but it started its own channel. What else became famous of that? The detective Mark Furman, he became like a Fox News contributor. There was a allegedly the prosecutors in the criminal case, the lead prosecutors were having an affair or like having like a sexual, like an interracial sexual relationship which caused all kinds of things, because that's like they're not supposed to be doing that. O.J. Simpson's dream team. He had the best lawyers of all time. He had Johnny Cochran, who might go down as the best lawyer of the 20th century. He started up his own firm. He had a firm that became pretty powerful. He had Alan Dershowitz, who
How is he such a great lawyer if he lost his client 33 million?
I don't think he wasn't the lawyer.
He wasn't the lawyer for that.
Wait, I could be wrong on that. No, maybe
I could be wrong on that. No, maybe he was. Hold on.
Who was O.J. Simpson's lawyer in the civil case?
Spiritual growth. So conventional wisdom.
Maybe he was.
Maybe he was.
No, he was not.
No, he was not.
Unlike the criminal trial, which was handled by the Dream Team, led by Johnny Cochran, Baker led a separate defense effort against the wrongful death lawsuit. So it was a different person.
Okay.
They had F. Lee Bailey. A famous lawyer. Did you ever see the movie The Fugitive?
Or have you ever heard about it?
Tom Cruise
No,
one?
it's Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford.
Basically, it's like a spin-off or like based on a case that happened in the 1950s. That F. Lee Bailey between the 50s and 60s, that he got that person somebody who was accused of killing their wife. It was also made into a TV show. He had Robert Kardashian. Who was a high-powered lawyer. He had Alan Dershowitz. Who has all kinds of bad reputation in the Saudis, but at the time he was seen as a major player. He had Robert Shapiro. If you've ever heard of the website LegalZoom was started by Robert Shapiro. Like each guy made something of themselves because they got so famous. And they all wrote books, and they all made millions of dollars. It was seen as the best legal team of all time. And you said, well, how's he so good? If he lost $32 million, they didn't represent him for that. As I understand, OJ didn't have the money to keep.
Oh, it should have.
Well, as I understand, OJ
didn't have the money to keep funding the Dream Team.
It was the most expensive lawyer team that had ever been assembled.
How much did they charge the dude?
Let's look that up. How much did the Dream Team combine?
I mean, it's a year of goddamn expensive lawyers, so probably millions.
how much did they charge O.J. Simpson?
What do you guess? I'm guessing like $10 million.
$10 million.
O.J. Simpson's dream work cost him an estimated $3.5 to $6 million in total fees, with some reports citing a daily rate of $50,000 for 135 days. So it was a 135-day trial, but there was like three hearings, jury. It was like a though other estimates placed the collective compensation between $10 million and $30 million. Payment method to cover the exorbitant amount of fees. Simpson generated approximately $3 million by signing autographs on football memorabilia. Oh, they also had Barry Shep, who would go on to make the Justice Project, like basically helping people who were wrongfully accused. He just had basically every single attorney who was a big time was on this team, and everybody was on this team, and everybody was. They knew it was a lot of money in it. They knew it was a lot of money, and it was every single day referred to as the trial of the century, and it lived up. Anyway, I had. At one time, thought we might be getting set up for the trial of this. Where down the line, somebody would bring charges again. Jason Simpson. But it does not seem like that's ever going to happen. Even if it did, if I were a jury member, I would vote not guilty by reason of insanity. He had mental issues, and I would not find him guilty. So, for as much as I want justice in that situation, there's never going to be justice. In fact, like if I had to, I would defend Jason Simpson, not because I think he's a great guy, but because he was on antipsychotic medication. He had mental issues. And if you're like, well, he could control it. Dude, look at his growing up. Like you even said, his dad cheated on his mom. He got beaten until he went to school. He had to watch his dad spend all the time with this pretty little blonde thing, and then have two more kids, and then they were doing cocaine all the time. Like his dad wasn't spending time with him. There's a lot of examples.
Yeah, no, he has like a really good. I mean, yeah, they framed it like, oh, like this woman didn't show up to his like fucking dinner at Jackson's restaurant one night, but it's like, no, his entire childhood, his dad chose to spend time probably with her over him.
That's true. And anytime you ever talk to anybody about this case, and they ask, okay, so who do you think did it? And you're like, his son. Everybody laughs at you initially. And the reason why they laugh at you is because they didn't know, or they forgot, or weren't aware that O.J. Simpson had basically two families. He had a son and a daughter with his first wife, and